All right, everybody, how's it going? Shane Hallam here, back with you, and day two of the NFL Combine is happening. So I'm excited. Hopefully, you're excited. Definitely, if you've been checking us out, you know, hit that like button, and if you're on YouTube or wherever you are, it'd be great. But we're gonna be breaking down all of the running backs, offensive linemen, all that today. So let me refresh my thing here. We should begin starting momentarily with some of these 40 times. So we'll see how it goes. I thought yesterday went pretty well. Yeah, there we go. Everything is up. That is up. And we are off. So once things get rolling, we'll get it going here and make stuff happen ultimately. Looks like the coverage is getting started. Hopefully some people are going to hop in and watch with us. I'll keep an eye on it too. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to the running backs. I don't think the running backs are going to be very fast, ultimately, especially after seeing the receivers yesterday. I think it's going to be a little bit problematic for some of these running backs are not going to match up to that kind of speed, right? And that's part of the problem. So, but we have some heavier guys that I think will still have good speed scores, still have good RAS scores ultimately. I think that's ultimately going to be the case. So that's at least exciting. I know Isaiah Spiller of Texas A&M not going to run today, but I think we are going to see Brees Hall from Iowa State, who's my RB1. I think we're going to see a couple of the others get into that conversation. Kenneth Walker from Michigan State should be running. He came in at a pretty healthy, pretty healthy weight today. So, I think we had him listed at 200. He came in at 211, I believe, which is pretty good, all things considered. I'd say it's pretty solid. So we'll see how he runs. I feel like he's a guy that I don't know what that 40 time will look like. I think the agility drills will be good for Kenneth Walker ultimately. So I'm looking forward to him. I'm looking forward to seeing that second tier of running backs. There's a lot of guys like Tyler Allgeier at BYU, Kyron Williams at Notre Dame, Brian Robinson out of Alabama. How's that kind of size, speed, athleticism translate here? And I think the running back drills are some of my favorites. I've talked about it on the podcast, but being able to see them catch the football, seeing some blocking drills, I think those kind of things can go a long way as well. So I'll be flipping through my papers here because I have the offensive linemen kind of split up, but we are going to see the offensive linemen as well today. Another fun group of drills and a really good group just generally in terms of talent. So I don't think Evan Neal was doing anything, the offensive tackle from Alabama, but I think Ike Ekwonu, who's kind of competing with him for that number one overall spot, perhaps from NC State, does plan on doing a lot of the drills and doing all that. So that's good. But yeah, if you're listening, pop a comment, question in the chat room, and we'll chat with you throughout the time. So that's kind of the case. But we'll see what's up first. I would guess we see the running backs first. We'll see how split up they are. I imagine we get two groups of running backs, two groups of linemen. Maybe things will move a little bit quicker. We'll see how it goes ultimately. But yeah, that's the case. So let's see. Let me retweet this here. pop this out here. I think it's fun last night, watching the receivers, seeing some of those official times come in. Obviously, we're a little bit slower than initially thought of, but then the unofficial times that seems to be happening. Info Network has a new person on the stopwatch. I think we talked about that a little bit. So that was fun. It was fun for a while, thinking the record may have been broken or some of these things may have gotten crazy. But offensive line wise, obviously we're not going to see Tyler Linderbaum from Iowa work out. His arm length, not great, 31.5. Definitely not ideal. And we've had a couple successful guys around that length. Ryan Khalil, as long as you have the athleticism to back it up, which Linderbaum does. He also came in at 296, so under 300 pounds, which is also, not great. I don't think teams will necessarily write him off for that, but I think the arm length will be part of the issue for him. I think you're going to see a lot of those gap power schemes not, basically take him off the board. So if we see Tyler Linderbaum fall in the draft, I think that's a big potential reason why, if he falls down the board, is the length of his arms ultimately. So, yeah. In terms of fastest, obviously the 40 times for the offensive linemen don't matter as much. We'll see guys like Bernhard Raymond from Central Michigan, I think, do well. But what does become important, and hopefully we'll get some of these for the offensive linemen, is the 10-yard split. That's a little better of a correlation of kind of that explosiveness off the line of scrimmage, running 10 yards, getting that kind of initial pop and speed. So look at what the 10-yard splits are if they share them. Once again, the 40 times and the splits and all that, all of those are just hand timed by the teams. Teams kind of have their own database, their own timers. They kind of try to keep that consistent. So we don't get an official 10-yard split time per se, but we'll get some unofficial ones, or based on the 40 and kind of historically, we can at least get some type of projections for that 10-yard split. And that can be probably more important than if a guy runs under, 5 seconds in terms of the 40 is part of the issue. But all these guys are really good athletes. Tomorrow Jordan Davis from Georgia is going to work out the whole time, which I was excited about. I thought maybe he wouldn't. We found out some defensive guys that won't be working out as well, but that's ultimately what's going on. So hopefully people are checking out the site, draftcountdown.com, and getting in there. Definitely let us know in the chat if you are here, if you're around. It might just be me. You can always catch these later if you want to put something on in the background and see what's going down. Let's see what happens. All right. I obviously have my predictions for these 40 times as well. I feel like it's not going to go. Not that yesterday went that well for me in terms of predicting, but I think these ones are going to be kind of rough as well. The running back's just tough. But it looks like we're going to start with the offensive line here. So I think the line's all grouped together. So we'll see. Blaze Andrews from Minnesota kick us off here with the A's. So once again, you want to kind of look at the get off here, for these big offensive linemen. 5.17 is pretty good. See, they have the 10-yard split at 179, which is solid. Solid enough. They can bring up some of the better offensive line 10-yard splits and kind of okay, what's a great 10-yard split for these offensive linemen. I think that becomes a little bit more important, like I said. But 179, solid for a guy at Anderson's size. Logan Bruss from Wisconsin, at 309. .182 split. Usually going to have the offensive tackles, be a little bit quicker. Usually offensive tackle center is a little bit faster. I do like that we're getting some unofficial splits as they go. But last year, Spencer Brown was the most athletic offensive tackle. His 10-yard split was a 169. Let's see, Taylor Lewan is another 10. Rascore, I'll pull up his 10-yard split was a 171. So if you get into the low 17s, high 16s, that's elite. I think anywhere in the 17s is pretty solid. And if you're a guard, it's not quite as important as if you're a tackle. Spencer Burford, 5.24, the 183 split. So, like I said, I think depending on weight, ideally you want to get a 10-yard split in the 17s or low 18s is pretty solid. So, I'll figure this out here. Tyler Carter, 180, 10-yard split. He's a little bit lighter, so I was hoping he would come in pretty quick. But another guard from Southern, I thought had an underrated Senior Bowl week. Has some pretty good tape. This is a guy I'm excited about, Charles Cross from Mississippi State. He's a super light on his feet. I want to see if that athleticism translates to these workouts or not ultimately. So let's see what this split is. 173 is pretty good. That's really good. And the 493 is really, really good for an offensive lineman. You see that athletic ability translate. 173 means he gets off the line really quick, and he's athletic enough to get that pop, to get the first 10 yards. How do you kind of start off the line is how you the 10-yard split. Whereas you see a lot of the receivers kind of sometimes do better in the last 20 yards when they pick up speed, right? Offensive lineman, you kind of want the opposite of that. So I'm gonna tweet this out too. But that's killer time for Charles Cross. And I think that if he does that across the different drills today, he's one of the best athletic offensive linemen. I think top 10, maybe even top 5. Maybe top 5 pushing it. Maybe top 5 is a possibility. It's Myron Cunningham from Arkansas. Player I really liked on film. I think he's a good football player, not an athlete. 5.34 with a 188 10-yard split. So that's when you get to the high 1.8s. Now you're talking about a player that may struggle, especially offensive tackles and pass protection, snapping off the line and moving their feet quickly off the line. So that's why you're kind of looking for this. Now, Dawson Deaton, one of the few centers that we have. You'll see the center class usually a little more athletic. So 175 is actually really good for that 5.13. So it's a fine 40 time, whatever, it's the center. But in terms of correlating that 10-yard split to that 40 time, that's actually a pretty quick 10-yard split to the 40 time. So that's good. Austin Deculus from LSU, 176. That's solid too. So it's what, like the 1.8s starting to push it a little bit. Low 1.7s like Cross was really good. Mid 1.7s is appropriate and good at that weight. Pull up the tackles here. Yeah, I mean, Deculus is a little bit lighter, so that's pretty good. Kellendish 170, very very good split, very athletic. I think he is. I don't know what he came in today, but under 300 pounds. We had him in the database at 299. So that's usually when I'm looking at these high 290 guys. That athleticism translates, and that's what Kellen Deesh does really, really well. He is very athletic, makes some different errors. Now, William Dunkel's a big dude, so I did not expect a great time from him. I mean, like a 5.46 that's like good for a normal human being. Like that'd be a really good time. This guy is 330 pounds, running a 185. His game is run blocking. He's the top PFF run blocker. Here's the headliner here in Ike Ekwonu from NC State. If he looks good today, probably going to put him number 1 overall in my mock on Monday. So there we go. Pretty good form. 176 is pretty good at his size. 497. That's really good. You're talking about a guy that's 320. That is a really good time for him. So there's the classic musical shot of Ike Ekwonu. Near and dear to my heart as a theater guy. Icky gets that. I mean, it's one of those situations where like Ekwonu is going to be a good tackle, but man, I'd love to see him as his own guard too. Would be awesome. It'll be easy for TCU. One of my personal favorites. 179's decent 10-yard split for him. High 1.7's just fine at his size. Really long arms. I thought he played much better consistently this year than he got credit for, and still gets credit for. I think he's a draftable prospect who's going to outperform that draft position. So, look, I think that the elite guys did really well here when you have Ekwonu getting under 5.0 and then, hitting that mid 1.7 split. That's really solid. Charles Cross, just phenomenal 1.73 10-yard split. We might see 3 offensive tackles go in the top 5 picks. I think it's within range. I think Evan Neal, we don't need to see him to get that. And then I think if you look at Ike Ekwonu's probably, he's going to kill these workouts. He might be the number 1 overall. And I think Charles Cross should be right there. Now, I think he'll be more of a zone blocker. I think he has that kind of footwork. You see it when he runs that 4.93 unofficial. That's a little bit of maybe scheme fit issue. But now when you start looking at the Giants, the Jets, the Panthers, the teams kind of in that top 7, Jets run an inside zone scheme. The Panthers have a little combo scheme he would fit well in. We'll see what the Giants end up doing this year, but I think it's going to be a little more zone. So he's just such a good fit for those teams. So, yeah, I mean, Ike Ekwonu got the elite composite speed grade there from Kent Lee Platt in the RAS card. 4.97, 1.76, 10-yard split in the 2.89 projection for the 20-yard. All excellent at his size. He's not super tall, but it's 310 pounds he came in at today, so very fair for him. I think it's going to be interesting to match up some of these you match up some of these offensive tackles maybe that weren't at the Senior Bowl that have some athleticism, like Kellen Diesch, and see where they kind of fall into the mix. I think so many teams need offensive linemen, need offensive tackles, or guys they can kick in the interior, versatile players. So that's the case. But different teams are going to value different things in offensive linemen. It's why, I think there are a lot of positions where this happens, right, in the NFL draft. But you have offensive linemen often, maybe guys get picked. How could they have picked this player over this player? Or, some of these offensive linemen aren't going to be on the boards of teams based on their blocking scheme. It's why in a coaching transition or offensive transition, it can be tough because you might have to remake that O-line, even if you have a pretty good offensive line. Unless you have like these elite players that can play in almost any scheme, that could be difficult. I think we have guys like Evan Neal, like Ike Ekwonu that can play in any scheme. And then you have a player like Charles Cross who's probably elite in a zone scheme where, zone blocking, you're basically staying within your box, but you're going to have to match up with anyone that comes in there. So you want some of a little more athletic ability, a little more pop off the line, who can do that. And I think that's in the Mike Leach offense. That's what Charles Cross did. Joshua Zudu from North Carolina, NC there, 184, 10-yard split. I think I'm a little lower on him probably than consensus. Maybe Luke Fortner from Kentucky, 181 split is decent. A little bit weird technique on his part. He was the only pure center at the Senior Bowl. Probably an early day 3 guy. Kenyon Green, my top guard, 181 split and 529. That's pretty solid for him. And I think Green is a player who is a little more ideal in a gap power, but it's not bad. It's not great. Marquise Hayes, 183, 10-yard split. Solid. You'll see the guards be a little slower, and generally the centers be faster. Chasen Heinz moving here, 173. So like there's he ran a 5.21, but had a really, really good 10-yard split in the 173. That's great. That's ideal. Ed Ingram, 174, really good for him. These LSU guys, 5. I mean, Ed Ingram's not a player that I think you watch and you say, oh, there's an athletic kind of monster. They didn't use him as a pulling guard or anything like that, but he can do it. Zion Johnson, potentially the top guard off the board, 180, 525. That's not bad either. I think we start getting these bigger offensive guards like Kenyon Green, like Zion Johnson. Low 1.8s is fine. I think Johnson probably has a little more athleticism. So once again, scheme-wise, I think it's going to really depend. Here's Braxton Jones, Southern Utah, going to run here. 177, solid time. So if you get in the 1.7s as an offensive tackle, pretty good. If you get in the low 1.8s, I think as a guard, you're in good shape. Center, and all these really depend on the weight. But 5.0, like that's going to look good on the paper there for Braxton Jones. And that's why I think he's probably a day 3 pick at this point after a rough Senior Bowl week, but he has that requisite athletic ability and size to be a developmental offensive tackle prospect. Cam Jurgens, who I've been moving up my center rankings, and part of that is, he's a really good run blocker who is athletic as well. 171, 10-yard split, excellent with a 4.91, 40 overall. That's really good. I think if you're looking for, I moved him up to number 2. Now he's lighter, another kind of zone, like Linderbaum, a zone blocking center ultimately. But, that's what this class mostly is, at least guys that could go in the second day. How's it going, Brian?
I am here. I have arrived. I got into the office just in time to see Ekwonu blaze one by there. And,
there you go.
So started off the feed right, I guess.
Yeah, Darren Kennard, 182, 10-yard split, 5.35, 40.
Try to pause my
sorry
feed for a few seconds. No. I'm
you're
ahead of you,
can,
so I just want to.
If you're ahead, you can.
I like to get us in sync there, Shane.
That's fine. But Kennard was also going to be a guy that was going to be blazing here, right? He's another kind of power guy who
I didn't hear you talk about Zion Johnson. I saw it on the television. That didn't seem overwhelmingly good.
No, but I think typically with guards, you're not going to get overwhelming results in the 10-yard or the 40, like low 1.8s for most guards that are over 305, 310 is good. So like Alec Lindstrom's 296, right? So 175's solid for him. And centers, I think it's a little bit different. They're usually a little bit lighter. But I thought Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, nothing spectacular, but
and I'm guessing Linderbaum's not doing anything.
No, he's not doing anything today. So just showing us those short arms.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a little disappointing if we're going to be honest. And I saw your tweets earlier where you think his floor is 31 at Cincinnati, and I would not say that based off his history. The only offensive lineman the Bengals have drafted in the last 20 years, sub 32-inch arms, was Eric Steinbach. That goes back a ways.
True.
That's generally one of their check marks. Now that looks smooth from Lucas there.
Yeah, I mean that's where he's gonna excel, is that that kind of get off pop. That's what he does really well.
To finish on what I was saying about Linderbaum and they would have to break a long trend that they have for them to select Linderbaum. And I'm still not convinced he's going to be on the board at 31 anyway.
Yeah.
But if he were to be, I would be okay with them breaking the mold, so to speak, because I think he's going to be really athletic once he tested his pro day.
Oh yeah, he's going to be, and that's really the correlation, right? Guys with the shorter arms have to be kind of super athletic, and he is. So I think we know that he is as well.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up while we're in commercial here a tweet from Josh Norris a couple of days ago. Said the number that is going to matter for these offensive linemen is the short shuttle. So this is the number that makes or breaks these players. If they run it. If they run it.
I mean, we're getting a lot today that the receivers didn't run it because
it's so late.
They had to wait. They had to wait, some of them 90 minutes between the 40 and the shuttle.
And the way this goes back, and you can almost, the demarcation is from the 2020 combine when they moved it into prime time, that the number of players that run the shuttles has gone down significantly because of that.
Yeah.
The wait around and how late it is in the day that they end up having to do it, and players just don't want to do it. But what I saw last year was there was a criminal number of players didn't even do it at their pro day. So that's data we didn't get on a lot of players last year, even from the pro day circuit.
Right.
So,
which is fair. So it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, I think the 10-yard split is nice to have, especially for some of these tackles where they have to get off the snap pretty quickly against some of these speed rushers.
The tackles as well. Broad jump's another one that you want to look at and see how explosive they are in the legs.
We should hopefully get those. Would be nice. We'll hopefully get the vert and the broad. Heck, we didn't even have a ton of these guys lift today. So the bench was sparser than usual, I felt, for the offensive linemen. Usually they'll do that.
I saw Zion did have a good number there.
Really good number. Really good number. I think I put all those up. I haven't done any of the weights or anything yet. I'll wait till the heights are out, but officially. Yeah, Cam Jurgens came in at 303 and had that 171 10-yard split, 4.9 140. That's going to be pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, 9.34 on the RAS there from him so far.
There you go. So, pretty good. Who we missing here that is probably going? Maybe
He also had 25 bench press reps, Jenkins.
Yeah, like I said, I moved him up to my number 2 center. I don't think he gets into day 2, but
yeah, I
the
think
303 is a
nice
way.
I think Linderbaum is the only center safely in that area for sure. That man is just chugging.
Yeah, is that the second attempt? Wow, okay, so we're already back around.
Yeah,
that didn't feel like a ton compared to the number of guys. So a lot of them must not be running. I mean, we didn't Daniel Falele, Luke Goedeke not running.
I assume Goedeke's still hurt from the Senior Bowl.
Assume. And I mean, now we're not going to get 10-yard splits for these second runs, so they're just not even gonna give us this. Oh, there you go. They're popping up there. 1-7. That's actually pretty good for Tyre Carter. It's better than the first time. Charles Cross, man. I mean, I thought this was a killer.
Yeah,
his first run was great.
5 flat on the second go.
How high do you think he can go?
174 is 10 split.
Yeah, that's really good.
Here's a guy, Myron Cunningham. I think we were both higher on when the process started. We're kind of down on him a little bit now. That's not a good number there. 193.
Yeah, he's just not super athletic. You know, I think he's a better player on the field than his athleticism, but it's going to require. I think it'll be a good backup in a gap power. You know.
But to get back to answer your question on Charles Cross, I think top 5 is his ceiling. I don't think he's going to be the first pick. I don't think I think that's either going to be Neal or Aquanu at this point.
Yeah.
Outside shot at Hutchinson. I think Hutchinson is going to go 2 or 3. If he doesn't go 1.
I feel like those top 4 is going to be the top 4, right?
Yeah.
The 2 offensive tackles, the 2 edge guys.
That feels right. I mean, you see a lot of people thinking with Thibodeau slipping out, but I'm not there yet.
Maybe, I guess that's a possibility. Maybe Kyle Hamilton sneaks in there, but if Thibodeau falls out of the 4, then he's fallen a little bit, right? So,
yeah.
Yeah, so I almost feel like 5, 6. I mean, I don't know, top 10, right?
I've had Cross going 5 to the Giants here for a little while. I feel like that's a good spot there. Fits a need for them, and I mean, he's just Kellen. What's the pronunciation on that last name?
Deesh.
That feels right.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. Though, who's the?
He's a tackle, right? We're listening. 170.
He is a tackle. Yeah,
10 split. That's good. That's good numbers for him. That helped him a lot.
He's a little lighter in the pants.
Yeah,
but
he's one of those guys. Early day 3, teams that might have missed out on some of their targets. Here we got Aquanu back up here again.
He does not need to.
He didn't need to, but
I don't know, one of those. Yeah, but
he doesn't seem like he's afraid though to do anything. He said he was going to do the full gamut, right?
Do it all, yeah. So, like I said, I mean that 4.97 with a good.
Yeah, he got a bad start there. He's going to start this and over. Yeah, he's going to be at least 5 flat. Watch.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Remember what I said last night? When they have to redo it, it's never better.
I hope he runs a 4.95 somehow.
Let's quit trying to blow up my theories here, Shane.
That's true. That's true. I think you deserve a win. I think you're gonna get it on this one. It'll be good.
But no, if he goes 4.95 here or whatever, it's not going to hurt my feelings because that makes that bet I made on him being the number 1 overall pick.
No, it's true.
Even more solid.
Does not hurt. Does not hurt that one. see. Boom. There you go. 5-0. Right. You were right on.
I know some things, not much, but I know some. Yeah, 178 on the 10 split there.
We'll just compliment Jason Peters, who's 26 pounds heavier. It's like I don't think that's the comp by the numbers.
No. These are never really good comps, are they?
No, I'll be coming out with my comps for at least everyone at the combine, based mostly on size, numbers, and play style as prospects.
Obina Easy just ran that like a man who never wants to do this ever again.
And he never will. That's probably the last 40 he's ever going to run in his life. So I guess he'll probably run at the pro day, right? But
he may not want to.
Just let's be real.
It's not going to get much better, I don't think.
That 10-yard split a little bit, and you're in good shape.
Now, we're projecting Azudu here as a guard. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think we're projecting him as a guard. I don't know. It feels like he's going to be one of those players that goes earlier than I have him. Just seems like they like him a little bit more.
He's a guy that I'm probably still got to do a little more work on. I've currently got him at guard 13 right now. I feel like that's low. I feel like I should have him. I don't know. There's some guys maybe Josh Sills of Oklahoma State maybe comes down a little bit, but
yeah. I have him at guard 16 and I feel good. I don't want to bump him above anyone there. I have Sills down for 2 spots lower, but I don't know. People seem to like him. Maybe it's just
I like Zavayon Furcron from Southern Illinois until I saw his weigh-in numbers from the I think it was the CGS that he was 5'11", so I'm like, nope.
Oh, there you go.
You got to go.
Yeah, that's getting rough there.
No, you're not many 5'11" offensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah, that's
I'm guessing that doesn't exist.
Look, maybe he can be the first. Maybe he'll make it. I don't know how you're going to block anybody, but
no, I don't think. I think he's not.
Be rough.
There. Oh, we're gonna simulcam here. What do we got?
Got Aquanu, Ronnie Stanley, and Charles Cross. There you go. Yeah, you see. So I think the interesting thing with this is you see Cross have that really nice beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Aquanu kind of catches up to him later. It makes it close there. So I guess you can take what you want. I'd rather have the better 10-yard split ultimately for the offensive lineman, but both of those times are elite.
I didn't catch Ed Ingram. How did he?
Really good.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his 10-yard split was in the 1.7s, and he ran low 5. It was better than I expected, at least. I don't know what he weighed in at today, but that's really good to me. I thought he might be a little bit slower because at LSU they really didn't use Ed Ingram as pulling guard or in some of those kind of unique ways even though he's such a good run blocker.
He weighed in at the Senior Bowl at 317. I can't see him being much more off than that.
Yeah, I can try to pull it up. But yeah, it's got to be pretty close to that. So
I was wanting to look up what Dylan Parham's weigh-in at the Senior Bowl was, and I noticed that there's actually 2 Dylan Parhams in this draft class, and I got confused for a second. The other is a tight end from NC State who has no chance of being drafted, where Dylan Parham from Memphis the center guard prospect, probably going to be a center in the NFL, could be drafted on day 2.
Yeah,
with good workouts here today, I think you could see that if he indeed works out. But 6'2", 313 for Parham was listed at 285 at Memphis, so weighed and heavy at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, beefing up a little bit.
Yeah, good, decent arm length.
Boom.
We'll probably, I guess we'll see him in the second group.
Yeah, it seems that way. I would imagine that first group was pretty light, in terms of pure numbers there. Yeah, let me see where. Yeah, I mean, I think Parham probably should be a guard, I guess, but we'll see. Teams might be needy at center at some point. Let me see if I can pull up Ed Ingram here if my computer will.
But yeah, from everything I'm hearing, though, I feel like a lot of teams like Parham as a center, but the versatility that you get with him, he was a tackle in Memphis as well. So
right,
he obviously doesn't have the size to hold up there at 6'2" on a daily basis. But if you need him in a pinch, like Kansas City's had to call upon some of their guys to move out at times.
Yeah, he's down to 307 here at the combine. So.
Okay. So he dropped 6 pounds.
Ran a 506.
Oh, that was Ed Ingram. Sorry.
Ed Ingram, yeah, sorry. That was Ed Ingram. Yeah, we'll see. See how Parham does. I mean, I guess we'll probably go to the drills for this first group.
Yeah, they may finish up the 40s here. Yeah.
Yeah, well, probably recap in the 40s. Kenyon Green, he's not gonna be a blazer here.
No, absolutely not. He's heavy on the top end. If you want, if you're not watching the NFL Network feed, he's a little. I don't want to call him sloppy, but he's not Evan Neal put together.
No, that's fine at guard. Like, I want that upper body that you can't move. But 180 for a 10-yard split's pretty good at his size. Chasen Heinz, another guy that can, who had a really good 10-yard split in that first run. 176.
He was a late call up to the Senior Bowl. Did okay.
Yeah.
The couple of days I saw him there. Here's Ed Ingram again. 509 first run. 506 second run.
Yeah, 173 10-year split. So that's really good for him. And the same thing. Zion Johnson's not going to be, a blazer.
No, I'd like to see that split come down a little bit.
But
it was exactly the same.
180. Yeah, 180. They might just be popping up the first one at this point.
Just going with the best.
Yeah, they're just go. Yeah, they may not even. It's gonna be a tough thing to measure. Those 10 yards come quick,
for sure.
Juergens is moving. Yeah, Zion Johnson came in at 312 pounds.
312, you said for Zion.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what that's. Senior Bowl.
See what he
was 314. So he had a light meal today.
Yep.
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, pretty much. Stayed pretty consistent. Yeah, if anyone's watching, wants to pop any questions in the chat, feel free.
Absolutely.
As well. We can hit them, especially during those commercials. It's always good.
Well, there's no QBs out here this time. No wide receivers.
Yeah. Well, I was saying before you came on, I like the drills today a lot with the O-line. Get to see those feet moving, and I think the running backs too. You can see blocking and pass catching, that kind of thing. So,
yeah, these combine drills are what made me fall in love with James Daniels a few years ago. And, he's a free agent this year. And if there's any Bengals fans listening, I will. That is the guy I'm beating the drum for them to sign in free agency. Just because he should have been the guy they picked when they drafted Billy Price.
Seems Bengals seem to do that a lot with this offensive line. Maybe they should take Tyler Linderbaum if he falls 31, you know?
Their evaluation of offensive linemen in the draft has not been great lately. And obviously that is that's their problem, right? I mean, that's why they're in the situation that they're in. About to have to spend a crap ton of money on free agent offensive linemen because you can't draft right.
Yeah, fair. That's one way to fix it. If you can't get them in the draft.
I mean, they drafted Abuehi and Jake Fisher, and then they spent draft capital trading to get the guy from Buffalo, Cordy Glenn, and Billy Price, and you're doing all that, and those guys didn't work out either. So you're still you've thrown bad money to try to replace bad draft picks. Now you have to throw good money, what you hope to be good money, and you're going to have to spend some. Spend some draft capital on that as well.
Yeah. Jackson Carmine exactly had some better options there. Perhaps could have filled some holes and saved you that cash.
Creed Humphrey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like a lot of times it's scheme oriented, and you're drafting for your scheme, and so some of these players, even if they're good, you're just not going to have them on your board, and that happens, I think, with offensive linemen as much as any other position.
Yeah. I like to think that Frank Pollock can do a better job at developing their offensive line. I don't want to write that off after 1 year. But Jim Turner was obviously a colossal setback to whatever they were doing for the 2 years prior.
Right. So.
But I think that I have a gut feeling that, Jackson Carman's probably, because I don't think they're going to bring back Quentin Spain. It would not surprise me if Jackson Carman gets a shot at left guard, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, because he obviously was bad. Don't get me wrong. But I think when you played your entire career in college, probably high school, on the left side, and then he had to move to the right side to play guard this past year, I think that's an adjustment, right? That, a lot of players can't make easily. It's not Madden. You can't just shift guys around and think they're going to play where they're supposed to. So I think maybe going back to the left side, if that's the case, helps him a little bit. If they do that. I think they still like Deontay Smith, the tackle from East Carolina, as well. I think they want to see, give him another shot too. So, but we'll see. I guess that all really depends on, if they can get the free agent guys that they want. And while we're in commercial here, we did get a question in the chat. With the lack of picks in the NFC West towards the top of the draft, which of these four teams focus on offensive line more?
It's a fair question. I think we could see. Arizona make a focus of that. I think that is an area where they could strengthen. Obviously, they have some secondary issues too, but I think we could see them address the offensive line. Obviously, like Seattle's another team. I know they don't have a first-round pick that probably should invest a little more, but I don't think they necessarily like to invest higher picks into the line. The Rams have a big hole at offensive tackle now, so I think all of them are going to be concerning. 49ers, probably need a pick or two, but ultimately I'm going to go Cardinals the most.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for the Rams to really address that when they don't have a pick until the fourth round.
Right. But, you could take a developmental tackle and try to get something. That's good. It's good, McRich, 49er fan. Yeah, keep those offensive lines bad in your division. The 49ers will keep doing well. So this drill here, you see them laying on their back. I remember the first time I saw this, I was like, what in the world is happening, right? but you're really looking to see how they can react and kind of mirror, and how quickly they can do it. So when you have them laying down there and they kind of have to get up, it's a little disorienting. It's a little hard to focus. That's what you kind of want to see. And then you see the the coach or whoever's running the drill kind of pointing where they need to move and kind of changing it up. So you want to see that change of direction. You want to see the mirroring ability. You want to see kind of the reaction speed and time.
You see a lot of times in these drills, and we'll point it out when we see it, these guys start to guess. They start trying to guess where the coach is going to try to make up the speed, and it ends up making them look worse.
Yeah, I mean, look like crosses feet, especially horizontally. That is really solid, really light on his feet. He doesn't look like he's
he looks like a guy who pass blocked 95% of the snaps in college.
Yeah, absolutely. Whereas like Cunningham's kind of the opposite. Like he definitely has the slow kind of entrenched feet. He's kind of skipping along there. Root a little more in.
When we get to commercial, we'll come back to Charles Cross because I want to talk about that. Elaborate on what I've just said a little bit.
Yeah, Dawson Deaton did a pretty good job. One of the tough parts I think as an offensive lineman too is when you're going backwards or forwards in this drill. But that can be a helpful tool to really look at, and some Dawson Deaton did well there. Some Decula, that's if they practice like technique of getting up.
You have to think they're working out on this, right? Because these drills never change. So you have to think at their training facilities, they're running through this at least once a week, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to run through it. I don't know if you're going to really, put much time into getting off the turf there, but I mean, Kellen Deesh, really impressive footwork going backwards and forwards. He's not his lower body's not really doesn't quite have the anchor that you want there, but William Dunkel, like I said,
he did not run, I assume.
He did.
Okay. I'm assuming I'm just going to stereotype his body here and say he didn't run fast.
No. Well, look, he's 330 pounds, and he was PFF's top run blocker in college football this past year. That's what he does.
If you play at San Diego State and you can't run block, you're not playing at San Diego State.
Wow, man.
It's
just wild. Just wild. You can see the kind of soft, choppy steps that keep him moving, right? He doesn't take a long time to make those steps. And so you're not going to throw him off. He doesn't get off balance. Whereas you can see Easy kind of getting off balance when he's making those transitions. Like you said, okay, if you kind of start guessing and you don't get it right, you're going to.
I'm almost embarrassed that we had Aquanu as a guard for most of the season.
He would be an excellent guard. I mean, put him in as a zone guard, he would be excellent. So
that's not maximizing value, though.
It is not, but he would be. So it's like we're getting some jumps.
Do you like to see the guys, like some of them, like I've seen here, they kind of fade a little bit, and I almost want them to be similar to the gauntlet drill the receivers run. I want to see them kind of keep that line tight when I'm watching this drill.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's ideal. But more important to kind of keep that balance. I think at the beginning of the drill, when you kind of get up, the first kind of run through, good to be kind of straight on. But Kenny Green lost his balance there a little bit, but he made up well. Cole Strange, 10-foot broad jump.
That sounds
killing that. That is really good. It's really good for a guy that big.
He's not getting out of day two, I don't think, anymore.
No, yeah, I don't think so.
If you told me the Bengals didn't go with an offensive lineman in round one and they end up going corner or edge, which is very possible and also needs, or even an interior defensive line, a 3-tech or whatever, and they drafted Cole Strange at 63, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah.
because I think he can play center. He showed it decently enough at the Senior Bowl. I mean, it's still a position he has to adjust to, obviously.
Yeah,
Same with Zion Johnson, for that matter.
Yeah, neither of them are playing center. All right, like neither of them are playing center, no matter what the Senior Bowl.
I think they could.
Great. I think Ike Ekwonu could play defensive tackle, but I'm not putting him there. You know.
This looks good from Zion here. Very smooth.
Yeah,
light. He looks light on his feet a little bit. A little choppy there at the end. Got a little confused, but no, that was quick stuff there. Braxton Jones, did he run a 40?
He did. He ran really well. He had a really good split, low fives.
Mocked him to the Saints in my Saints mock draft, round 3, pick 100.
Yeah,
higher than I have him rated, but the Saints have had done a great job. I'll pause that while Juergens.
Yeah, Juergens falling down here.
That's not good.
Not great for him.
He looks quick. He looks quick. He's struggling with his feet.
He almost just the balance.
He almost bit it twice on that. But going back to Braxton Jones there, he feels like a guy the Saints have had success with in those mid rounds. With Teron Armstead, Jari Evans, they've had success with guys, smaller school guys.
Day 2 feels high.
It does feel high. I agree.
I feel like round 5, 4, 5, 6, probably a little more likely, but athletically, he
struggled at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, it was not a good week for him at all. Yeah, you can see I really like Alec Lindstrom, but you know that he's not an athlete. Whereas when you have a Cam Juergens and Tyler Linderbaum, those kind of guys have a little more of that athleticism.
I don't recall what kind of testing his brother had a few years ago, and he ended up being 14th overall pick.
Yeah,
he's Alex obviously not going near that high. He'll be lucky if he's the 114th overall pick.
Right
at this point. I don't know much about Vidarian Lowe here. Guy I've got to do a little more work on.
Yeah, he's a solid player, but kind of a day 3, I think, reserve. I wouldn't mind him even kicking inside to guard for Vidarian Lowe from Illinois.
Abraham Lucas is going to be a fine player as long as Majay Sanders is not lining up across from him.
It was rough for him. I mean, I think I've kind of bumped him down to that early day 3 range.
They're showing Elgin Jenkins run this wave drill, and that guy, man, his wingspan was the first thing I noticed from him, and I'm like, that guy right there is going to be a mean player, and he has been great for Green Bay.
Very good, very good, and yeah, so that especially like for those interior linemen, that's a fun, that's fun.
I thought his best position was center coming out, but he's been, which he has played some. When needed.
Yeah.
But he's been all pro level guard.
Great guard. Absolutely.
Look at that. Ekwonu, man.
Yeah, just for as big as he is, he looks pretty lean, moves really well. So that's pretty darn good.
Are we moving Darian Kennard inside? Are we there yet?
I think that's probably a little better for him, right? I just don't know if he can provide the pass protection that you want.
Okay, what do we got going on here, Shane?
Yeah, so here you're kind of looking at that change direction kind of cutting ability. Right, they're just gonna take a direct line out, run toward the coach, and then change direction. So you just want to basically see if they can make that quick movement. Look at Charles Cross. He just kind of swings around that cone, and boom, takes that shot and changes horizontally as needed. And it's like Myron Cunningham, not bad there. Something he did, run blocking a decent amount too. I think it's pretty good. I should be pretty impressed with Dawson Deaton, Texas Tech center, so far in those first 2 drills and in the 40. Yeah, but you kind of want to see a smooth transition around that cone. Can they, weeding through traffic, especially when you start talking about guys getting to the second level or pulling or maybe offensive tackles, You'll see sometimes he'll have them cut outside or sometimes cut inside, so they don't know which way they're going to go. And that's all offensive line. You want to see how that mirroring kind of looks like. Can you read what's happening in front of you? Because that's a lot of what that offensive line play is going to be, is reading what's happening in front of you, kind of going from there. Luke Fortner, probably not quite his strength. So we have a 33 and a half inch vertical for Sean Ryan, the offensive lineman from UCLA, tackle guard. I mean, that's a lot of explosion right there. Yes, you see Marquise Hayes kind of stumble a little bit, doesn't quite hit that top speed. Looks a little sluggish going horizontally. I think Ed Ingram really well conditioned. He moves really well. Here's Zion, just super smooth getting around that cone. Kicks inside well. See Braxton Jones. I think Braxton Jones, man, really looks the part. Looks at like everything that you want in an offensive tackle. And this should be much better for Cam Jurgens in the last drill. Still that footwork for him, the center from Nebraska, could be a little bit of an issue. Boom. Darian Kennard. Yeah, I mean, I think guard might be a little better suited for that. Alec Lindstrom, Boston College, falling down a little bit there, but he makes up well. And hopefully when they kind of change this direction, can they pick up steam, get a little explosive, get that second wind a little bit. Abraham Lucas, another good athletic pass blocker who just hasn't really put it all together. I think he could be an intriguing early day 3 pick, perhaps. Even if he goes late day 2, I wouldn't, I wouldn't be opposed. Tweet out here where so I would say that's good. Oftentimes in a game with the offensive line, when you have 5 guys, you're trying to watch and see what each of these players do, what their assignments are. It can kind of differ, right? It can be tough sometimes to evaluate how they are. This is nice to get these drills to see that footwork, kind of straight up and see them move. Like Ike Iguanu in that drill, just staying balanced on his feet is pretty important. Spencer Burford. I like Spencer Burford. Just Tyler Carter, another small school, good pass blocking guard. Yeah, now they're kind of doing this the other direction here. So going to your left instead of your right, ultimately. Dawson Deaton was from LSU. His hair is flowing, man. He's I thought he had a good season too. And the Kennedy, like, my fear with him is just, can he anchor down? He gets pushed around a lot. has good contact balance, has good, he can move well. The offensive tackle from Arizona State, Billy Dunkelman, he's going to be a heck of a pass blocker. Ike Ekwonu already done. I mean, Ike Ekwonu, I think you see him and you watch him, you can see a number one overall type of talent. Maybe not in a typical draft, but I think he would be one of those players to be a top 10 offensive tackle pick. And in this class, without that elite prospect, I don't hate it. And I think with Evan Neal not working out, that's pretty big. Cam Jurgens moving. So we'll, hit commercial here. Yeah, Sean Ryan looks like he's going to be really good in terms of those workouts after that vert. We'll see how that ends up going ultimately. But yeah, I'm interested to see the order here because we have the second group, like I said, doing some of the agility drills now. And this first group's doing the drills on the field. I do want to see, I always like at the combine seeing the underclassmen a bit because I think, we have the Senior Bowl. You get to watch those players, talk about them all week. But when you have a guy like Sean Ryan from UCLA who could play tackle, could play guard, you're going to get to maybe get a better sense of his explosion, especially playing in a Chip Kelly offensive scheme. It can be tough to evaluate those offensive linemen. He's a really good run blocker, had the requisite athleticism, inconsistent. They moved him around the line. It was a very kind of strange scheme. I actually really like him day two as a kind of a sleeper player who could be almost an instant starter. I think the numbers are going to back that up. When you look at offensive tackles, offensive guards, athleticism matters. It matters a ton. If a guy just doesn't have the athletic ability for his size, that's problematic. And usually these more athletic defensive linemen, edge rushers, they're going to beat you. You just don't have the skill set, even if you're doing everything right. If you don't have the athletic ability in the NFL, it's not going to work. So that's why a lot of the short shuttle, the 3-cone, the vertical leap, those are important here for the offensive lineman, and even the 10-yard split in the 40. I know, you're not running 40 yards, right? We always say that as an offensive lineman, when you got to run 40 yards, you're not going to. But you're going to get off that line, and you're going to be moving. You want to get explosive and hit that defensive player and run blocking quickly, and sometimes that can show that kind of get up and go if you want to engage in that 10-yard split. So all things to take into account to kind of get that full score. If anyone has questions, feel free to pop them over in the chat room. Happy to answer during this commercial break here as we break it down. But yeah, some of those other guards too. I want to see Cole Strange. I really want to watch him work out. And I guess a lot of these guards are more the Senior Bowl players. Let me look at the centers. Looks like we only have Luke Wattenberg from Washington left there. And then offensive tackle-wise in the second group, there's some good ones. We should get the Ohio State guys, if they're working out. Thayer Munford, Trevor Penning. A guy really to look for, too, Tyler Smith from Tulsa. He's getting some first-round buzz. I also want to small school guys I really like. Andrew Ruppich from Culver Stockton. Really strong, powerful player who moves pretty well. Just a guy to look out for. I think a second group of offensive line is going to be really fun, too. And Tyler Smith's teammate, Chris Paul, too, is not bad. So Bernhard Raymond might be one of the better 40-time offensive tackles from Central Michigan. So I think the second group offensive lineman got to be fun too. I mean, this first one we had Charles Cross and Ike Ekwonu, so it's pretty good. All right, back to these drills here. Let's see what they're doing. Kellen Deach from Arizona State, starting it off. See, they're kind of lining up. So this is a pulling drill, essentially, where you're going to see, they're going to line up two linemen, and one kind of cuts in and one pulls around. So you can see that pulling ability a little bit. Obviously, a little more important for guards, but now tackles are doing that a little bit more. AOR asks, and these linemen stand out to you body-wise physically. I think some of the bigger guards, I kind of look for a couple things physically, right? That lower body is important. It used to be kind of a meme here in Draft Countdown back in the day, but you want to have that kind of bubble butt to anchor you down. So someone like Kellen Deach, who's athletically really good, his lower body looks like a linebacker. Looks like some of the receivers yesterday. To me, that's not great. At the same time, you want that upper body. You want to be able to show a little bit of that strength. That doesn't mean that you have your chiseled necessarily. But you want to be able to have enough, like Kenyon Green's kind of blobbing out there a little bit. That's okay. As long as you have the prerequisite. I think someone like William Dunkel, you can see why he's not a pass blocker. His body type is definitely a little bit bigger, immovable object kind of thing more than anything. And I think some of the guys that are a little bit lighter, you can tell, the Cam Jurgens and the Kellen Deaches, I'm not sure if they can hold up to a power pass rush. I actually really like Zion Johnson. I think he looks the part. I mean, he has kind of everything I want in a guard and what a guard to look for. Really impressed with him. Obviously, the top two, Ekwonu and Charles Cross, they check the boxes in terms of body. I actually think Abraham Lucas looks a little bit light in his body a little bit too. So that's kind of what I noticed from this first group. I haven't seen the second group yet. Ultimately, I went through my list here. Kenyon Green looks a little weird. I thought Ed Ingram actually looked pretty good from LSU. I think he has enough of that upper body anchor with a lower body anchor. So interesting. But if there's anyone that specifically want to know about, let me know.
I'm back.
All right.
Had to do a little radio spot there in Charlotte. Shout out to those guys for having me on this.
Yeah, I mean, Green definitely looks a little odd. I think Brian commented that before. He's definitely top heavy, which isn't necessarily a bad thing for a power run guard. But maybe ideally you'd want a little more muscle there. Probably. But I think his lower body and what really makes him one of the top guards in this class is he anchors down well. His balance is really good. So he gets tough. It's tough to move him off his spot. So that maybe that body type isn't exactly what you want if you're trying to pull him all over the place. I think something like that could result in a Zion Johnson getting graded higher in certain schemes over him, perhaps. We had pulling drills. We had the short pull before. Now we're gonna get.
Looks like we're gonna get some bag hitting here.
Kick slide.
This feels new.
This one
have they done this before?
I think once you see them actually do it, you'll recognize.
Okay. Yeah, I always like the drill where they run the arc.
Yeah, it is nice.
Can learn a lot from that one.
Yeah, this is pretty much your kick slide drill.
Hit your man, help the guard, and then kick slide out.
Right, and then get out. So you're going to see the guys that are definite offensive tackles have more success with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even
I feel
Burford there.
I feel it odd that we're pulling up Burford, like they're throwing up numbers from 2020 for him. Like he played in 2021.
Yeah, well, take that one up with the NFL Network, I guess.
It's so weird.
Burford actually looked pretty good there.
This ought to look good here.
Yeah, there's Cross. He didn't quite do it right, but it's all right. Myron Cunningham. Yeah. So, you kind of want to see that they have them kind of stop and focus before they run out there. So that's good. You want to get kind of a clean punch on that bag. That's what they look for. Like, are you kind of cheating to get to the kick slide? Are you kind of reading where that bag's going to be? The guy kind of cuts inside, right? So he wants you to go a little bit past it and then get a clean hit and then kind of move. So you'll see some of them. Deaton almost took someone out there. You'll kind of sometimes see some of them not, especially the guards, not get horizontal, not kind of actually do a kick slide if they really haven't done that. But you see Icky's feet there is phenomenal.
Yeah, just great.
Yeah.
We were talking about weird bodies just now. William Dunkel would qualify as.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, he's the guy who can't move around, but he's not. This drill's not for him.
I still like Obina easy.
Yeah, well, you see those long arms in this drill. I mean, he was one of the furthest away from the bag when he hit it. He got that guy off of him. So that's pretty impressive. It's Kenny Green. Obviously, he didn't do the kick slide. So I can have him do it again. He won't be doing this too much in the NFL.
No, he's going to be see guy, hit guy.
Right.
He is struggling here, man, and this is not good. You've watched 17 guys go before you, and that's not good, man.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it probably hasn't been the best drill set for Green, but
in the end, I don't think it's going to matter on his final, like anything he does here today. I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, I mean, he ran it pretty well.
It's been really good.
I am interested to see what the agility drills for him are, if he does them. We'll see. I don't know if you heard while you were on the phone there, but Sean Ryan is killing it. I think he had 98th percentile.
I did not see that.
Vertical.
Yeah, Sean Ryan's a guy that I think is going to go higher than we have him, probably.
I have him day 2. I
mean,
I have him pretty. I like him a lot. Now I think
can he be that guy that we've been looking for to be that 5th offensive tackle in the first round?
I actually would probably say Tyler Smith has a higher likelihood, but Ryan could be. I think the problem with Ryan is you're going to have a lot of teams just want him as a guard, and that probably pushes him down. So, it's one of those things like, versatility is nice, but that Trevor Bernard Raymond with a 9.9 broad jump, 98th percentile.
We're not going to question his athleticism at all. I think he's going to be fast in the 42.
I could run the fastest 40 of anyone, any offensive lineman.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I'm not questioning. I mean, like I said, I love them tight end converts there, Shane, and he's one of those, but not the best. Official 40s come in for the offensive lineman. Aquanu 4.93, cross 4.95. Awesome.
That's really good for Aquanu. Can we get some official 10-yard splits?
Yeah, you ain't getting that. 10-yard split doesn't bring in the viewers, son.
We need it. I need it at some points, but we'll take the unofficial ones as good enough. But yeah, really, Really impressive. Yeah, Raymond's vertical jump was 30.5, all second best so far to Ryan. Ryan had 33.5.
Who was that?
Sean Ryan, 33.5, and then Bernard Raymond, 30.5.
Okay.
Top two so far on the vertical jump. So, yeah, two athletic guys. And see if I still have. I don't think I still have NFL.com up, but I want to see what Sean Ryan came in at too. But yeah, I mean, I think round 2 for Sean Ryan is possible.
Well, while I'm still thinking about it, and I just talked about him on Charlotte radio there, Charles Cross. I wanted to finish my thought on that. And I said he basically pass blocked 95% of his sets, which is true. And that's true for the last 2 seasons because that correlates with Mike Leach coming to Mississippi State, and Mike Leach, doesn't run the ball ever. So do you have reservations about him as a run blocker in the NFL?
Sure, I have reservations about him just because we didn't see him do it too much. But I don't think it's to a point where you're like, okay, we're not going to take this guy. Here's a player who clearly is athletic, clearly is strong enough to be, has the ability to do this. So, yeah, maybe you're a little, once again, you're not going to take him if you're, power running to his side all the time. If that's what you're going to do and you draft him, then you ruin your pick in his career. I think you're going to have teams take him that are going to be in more of an inside or outside zone scheme where he doesn't need to overpower and take pancake the other player, right? He just needs to keep them where he wants them. And that is something I think he can do. So, yeah, you got to have some concern when the percentage of run blocking he did was very low. But, like I always say, just because someone didn't do something doesn't mean they can't do it well.
Jonathan Taylor catching the football.
Yeah, all that stuff. So you don't want
to. New York Giants at 5 is where I feel like is where he's going to go. Good fit for Brian Daboll there. I guess he would play right tackle there. Would they move Andrew Thomas to the right side? And
he probably would have to play right tackle, which is fine. I think it's a decent fit. Like probably of those top spots, it's probably my least favorite. Though I think a lot of them would be right tackle, so that's also tough. But I think in Daboll's offense, probably what they're going to try to do in the Giants. Yeah, I think that's actually wouldn't be a bad spot for him. So I'm in.
All right, so are we doing this? We're doing a little different variation on this.
Yeah, we got kind of the 2 bags and go. So now you're going to the left side, pop 1, pop 2, kick slide out.
This feels like a guard drill.
Yeah, this is a little more guard oriented where you might have 2 assignments on a play. Kenny Green did get to do it again. Did okay on the last time there. So he maybe.
Do they do any drills replicating like a stunt?
Not necessarily. You mean in terms of like reading a defensive stunt? I don't think so. Not that I remember.
That seems to be a fundamental problem with some of these NFL interior linemen these days.
Yeah, I mean, reading that is probably not something that you can quite replicate here, but.
So the NFL Network just flashed up something on Aquanu that doesn't make me feel as bad for our decision as he was a finalist for the top interior offensive lineman in collegiate football this year. So. Despite not playing the position the entire season.
Yeah. They're just like, hey, he's good. We'll
So Thayer Munford, 22 inches on the vertical.
Yeah, that is not great.
Not great.
So I feel like that probably really instills him as a guard.
I think
if he doesn't have that athletic testing.
I may have actually moved him over there already on mine. I'm not sure if I did or not, but I feel like I'm there, and I also feel like he's a day 3 guard. now. Not because of that, but I've been kind
You're like,
I've been kind of
right there.
I've been kind of leaning that way for a little while now.
Yeah, fair enough. Jason Heinz, who, I do like Jason Heinz in the third round. I think he could outperform, his draft position there.
Our friend of the podcast, Billy Ricchetti, tweeted, the kid from Boston College stinks. He isn't worth a top 30 pick. I see what he did there.
There you go. He's trying.
He also writes for Bengals Wire.
Yeah, he just really wants Alec Lindstrom at 31, right?
That's all about right there.
Yeah, I mean, Zion Johnson, really good in that drill. That's obviously who we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's he's impressive. Like Braxton Jones is impressive to look at. I just, that Senior Bowl tape was rough on his end. So
Nick Petit Frere, 24.5 on the vertical.
So a little bit better. That's like normal. Like talking about these like 33s and 30s. Can't have that be the expectation, but
he's not working out in this group, but should have been. We were talking about that fifth offensive tackle in the first round, and you're with Tyler Smith from Tulsa, who we'll see in the second group. Daniel Falele, is he or is he a day two guy for you?
I mean, I think it's so hard to pick him and feel confident in where you're going to, right? Like,
yeah,
he's just so unique.
I'm with you. I'm gonna be honest. I was not super other than the size, which his size is just impressive. He's
right.
Definitely the first guy you want off the bus, so as they say. But I wasn't overly impressed with his technique at the Senior Bowl. Seeing him in the one-on-ones. He kind of, hell, he got trucked by Kyron Johnson, who's about 210 pounds. In one of those drills. So it's.
Like, people can have a bad drill, it's fine, but yeah, he's just, I think it's just where you want to play him. Ultimately, do you kick him inside to guard, or do you have a team like, like Baltimore that doesn't shy away from those kind of right tackles that he could play effectively? I think scheme's going to be interesting for him. I just couldn't pull a first round capital, as big and athletic as he is. It's such a tough fit that you really need to be confident in yourself as a coaching staff, I think, to take him that high and be like, this is a plug and play starter,
Saw Logan Bruss there. That's kind of not too good.
Yeah, I think Logan Bruss is a little bit underrated. Now, he's not an athlete, like he's not a change of direction player, but I think as a guard, early day 3, you could do a lot worse. It's another mirror drill. And you're just going sideline to sideline here, right? You're just going kind of horizontally. The first one, we had them go back and, vertically up and down the field.
You're talking about bodies. Charles Cross, that man's put together, sir.
Yeah. I mean, that's
the body of an offensive tackle. Ja'Tyre Carter, man, he looked good at the Senior Bowl as well.
He's super athletic. Like, I had trouble kind of evaluating him at the Senior Bowl. I felt like he started a little bit slow, but
he got better. He definitely got better as the week went on.
Okay.
The Senior Bowl game, he didn't fare so well, but no
offensive
lineman fared that well. I mean, we both love Ed Ingram. Ed Ingram, the game didn't go well for him either.
Yeah, no, the game didn't go well for any offensive lineman ultimately.
No,
so
not really.
But but you get a sense of footwork. Even some of these like run blockers, like Billy Dunkel, like when they can still kind of move their feet really well. The thing with Ekwonu is that you barely see his feet touch the ground, and he doesn't ever get caught off balance, right?
Yeah.
When you watch some of these bigger guards, that you can see the foot kind of kick out a little bit, even Obina easy here. The Ekwonu cross, always in control, always squared up, right? And that's what you need, or you're going to get knocked off balance really quickly.
We were talking earlier about Charles Cross and questioning, his run blocking. Not something you're going to question with Ike Ekwonu.
No. Your guy Zach Tom with a 33 vert, really good.
Love to hear it. That guy talks that he's best position in the NFL, maybe center. Is word around the campfire there.
Are we just putting guys at center because we don't have any centers?
I think that may be what's going on there. I mean, he's got tackle size. He's 6'0", 3'7", 297. Maybe he needs to put. I don't know what he weighed in at here. Have you got that information?
What's that? Oh, I did.
What did Zach Tom weigh in this morning?
I can. That's probably gonna take me a while, but
no, don't worry about it.
My computer is
not
quick enough to hit it, but soon enough.
But I mean, his arm weight 33 2/8 at the Shrine.
Yeah, I can get, but yeah, I mean,
is he talking about draft countdown, or I assume that's what he's talking. He says countdown. Shane, were you there? 0405?
I was. That's probably when I first got on the draft countdown. So if you were, if you stayed past that, then you probably remember me. Let me know what your username was and see if it rings a bell. I've had a couple guys actually on Facebook and things message me. So, some usernames I definitely remember from back in the day, but I think my first username was JBond93, and then I changed it just to my name when I started working for Scott. So maybe Pierce will remember that.
I was not to answer that question.
Right, you weren't on the forums. You weren't.
No, I was not. I did visit Draft Countdown quite a bit, but I was not a formal. I was not a formal draft analyst at that point in time. I founded Deep Fried Draft in 2012, and before coming on with Draft Countdown when we relaunched this year. So 9 years Deep Fried Draft, and then this year with Draft Countdown. Probably PG Convoy or Convoy 31. He says.
Yeah, I like I said, probably a little too early for me, but. Yeah, I mean, Scott did all the content back then and had for a while from that point, ultimately. So, yeah, that was 0405 was my first year of college. So I was, like I said, I was on there a little bit, but
just a baby then, Shane.
Young, yeah, that's early.
Yeah, so if we're going to do the mirror drill here, I always like watching this one. And I mentioned James Daniels earlier. I think he had the perfect drill of this I've ever seen at the Combine 4 years ago. That sounds right.
Well, we'll see what Zion Johnson does, because I think every single thing he's done, he is
smooth operator.
I think he looks like the best guard in terms of these drills today, by maybe by a mile, to be honest with you.
Are you surprised? Will you be surprised if he gets drafted ahead of Kenyon Green?
No, I won't. Like I said, I think it's going to be team dependent on who teams prefer. I think it's going to depend on the scheme. If you're a little more power gap, I think Kenyon Green probably is a little bit higher. But I think Zion Johnson's a little more versatile those zone schemes, I think is a good shot he gets drafted first.
We're not doing that drill. They just showed it.
Yeah,
they got me excited.
We're going with a move, grab and pull.
Who was OL2 that's not participating?
Let's see. It's probably a tackle. That would be Ben Brown from Mississippi center. Yeah, I think.
So we'll just assume injury with him because he didn't run either.
Yeah, I would assume so. He's actually a guy that I like. I think it's center. He played mostly center this year, and a little under the radar, but I think could be a late round pick. Just crossed really smooth.
He just looks so good.
Get up. And like that, like this is a drill for Myron Cunningham too, in terms of moving that bag. He gets his hands in the right place, and you can kind of see the hands stick on the bag, right? That's what you want to kind of see here. Like, can they kind of hit and move the defender?
I thought Dawson Deaton, that looked good there from Dawson Deaton. How are we on him as a center?
I wasn't super impressed with his film. I think he's doing well today. He looks athletic. I think he kind of looks the part. So I think I can get why people like him.
But we're day three. But day three for sure.
Day three. I mean, welcome to the center class. I have a center 7, but I think he could go. Yeah. I'm interested to see how.
I also have him as center 7.
There you go. I think.
But I'm not as. I feel like Cam. Once I do the Cam Jury, I'm not even going to be a lie to anybody out here right now. I have done 0 film work on Cam Jurgens. So
you gotta watch more Big Ten, man. You gotta.
Okay, that's fair.
Nebraska,
that's fair. But when you hog up all the Michigan and Ohio State games every week, Shane,
I guess that's true. Look, you can take Michigan any day you want to. That's fine. You can watch them as long as they're not playing Ohio State.
But no, that he is one of the first guys I plan to go back and watch after this week because you've moved him up to center 2 already,
I have.
And that's kind of seems to be the preferred where he's going. It's Kenyon Green here.
Yeah, really good. Kenyon Green, right? This is what he does well, moving guys off that. He popped really quick to that bag. Marquise Hayes, there's another. He has not done great to me in these drills so far.
No, he was another one that was kind of just there at the Senior Bowl too.
It's always those guys,
that
are kind of there, and you're like, did I see them at all?
Did I see him there? Was he there? He was there, but he was just kind of there.
Yeah. It's like not good or bad. Just like
Ed Ingram was great in practice for the most part, but that game, like I said, was oogly.
Yeah, I mean, like I give O-line a pass in the game because you're working with 4 guys.
4 guys you've never worked with before.
And they keep swapping them out.
It's different in the one-on-ones where it's literally just you and the guy in front of you. But yeah, when you're asked to know all the line calls for everybody that you've never played with before, good hands there from Braxton Jones, I thought.
Yeah, and I like seeing the centers snap here too, snap the ball, and do this. You can kind of see that pop up. Who's calling me? Someone's calling me.
My shoe insoles were just delivered by Amazon, so that's good.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. That's good. I'll probably pop off here in the next commercial for a little bit, but
no problem.
Like Lindstrom, I still like Alec Lindstrom. I feel like he he could be a nice backup center who could develop into a starter.
He's gonna be. I think Lindstrom. I think he's gonna be that guy that you love in round 5, round 6 that you're gonna draft to be that backup all 3 interior positions. Help a roster spot out. Because you feel if he has to come in and play, you feel comfortable with him being able to snap the ball. You feel comfortable with him being able to play left guard, right guard. You'll be okay with it. Type of pick.
Fair
Perfect day 3 pick.
Yeah, like I think when you talk about developmental center, it's even with Cam Jurgens, it's like he is not big, so that's not what you're getting out of him, and that's going to be problematic for some too. So
some guys some centers we'll see in the second wave here, or maybe we'll see them. I don't know.
We have all one of them.
Donovan West, Arizona State.
Yeah, Donovan West
guy
too, I guess. Yeah, I like Donovan West. So I'm sorry. I was
Luke Wattenberg. I don't know if he's going to work out or not.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're kind of taking that wait and see approach on all these guys, right? You know, we hope they're out there.
There you go. We got some 10-yard splits. 170 for.
How about that? I look at that, Shane. I did not give these guys. I shortchanged them. Said they wouldn't post this for you, but there you go.
Yeah. So Charles Cross 173. Ekwonu wasn't in that top 8.
Wow.
So like I said, Cross, gets off the wall. We saw that kind of on the replay that they did too. So, all right,
this is making me want to go put a little money on Cross at plus 1,000.
Go away. All right, I'll be right back.
All right, good deal. So it's me holding it down right now here on the we're in the commercial break for you watching. We're still going through the offensive line field drills. This seems to be taking a fair amount of time, which is to be expected. It's a large group, 20-plus guys. We still haven't got to that mirror drill that I love that I talked about earlier. I thought that's where they were going, but they didn't. Some of the guys, I've been in and out here. Shane's been, going at it now for an hour and 40 minutes straight. So I missed a little bit of the earlier part of the broadcast, missed a little bit around the 4:00 hour there. But we've talked about guards here a lot. Kenyon Green, Zion Johnson, those are your top names. Ed Ingram and Cole Strange from Chattanooga. Those are two guys that have been in this first group. I'm sorry, Strange isn't in the first group, but Ed Ingram has, and those are guys that are going to be your early to mid day 2 guys. I think him and Cole Strange. We're going to see some other guys later. Jamari Salyer going to be in there. Justin Schaefer from pair of Georgia guards here. We'll see a little bit later as well. Shane, back. You could have took a longer break than that.
Next time. It was a little early, but I brought Woodrow, so we got the dog here. He can hang out with us.
Marcus Edelin, I love your podcast. Promoting your podcast on my Facebook sports group, Sports View, to keep up the creep. Hey, man, Marcus, we appreciate that, man. We appreciate you sharing this feed out there, man. We had a lot of the views on the YouTube last night, Shane. Probably that was definitely the most viewed. Of course, that probably happens when you go 6 straight hours.
Like it was,
you get some in and out views, but
the average watch time was less than 3 minutes. But they were there at some point. So
I didn't know I didn't know you would track that. Just take what we had, Shane. You didn't have to kill it.
Like it feels nice. But I appreciate the people that are sticking around and popping in and out.
The hardcores. So. Yeah, we do appreciate it. But yeah, Marcus, thanks for that. Thanks for sharing that and getting this podcast out there, man. We love doing it. It's super fun. Yeah. Every week, and it's only going to get better, man. Between here and the draft, I think we're going to get some more great guests on. We've had some quality guests here around the scene. We had Jeff Risen talking about the Lions, and we talked about Billy Ricchetti earlier. He was good. Daniel Flick this week, man. Great young guy. Talking about the Falcons. We had Kent Platt, the founder of Raz, on a couple of weeks ago as well. As well as some of our old friends. Pigskin Paul came on. He's been on the podcast multiple times. Scott Wright, the founder of Draft Countdown, been on several times as well. So we have fun with it, man. And and we're gonna keep, like I said, we're gonna keep bringing on good guests. Try to get some especially as we get closer to the draft. I think we're gonna do a little fantasy. Try to get your Devi Marketplace partner on here in a couple of weeks there, Shane, to come on and talk about a little fantasy impact maybe from the Combine's fallout.
Yeah. We'll do that. I'll talk to him. We'll get him on, do a little fantasy-centered show because we get the running backs later today, which is always the biggest thing here.
Fans that need defensive players just tune out to that week because it's probably won't be a whole lot of that going on with Kane.
But But look, yeah, everyone needs a running back or receiver somewhere. So
yeah, we're also planning on a live mock draft, probably the not the direct Wednesday before the draft, but like a week before that. So probably about 8 days out. We'll get a couple other guys in here. We'll go pick 1 to 32 live on the podcast. That's always fun to do.
Yeah, that's always nice. We've done a couple on Debbie Marketplace. You've been on, I think, last year and this year. So
yeah, twice. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's always a winner with the listeners there too. Yeah. So these running back weigh-ins are interesting. Like I mentioned before, we're not going to get Isaiah Spiller's not doing anything. The running back from Texas A&M, Brees Hall's from Iowa State's doing everything. Came in under 6 feet tall, which to me is good. I like my running back shorter. Maybe not too short, but better than 6'1". I'll say that.
Got a number here. Trevor Penny, broad jump, 9'3", 87th percentile.
Pretty good.
That guy is great.
Yeah,
love Trevor Penny. Love his attitude.
I'll be really surprised if he's not,
a top 20 player. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I feel like top 20. He's got to be in there, right? He's got to be in the top 20. So
that's not right. What is 118 inches? That's 9 foot 10.
9'10". Yeah.
Yeah. That's the broad for Zach Tom.
So
which I feel is pretty good.
That's really good for an offensive lineman. Yeah. Not quite the 11s of some of those high-end receivers, but when you're 300 plus,
yeah,
that's pretty nice because he came in at 304 today. Zach Tom from Wake Forest.
So we mentioned earlier that these offensive tackles and prospects, you want that broad jump to be good. Are we not doing the mirror, or did I just miss it when I was on the phone?
I don't know. Maybe it could have been during a commercial too.
Well, that's sad.
At some point.
So it feels like the way the presentation is here that we're
you should be moving to Group 2 here pretty soon.
Marcus says, I'm not a Cincinnati Bengals fan, but they could use a couple of offensive linemen. Well, Marcus, let me tell you a little story if you're new here.
Oh, God.
I am a Cincinnati Bengals fan, and Marcus they can use 4 offensive linemen.
Marcus is there. He's got it. We'll see. We'll see what the Bengals end up going with. You're gonna have to wait a long time to figure out how to find that pick.
Yeah, because one thing I know is they're not going to trade up.
No,
that goes against everything. Trade back all day.
Yeah.
Trade up just seems to be an organizational philosophy that they do not have.
Yeah, not necessarily what they go for there.
They don't even trade up in the mid rounds.
It's weird. Not a bad thing, but weird.
It's definitely weird.
They still want to spend that money.
I'm at this point now curious because even though I did it in my mock draft and I had them trading pick 31 to Houston for to acquire Laramie Tunsil, which I think would be a great deal if they was to pull off a trade like that. That also would be going against an organizational philosophy that they haven't done. They haven't done a straight up pick for player trade in a very long time.
Yeah.
In the early rounds, they've done it for 7th round picks and stuff, but they've never 6th and 7th round picks, but they haven't done it, in the top part of the draft in a long time. So, but yeah, that's a move. That's definitely something I'm inquiring about.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We got a little bit of time, and maybe like last year, maybe this year, we see some of these top trades happen before the draft. Would be nice.
Well, last year they started getting them in before the league year even started, so that was fun.
Right. So who knows? This is probably not that year without the QBs that spurned a lot of that, but
unless it's a trade for QBs.
Well, not well.
Which that doesn't sound like it's happening either.
No, it seems unlikely. With the report today that Washington Commanders made a pretty strong offer for Russell Wilson, but not
No, Seattle's not biting.
Nope, not even considering it. So, yeah, I'll have a new mock Monday too. So I've been making some adjustments and with probably no explanations. I probably won't have time to type anything up, but we'll have a 7-round mock at the very least. I'll get that together Sunday night.
I often wonder, do people actually ever read those?
I think sometimes they do for their team, you know.
No, I'll only do a 1-round mock draft most of the time, and I'll often wonder if I'm wasting my time by just typing that out.
No, I think people like it, like I said, for their own team and to see the thought process oftentimes, right? Kind of back it up. So I always time-wise, it's like, can I get this, get enough in there, but it's good. If you're watching, thanks for hopping in. Make sure if you're on YouTube, like, subscribe, and if you have any questions, pop them in the chat room.
So I feel like I need to get that those offensive tackle 40 predictions up here for you, Shane.
Oh, please don't. It's probably so bad.
So by the way, how do you feel like you've done so far? What are you batting? Do you have that baseball Hall of Fame batting average?
I'm happy. I'm happy with how I did. I don't think it's been great, but I think for the first time, it hasn't been that bad. There's a couple I was way off on for the receivers, but
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, based off those vertical numbers, this 5.41 for Sean Ryan feels awful.
Feels really bad. Yeah, I think the offensive lineman, I did not put a lot of TLC into these numbers. So
that's fair.
I mostly looked at weights, and I was
what did Cross run officially?
4.93,
and you had him 4.99, which I believe was one of your fastest.
Yeah, I definitely was conservative. I think all around I was fairly conservative.
4.95 for Raymond, though. That feels good.
That could do it.
Marcus comments here. He is a Washington Commander fan. I want Malik Willis. I had in my first round mock draft on Monday, had Washington trading up with Carolina from 11 to 6 to acquire Malik Willis.
Yeah. Just don't trade up. You don't have to trade up for him. Okay, gosh. I'm probably going to have him do them at 11, so they won't even have to go up any capital. Good.
I had to put trades in there.
I like that mock, actually. If you haven't checked it out, look at
I also had the Saints trading up with Minnesota from 18 to 12 to acquire Kenny Pickett. And the other trade was, I mentioned earlier, the Bengals trading 31 for Laramie Tunsil. I'm going to dip out here for just a second, and I will be back.
Sounds good. So, yeah. Go back to the running backs, right? We have the running backs going to be running tonight, probably in prime time. I don't think they're going to be super fast. I don't think they're going to match up to the receivers, but Kyron Williams from Notre Dame was a weigh-in that I was looking at. I was kind of hoping he would hit that 200-pound mark. It was a pie in the sky kind of deal, but only at 194 ultimately. So, when I think he can be a good pass-catching number 2 running back. I don't know if I want Kyron Williams as the primary player. Now, I think he has a little bit of that Austin Eckler to him, right, where he can catch passes, do a lot of good things in space, ultimately. But I still have trouble. I want to see what the workouts say for him. He's a player that I've had a tough time in terms of where to kind of place him in my rankings. So he's one. I'm looking for Tyler Allgeier from BYU. He came in a rock solid 220, I believe, today. LR asks, which running backs do you think are the best in pass protection? Let me pull up my list here. I think we have some like Damian Pierce from Florida is one guy who I think is exceptional at pass pro. He's really good at that. I think Allgaier is actually pretty good. I wouldn't put him as the best, but I think Pierce is good. I think Brian Robinson from Alabama, Kennedy Brooks from Oklahoma might be a little underrated there. People don't talk about that a lot, but he did that a ton. So he's a player that I like a lot in terms of pass protection. And I think that the top guys, at least Breece Hall and Isaiah Spiller, both are solid. I think Breece Hall's probably a little bit better. He's probably near the top of that. So that's why I like Breece Hall a lot, because I think he can get in there and just, do everything right off the bat. And then probably next tier down, Pierre Strong from South Dakota State. He's, I don't know what he came in today, but low 200s, still pretty decent. And who's the other player on my Abram Smith from Baylor, I think, had some good pass protection reps ultimately. So an important part, and we're going to get to see that today. They should do a pass protection drill. Now, obviously, unlike the Senior Bowl where you actually have linebackers rushing, you're not going to have that at the combine, but you get to see that. But you get to see that. So that's kind of the case. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking for the pass catching. There's definitely some of these running backs I want to see them catch the football, catch it cleanly, catch it away from the body. See how, Tyler Allgaier, see how Kenneth Walker is the big one for Michigan State. Could be its first running back off the board with some good workouts today. Here, Woodrows. What do you think? Yeah, Woodrow, I tweeted him out yesterday. Oh, we'll let him go. There he goes. So if you hear Woodrow in the background, it's all good. But yeah, Jerome Ford from Cincinnati, another running back, had a decent Senior Bowl week. I think is going to run really well. And, he had a good season. You can see that kind of electric, deep speed from him. Former Alabama recruit, high 4-star guy. So really good. So, yeah, I mean, I wonder with Ike Ekwonu working out, Evan Neal not, if this does tip the scales a little bit for him. The Next Gen Stats tweeting out basically his 40 time and kind of combination, really, really good. Basically high-end 99 percentile for what I don't know what they're kind of, once we see the other numbers, could absolutely be like one of the best ever at the combine. So, and he was a guy before the season. People don't talk about Ekwonu too much. So I hope he's probably going to be number 1 overall in my mock on Monday. I'll probably hit that. So we'll see what these running backs end up with here. That said, as from a fantasy perspective, I want to see some of these guys that are probably going to go on day 3, what that looks like and how they do. All things considered. So, Brian's
got to stay hydrated, man.
Just right into the mic. You get that lid going, and
I want everybody to know
we're all sharing it with you. It's like
that's right. Did we answer AOR 511's question here about the?
We did. If you can toss in too if you want. I did, but you're welcome.
Who did you talk about?
A lot of guys. I ran down.
We'll leave it. There's probably not much more that I can add.
You might hit a couple more, but I hit Damian Pierce, Brian Robinson.
Yeah, Damian Pierce is the guy.
I think
and he's the best pass blocking running back in this class. I feel safe in saying that.
I'm interested to see the drill. We actually saw some major movement in some weights. I think Devontae Price came in almost 8 pounds heavier than he was at the Senior Bowl.
He checked out early at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Didn't practice that last day or play in the game.
But still, he came in 196 or 198 at the Senior Bowl and came in 206.
Which is good. It's good for him. But a guy who I'm not as high on as I was probably 10 weeks ago, 12 weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I think he's going to test really well today, but that's why he's in these conversations, ultimately. See if we're going to get the second group maybe around the 40.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to the next offensive line group here. I want to get your thoughts on this, Shane. Kind of get it off the combine here for a little bit, but I guess it's somewhat relevant to the quarterbacks yesterday. Benjamin Albright's basically been reporting it for weeks now, but it seems like the word's leaking out of the combine that since none of the big-time quarterbacks are likely to get traded, the Russell Wilsons, Aaron Rodgers, those guys, that the market for Mitch Trubisky heating up. And Mitch mentions 5 teams that could get in on him. New Orleans, Pittsburgh, Washington, Carolina, and Denver, which is basically all the teams.
Yeah, I was like, you just listed off the teams that need a quarterback. But no, I saw that. I tweeted inject Mitch Trubisky to the Steelers right in my veins. I'm here for it. I think
you like that.
Yeah, I think Mitch Trubisky was a solid NFL quarterback with one of the worst coaches in the league who, manufactured a playoff run and, almost should have maybe taken that team to the Super Bowl. Like, Mitch Trubisky's not bad. He can move. He's a perfect fit for an offense that you want a little bit of mobility. He has a good arm. Like, I think because had he been the 15th overall pick instead of the first overall pick, I think people would accept Mitch Trubisky a lot more. And
is he unrestricted?
He is. He is on a 1-year deal with the Bills. So,
so what does that Trubisky contract look like?
I don't know. I would imagine you're looking at 2 to 3 years. You're probably looking at 20 to 25 million. That's what you're gonna have to pay if you are in competition with other teams to sign him.
So if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and you sign Mitch Trubisky to be your quarterback, you're out in the draft, right? That's no longer an option for them in round 1.
I think it's still an option. I think that says you don't maybe love these quarterbacks, the quarterbacks you think will be there at 20, right? That's what that means. Like,
basically at that point, you feel like the guy who appears to be, by all intents and purposes, the apple of your eye, Malik Willis, is gone.
Right.
So
I think if Malik Willis is sitting there at 20 and you sign Mitch Trubisky, you still draft him.
Yeah, it becomes a bit different then. But so that tells me, Pickett's probably gone at that point. That tells me maybe you don't love Corral, who could still be there. Sam Howell or Desmond Ridder, or if, let's say, round 2 rolls around and someone like Desmond Ridder still on the board with their round 2 pick.
If you like him and you take him.
Yeah. But that to me, that move ultimately signals, what I think everybody around the world knows. Mason Rudolph ain't it. And there would be, as much as you want them to play Mason Rudolph and suck uncontrollably next year to be able to draft C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young.
Look, I think ultimately signing a Mitch Trubisky or signing a Teddy Bridgewater tells more about Dwayne Haskins than it does about how they feel about a rookie or how they feel about Mason Rudolph. Ultimately it's Do you think you have two quarterbacks already on the roster that are going to make the roster? If so, then you only can add one more. So, you know, the Steelers probably aren't trading. Like we said before, probably no one's trading for a quarterback. So, you know, it's not like you're getting a high-end guy, even if you have to sign a decent contract. So, yeah, let's see if we finally get to the second group, maybe. I'm waiting here. Here we go.
Feels like we've
looking good 40-yard dash.
We're 2 hours in here and we've been through one group. We might be going longer today at this current pace, Shane.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're putting all these running backs together, which is a lot.
And I think that will happen.
All the running backs?
I think so.
That's a lot of running backs.
How many is it?
I don't know, but it almost fills up a whole sheet for me. So there's a decent amount.
Yeah, but not all of them are going to go.
I guess that's true. Yeah. But how many groups did we have yesterday? We had 1, 2, 3. But the quarterbacks were kind of sparse. So
here we were getting.
Yeah, Cade May is going to kick us off. 5-star recruit when he came into college. You're moving the running backs over here.
So Cade Mays,
18610, 529, 40 is, I would say, not ideal. I think you really, if you're him, you want to be built more on athletic ability, ultimately. But he's a guard. He came in, 320. So Marcus McKethan. Yeah.
Big guy.
Big dude. Part of that North Carolina offensive line that I don't think played that great last year. But seemed like they're going to have a few guys drafted. Seems to happen.
185 split, 5-3-4 for McKethan, who we have listed as a guard. You went 5-5-6 for McKethan, so a little bit off there, Shane.
Look, the offensive line 40s. I don't know what I was doing.
Now this brings up this next guy on the line here, Max Mitchell, a guy who is going to go probably much higher than I'm going to have him for sure. I don't get it at all. I didn't see anything from him at the Senior Bowl that said my team needs to draft this guy. I mean, I might need to go back on the tape a little bit more maybe, but I don't see I've seen day 2, like mid day 2 love for this cat.
Yeah, I think it's possible. But I really want to see the numbers. Like that 40 time was not great for him. Even the 10-yard split, I'll see what he came in at, but he teetered only around 300 pounds. So, Thayer Munford with 5'4", 18, high 18, 10 yards. Not a good day for Thayer Munford.
It does not sound like. By the way, 5'4" was the number you had on Thayer Munford.
Hey, look, I got one. There you go.
So now we've got Dylan Parham up, who I feel like should test well here.
Yeah, I mean he looks pretty well built for 311 as well.
Yeah, I mean, another guy I thought had a good week at the Senior Bowl. Played center the entire time.
Wow, that's really good. That's really, really good. 17450. Like I said, if 17s are really solid, and when you start getting to low 17s, is exceptional. So, yeah, man. That's good for Dylan.
Right, so now we got Chris Paul from Tulsa, the offensive lineman from Tulsa no one cares about.
Yeah, I think he's an interesting day 3 guy.
I shouldn't say cares about. I should say no one talks about.
Yeah, he's a good run
because
blocker.
Tyler Smith gets all the love.
Right. I think Paul's more the run pusher. They ran behind him a ton at Tulsa, so we'll see what these numbers are. 171's really good.
That's good.
That's really good for his size.
492, man.
Wow.
That's excellent.
That's athletic dude. He carries that weight really well.
Do you want to know what you had him at, Shane?
No, I don't. It's because I looked at his weight. He's in the 320s. I probably had him in like the 5'4s or something.
5'39".
All right,
you had there. Trevor Penny, we love this guy, man.
Yeah.
And 171, great.
Wow.
491.
Crazy. That is crazy.
Any Bengals fans out there listening that may have had a dream that Trevor Penny was going to fall to 31, that is over. I did have Pittsburgh picking him at 20 in my last mock draft, Shane, and I don't know if that might be too low.
I don't think I've ever had him fall that far. I wish. That'd be great. I'll take him.
Baltimore to 14.
Yeah, I mean, but I think Baltimore, if they don't go corner, that's a good spot. Let's just see how. Yeah, I think Penning. I take him in the top 10.
On Penning, by the way.
Yeah, so
Petite Frere, one of your guys here, Shane.
I like him. 181 is not too bad. He's not your super athlete. We saw that against Aiden Hutchinson. He struggled more with setting that edge. Good footwork. He does a lot of the technical stuff well, but not the best at athletic.
All right, so here's another guy I think we're expecting to. This was the guy you projected to have the fastest 40 among the offensive tackle group at 4.95. Bernard Raymond, former tight end, Austrian-born player, going to be an older prospect, going to be 25 as a rookie. Shane,
173,
512.
That's a little slow.
The 10 split was fine, but
really
I thought the 40 was
not
what I expected.
And that's exactly why we don't care about the 40 for you get the 173 10-yard split. Like that's explosive. I don't really care what those last 20 yards were, right?
But does that make a difference to you, age like that? Going to be a 20. Do you dock him for that?
Not for the offensive line usually. I mean, you can play for a while there. I'm not too worried about it. Sean Ryan, 1.8, 5.28.
You figured with his vertical and stuff, that might have been a little bit better.
He's and I think he's actually muscled up a little bit from the season, but he's definitely a really good run blocker. He had the nice explosive numbers. Like you talked about, those are maybe more important than this 40 time.
Yeah, for sure. Tyrese Robinson, another late round guard prospect here from Oklahoma.
8.5.
Not well built. You can tell the guys when they're wearing the looser shirts that it's not going to go well for the most part. I
mean, like we said before, these are guys that hopefully are not going to run the 40 yards very much in their life.
All right, now we've got Dari Rosenthal, LSU transfer.
I think he's underrated. I think in a zone scheme, man, he could be pretty good. I like his movement ability, and went up against some good pass rushers, and I thought inconsistent, but held his own. 173,
good 10-yard split.
It's a good time.
That's good.
I mean, he's pretty light. I think he came in
290.
Yeah. So, but that's still pretty solid.
Now, Shane, have you watched any tape on our next participant?
I like Andrew Ropich a lot. I think he's really, really good.
I assume you went to the YouTubes to find the Culver Stockton.
I did, and the YouTubes had a game or two. So I was really impressed with him. I mean, really kind of ox strong there. So he's.
I told myself if he tested like if his athletic score was like above 7,
he's getting drafted. I mean,
but I said I'll go back and watch his film.
He's getting drafted. I think he's going to be probably a late pick, but when from Culver Stockton, if you get picked at all, that's pretty nice.
I mean, I currently have him as the lowest rated offensive tackle here, obviously because I haven't watched him. So I guess I saw a little bit in the NFLPA game, but that's about it.
185.
Like he come up a little lame there.
Yeah, that's not good.
Grabbing that hamstring.
Hopefully he can keep going. That would just suck. Like, small school like that, you get to go to the combine first run, and
so Jamari Salyer's is obviously not running.
Yeah.
Justin Schaefer is, though, the other
the
lower rated Georgia guard.
Yeah.
Sawyer day 2 possibilities, but that
176
looked decent from Schaefer there.
176 10-yard split's good for Schaefer. Another really powerful player. I thought played really well against Alabama in the 2 games. Just not a big upside player. He's not going to dominate. But sometimes these big school interior linemen can get bumped up.
Lasita Smith, I currently have as my guard 8, ahead of Justin Schaefer, who is my 10th rated guard at the moment. So anxious to see Smith. I thought he was another guy that I won't say was just there at the Senior Bowl. He had some splash plays in some of the one-on-ones, but not anything overwhelming.
There, I think I have Smith at 8 myself. 181, 519. It's solid.
I feel like we're pretty similar on our guards for the most part.
Not too far off, especially at the top. Which I don't think there's going to be a ton of these guys drafted. I don't think we're going to get down to the past 15. All
right, so here's the guy that we mentioned earlier. He's built like a. Well, I can't say what I was going to say. He's built very well, and potential first round guy, redshirt sophomore, right? So, that's a good split. 171,
super athletic. 171 is
that's good.
That's out of this world. I mean, that's really, really good. It's a really nice split.
So you don't see the too many redshirt sophomore offensive tackles come out early. Generally, those guys, the offensive tackles tend to at least 3 years of playing.
Yeah, not too much. I'm gonna kick off. I'll be back when I can here.
Okay. All right. So Shane's gonna duck out. Let me get to ALR 511 at Quest of Pats fans. I actually think they need their next Edelman, Welker, Troy Brown more than a number 1. So any standout slot receivers, I guess what you're looking for, maybe Sky Moore, Slade Bolden. I mean, I guess if we're stereotyping the Patriots, it would be Slade Bolden, right? Just the running joke every year. That seems to be that the Patriots will draft the Caucasian slot receiver. But no, Sky Moore, I think, is I don't know if he's more of an outside guy at Western Michigan maybe than a slot. He's sized like a slot. Calvin Austin, if you're going to draft one early, I think maybe if you're going to spend a day 2 pick on that slot guy, I want it to be somebody like Calvin Austin, 5'7", guy. But man, he was so fast last night. Khalil Shakir is another, I think, is going to be a great slot receiver in the NFL. Maybe early day 4 at the latest for Shakir, but I think he's a day 2 guy. So those are some kind of guys. And I guess it depends on, if you want to get into, like some of the later guys, the round. Jareth Stearns is another guy that as a late round pick, I think the Patriots may value as a slot receiver. So those are some names other than the ones you mentioned. But I like Calvin Austin and Shakir day 2, further down their line. Someone like Kyle Phillips, UCLA is another, I think would be in line there for the Patriots. So hope that answers your question. We're in commercial break, and we're in the middle of the first go around of offensive tackle 40s. We'll probably get caught up when they come back from commercial break. But Trevor Penny, man, what an athlete. I don't know if anybody saw the clips from the Senior Bowl practices, but it was 2 consecutive days of practice. Trevor Penny was in one-on-one drills against Tyreek Smith from Ohio State. And in the pouring rain in one of the one-on-one drills on the second day of practice, he was just finishing. He played through the whistle, they say. And Trevor Penny basically threw Tyreek Smith into the goalpost in the end zone. It was hilarious. And then on the third day of practice, when they were in the indoor facility at South Alabama, he pretty much buried him in the middle of the Jaguar logo at midfield during a one-on-one drill. Just good stuff. Concern with Penning is that attitude at times, though, because he was penalized more than any other offensive tackle prospect in this class. So something to keep an eye on. Can he keep that temper in check, I guess, and not get those post-play penalties? I don't know how many of those penalties were post-play. I don't know how many were holding or false starts or whatever. I didn't have that data, but I do know he was penalized more than any other prospect. So we're back with catch up on the 40s. Cole Strange, a guy we've talked about. I think he's a day 2 guy. 173, 10-yard split for Cole Strange. 5:03, 40, great time. Day 2, he's going to be a day 2 guard. Luke Tenuta, big guy. 6'7" guy. 188, 10-yard split, not great. 5'4", 140. Yeah, he ran like a big guy. Zachary Thomas from San Diego State up next. Looks lean here. Offensive tackle prospect. 167. Wow. 10-yard split, 497, 40. Excellent time from Zachary Thomas, and we know he can run block. Based, like I said, 80% of their offense was running. Zach Tom, guy I really love. Had some good vertical and broad. 170, 10 split, great. 5 flat, 40, great. I don't know if he came up lame or not. Cordell Volson, North Dakota State, probably a late round guy. 180, 10 split, 5'2", 640 for Cordell Volson, former Bison offensive tackle there. And Matt Letzko, love this guy. 173, 10 split for Let's Go North Dakota, 506. I feel like he's raw. And I said, if you're a team that's wanting to draft that developmental tackle, well, Let's Go's a guy to look at on day 3. Matt Luke Wattenberg here, center, 177, 10 split, 525, 40 for Wattenberg. Probably day 3, 6th, 7th round for him. Donovan West, another center here, Arizona State, currently my center 3, 182, 10 split, 534, 40 there. Not bad, not great. For him, Nick Zakel, spelled Zakelj, but the J is silent, played at Fordham. Mostly played guard at the Senior Bowl. I think we have him listed at tackle at Draft Countdown, but probably going to move him because he has shorter arms. I think his arms come in at sub 32 or sub 33 inches for sure. Zakel, but we're back. Looks like we're back live action now. Zakel kind of stumbled out of the block, so he'll start over. But yeah, measuring at Senior Bowl, 32.5-inch arms. That's not going to work to be an offensive tackle at the NFL level. He's got the size, 6'5", 316, but that arm length, no bueno there to play outside. So going to have to play guard. So that's going to be a transition for him as he played tackle at Fordham. Did a good job against Nebraska in the one game I watched of them this year. 172, 10 split, 518 on the 40. Shane Trent, I'm a Jaguars fan. I want Malik Willis. Settle down, son. Come on, man. Trevor Lawrence is going to be great. Just calm down, man. You don't want Malik Willis. Trevor Lawrence is great. All right, we're back around the bend here with Cade Mays. Cade Mays, for you follow college football recruiting, was the number 1 player in high school coming out of high school. Signed with Georgia, didn't really work out there. Went to Tennessee, just played tackle, played guard, played some center at the Senior Bowl. 5'30" here, so he's a 5'29", 5'30" guy. probably a late round pick, I would imagine. Marcus McKeithen, huge guy. We saw earlier 6'6", 6'7" range. Ran a 5.34 on his first pass. He does not look like he's going to do much better. 5.33, so a 100th of a second better for McKeithen. Showing the Washington Commanders staff up there, Ron Rivera, 11th pick in the draft for the newly dubbed Washington Commanders. I kind of like Washington football team. Max Mitchell, pretty slow, giddy up there, 5.40. Talked about earlier when he ran the first time. I'm definitely not as high on Max Mitchell as the consensus seems to be out there. 5.34 on his second attempt for the Louisiana Ragin' Cajun. Thayer Munford, 5.43, 40. I really like Thayer. I thought he should have come out last year, but went back to school, and it did not seem to go well for him. Like, I feel like he would have probably been a higher draft pick last year, perhaps, had he come out. 5.43 first run, 5.49 second run. Ugh, it's just gross. Not great. And his jumps were even worse, seemingly. 1.88, 10-yard split. That's day 3. That's a day 3 draft pick there, Thayer Munford. Now we're talking, look, we're showing Frank Reich. Colts don't have a first-round pick thanks to that ill-advised trade for Carson Wentz that they're now talking about cutting. So that didn't really work out. Dylan Parham, guard center from Memphis, 5 flat 40 on his first go. 5.02 second run for Dylan Parham. Could he end up on day 2? Sure. I think so. I guess it just all depends on how the rest of the board falls. Chris Paul, who I was talking dirty about earlier as the Tulsa player that no one cared about, he goes out and runs a 4.92 40. So maybe I should talk about this guy more. The Tulsa product that's not Zach Smith. Or Tyler Smith, sorry. But Chris Paul, 6'0", 324, 34-inch arms. We list him as an offensive tackle. Played at the Senior Bowl. Didn't do great at the Senior Bowl, I should say. But he was there. 4.94 second run. So consistent times there for Chris Paul. I completely forgot he was at the Senior Bowl to tell you how underwhelming he was at the Senior Bowl. So here we go. Trevor Penny, round 2 on his run, 4.91 the first go. I just don't see how he ends up falling out of the top 20 for sure. 4.95 on his second run. So, a little slower on that second go. But a 1.70 10-yard split. Perfect. For Trevor Penny. Pretty much universally considered the number 4 offensive tackle prospect in this class behind the big 3 of Aquanu, Cross, and Evan Neal. Evan Neal, who is not going to do any of the athletic testing today. I do not believe he's doing anything. Here we go. Nicholas Petit-Frere, the left tackle for Ohio State this year. I've heard some. I don't think he's a first-round guy. I just don't. I don't see that. I see him as being probable for day 2 for sure, but not day 1. I can't see it. He was commonly mocked there consistently through the season. But I think once we, got that full body of work in, that he's not going to. I don't see it consistently week to week as a player. I think is a first round draft pick at the offensive tackle position. He's kind of, they stopped him on his first run, didn't like what they saw. Second run gets off clean. 5.24 on the second run for Nicholas Petit Frere, 183, 10-yard split. And now looks like we're heading back to commercial again. So we'll have to do the Fast and Furious, get caught up on the 40s when they come back. So running backs are coming up on the next set of prospects here. And curious, there's like I said, I don't know if they're going to split them up in two or not, but there's some good looking prospects I think are going to run. Tyler Allgeier is a guy, he'll be RB1 in all of the drills here when they do go. I think his testing numbers are going to be interesting to see. I currently have him as my RB4 in my position rankings, which you can find at draftcountdown.com. I have him currently behind Breece Hall, Isaiah Spiller, and Kenneth Walker III. I have Allgeier at fourth. But, yeah, I'm very curious to see how he tests. I think he's a three-down back. He catches the ball really well. Runs good routes out of the backfield, runs hard, good balance. A lot to like there. I don't know if James Cook is going to run. If he does, I expect him to run really fast. Some other guys interested to see. Jerome Ford, curious to see him. Of course, I'm going to be biased to some South Carolina guys. Kevin Harris is here and Zaquandre White. White is going to be faster. He's definitely a more explosive player. Kevin Harris has better balance and actually knows more about what he's doing, like running the football, I do believe. But I think White's going to be the better athlete when testing is going. Hassan Haskins not going to participate in the drill for Michigan. Injury kept him out of the Senior Bowl, going to keep him out of the Combine. Breece Hall said he's going to do everything here. So that's good to see. We'll see him out here later where, as Shane said earlier, Isaiah Spiller, Texas A&M is not going to do anything. No word yet on Kenneth Walker III. I know a guy Shane likes a lot that I hope we'll see out here later, Pierre Strong, South Dakota State. Shane's really high. I mentioned Damian Pierce earlier. I don't know how well he's going to test, but, we had a question earlier about pass blocking running backs. And I think he is the best pass blocking running back in this draft class. Who will be the fastest running back? That's a good question. Will any of them go sub 4.4? Good question. If Tristan Ebner runs from Baylor, I think he has the best chance. The Baylor guys seem to be the fastest group here. All right, we're back here. Catching up on 40s, Bernard Raymond's second run. Hope to see him do a little bit better than that 5.12. He does barely 5.11. So 1.75, 10 split. I think that's a little worse than his first one as well. Sean Ryan thought he would be a little bit faster after his jumps. Ran a 5.28 the first time, runs a 5.29 this time. So he is not faster. 1.79, 10 split. Tyrese Robinson, guard, Oklahoma, 5.24 on that first go. 5.29 on the second one. He looked like he was struggling to get that big weight moving. Did not look easy at all. Dare Rosenthal, looks a little bit easier on the hoof there, and 4.93 on his second run. So he improves his time from 4.99 with a 1.74.10 split. Nobody has touched Kellen Deish's 4.89.40 just yet. Justin Schaefer, 5.19, guard from Georgia on his first run. He goes 5.22 on his second. Lasita Smith, 5.19 on his first run. He will get the 5.25 on his second. Tyler Smith, 5.04 on his first run. Great time. Tulsa could be offensive tackle 5 in this class. 5.11 on the second run. 1.79 on his 10-yard split. Cole Strange, big fan of the Chattanooga Moccasin. 5.03. Looks like I feel like we're back now to live action. So 5.03 Cole Strange on that first run. 5.04 on the second run. So consistent there for Strange. 1.76 10-yard split. So again, the time to beat 4.89 of Kellen Deesh does not look like we're going to get anybody there. Team that could be looking for an offensive lineman, they're showing on screen Cliff Kingsbury, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Luke Tenuta, they're going to send him back to start over again. Just try to run through some RAS profiles here while Tenuta gets back on the line. Dylan Parham coming in at 8.76 right now, listed as a guard. Trevor Penny, 9.93, 99.3 percentile for Trevor Penny as an athlete right now with his 40. Luke Tenuta, 5.45 on his second run. Tyler Smith, the offensive tackle from Tulsa, we just saw run currently with an 8.81 RAS. Dinged a little bit in the vertical and the broad, but his 40 gets him there. 29-inch vertical for Ika Makwanu being reported. Zachary Thomas, 4.97 on his first run, looks smooth. We had that outstanding 10-yard split as well. 4.96 on his second run. .168 10-yard split. Good. Another good run there. Chris Paul, who they're listing as a guard from Tulsa, 9.82 RAS, pretty great. Bernard Raymond, 9.57. Zion Johnson, 8.48. All right, here's Coldero Vorson's second run. 5.31 on his second run. So they're showing you how athleticism means as far as is it comparable to NFL success right now on the NFL Network, and it matters. I mean, it really does. People say the combine doesn't matter, but it really does. You know, if you're not a good athlete, you're generally not going to be a good NFL player. You know, it's just facts. Luke Wattenberg, second run, 5.28, a little bit slower. Get back to some of those RAS. Alec Lindstrom, center of Boston College, currently 7.65. Kenyon Green, 7.36, which isn't ideal. Petit Frere, mentioned him not being great either, 6.31. So Donovan West comes in faster in his second run, 5.28. And we're going to finish up these 40s here with Nick Zakel from Fordham, who's probably seen his name alphabetically last his entire life, if we're going to be honest. And he'll come in a little, just a hair faster, 5.17 on his second run, weighing 5.18 on the first go, 1.72-10 split. That's pretty good for the Fordham Ram. Not much, you don't hear about much college football played in the Bronx, but that is where Fordham plays their football. So we're going to go to commercial break again. Anybody watching got any questions, drop them in the chat. I'll get them right quick while we're getting ready for the field drills here. Shane has stepped out for a little while, so I'm going to hold it down for a good spiel here. I was talking about running backs earlier. Just some other guys that I'm fairly high on, or another guy I was high on earlier in the season, but I've kind of fell off on a little bit, is Ronnie Rivers. I think he's from Fresno State, undersized, but I think he offers you a lot in the passing game. Rashad White, I'm really high on Arizona State. I love him as a 3-down back. Currently my running back 5. Thought he had a good week at the Senior Bowl. Curious to see if Zamir White tests. Injuries are, of course, going to be a big concern with Zamir White, the running back from Georgia, because he's got a long injury history there. So anxious to see if he can get on the field. Same with C.J. Verdell, who from Oregon, who was injured this season. Not sure if he's going to work out or not. Kyron Williams, Notre Dame, is going to be a name that I'm much lower on than Shane, for sure. So anxious to see about Kyron Williams and how he tests, if he tests. Always a big if that goes down. So again, so if anybody's got any questions in the chat, and we do appreciate everybody that's popped in this last. Tyrone has a question. When do the running backs run? They will run after what I assume will be as soon as this offensive line group is done on the field. Then the next group after that should be the running backs. I would expect that to happen around, just spitballing here, 7 Central, 8 Eastern is when I think we can expect the RBs to get out on the field. That's just a guess based off how the last offensive line group went. So a little over an hour and some change, maybe a little less than that. I don't know. It depends on how quick this goes. But yeah, like I said, we're going to get those we should get all the same blocking drills that we got from the first group of offensive linemen coming up. So just to kind of just tell everybody right now that's, listening, check out draftcountdown.com. Plenty of archived stuff on there. I've been putting out individual team mock drafts over the last week or so, few weeks. I think we've got 8 in the can so far. This past Wednesday had Atlanta and New Orleans. Fans of those teams. I've had Washington, Cincinnati so far. Coming up the next week, I'll have, once we're done with our combine coverage, I'll have the Giants, Rams, Panthers, and 49ers coming up. Those are the next 4 team mock drafts I'll have going up live at draftcountdown.com. So we're back on the air. Let's see if we're actually back doing stuff. Yeah, so we've got the offensive lineman on the field now. Looks like we're getting ready to do. So they're going to start with the wave drill. But yeah, they're talking about Trevor Penny, showing him at the Senior Bowl, showing him just almost got his quarterback hurt there, slinging down Yeah, they just showed the rep where he threw Tyreek Smith down into the mascot. It's great. Yeah, I mean, he's just a bully, man. I can tell you that him and Tyreek Smith probably not going to exchange Christmas cards anytime soon. But good stuff there from the Northern Iowa, who has produced some good offensive linemen here recently. Spencer Brown doing a great job there with Buffalo as a 3rd round pick. So don't discount him because he's from the FCS level. He can play. So yeah, I feel like they started with the wave drill the last summer. Maybe that's just when I came back. Yeah, that's what they're talking about now. So this is the drill where they start laying flat on their back, and then they get up, and the coach tells them what direction to side, either go side to side or front to back. And they get caught cheating sometimes, but I look for this. I look for how quick they can change direction without losing their balance. Can they keep almost in like that straight line, kind of like I saw the receivers in the gauntlet drill. I like to see them stay tight to the line, and not, get all wonky and wavy. I was also anxious to see if we get any new guys out here that didn't run 40s. 31 here, offensive line 31. I don't have that list in front of me. Shane, who's offensive line 31? Never mind. It's Cade Mays. It's Cade Mays.
There you go. Cade
All right,
Mays.
they finally showed the back of his jersey.
That's always good.
Yeah. I couldn't tell who that was.
Awesome. So, yeah, how'd everything go?
I talked about running backs a lot during the commercial breaks.
That's good. Yeah, we'll get them running. This should be next.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's when the people, the viewers' interest will be piqued again.
Yeah. I think running backs. They're putting them in prime time.
They showed the you did miss on television the Trevor Penny Tyreek Smith snuff film from the Senior Bowl practices.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen that on tape. So once was enough. It was.
Agree or disagree? Something I said earlier about Thayer Munford. Had he come out last year, he goes drafted higher than what he's going to be drafted this year.
I think it's true without context, but I also think even last year, his stock probably goes down a little bit as time goes on. You know what I mean? I think it was nice to see him play guard, and because he's probably better there, so I actually get that film, and he played well. But I think him and Petit Frere both are guys that, if they go day 2, I won't be surprised. If they go day 3, I won't be surprised. And they probably could fall a little bit. Chris Paul, that was a good. I mean, he looks more athletic.
He's looked better here than he did in Mobile.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Penning's feet are just so, for someone at UNI, you always wonder about that leap in competition, but he moves really well for his size.
Yeah.
If he gets a good O-line coach, man, it's over. Trevor Penning's going to be a monster. And see, I like Petit Frere's footwork. I mean, he stays light on his feet, and that's kind of how he won at Ohio State. And he's not like athletic, but
I mentioned about him earlier during the 40s that early in the process, he was mocked in the first round, sometimes even high a lot. You don't see that anymore.
No.
But he's a solid day 2 guy.
I think it's that Michigan game really just hurt, giving up 2 sacks to Hutchinson. People were like, he's not quite the upside.
thought Raymond did a good job there on that drill.
Yeah. I think Sean Ryan's moving pretty well for his size. I mean, he's slipping a little bit on that change of direction. That's not his game, but you can see the explosiveness a little bit, right?
For sure.
Oof. Yeah, I have trouble with these Oklahoma linemen. Just don't thrill me. They're fine, Marquise Hayes and Tyrese Robinson, but yeah, and yeah, I mean, like to Smith, Justin Schaefer did fine. Like I said, where do you think Lectus Smith plays at the next level?
Guard.
Yeah. I mean,
let's see Tyler Smith here.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look as smooth as like Penning and even Raymond were.
No.
In this does not look like his.
Just the read and react ability is not
Yeah.
quite there. I mean, his athleticism is good. I think he could sneak in back end around one, maybe to Miami, someone like that.
Yeah.
Cole Strange is good, man.
Sure. He's growing on me more and more every day.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to get any higher than me in my guard rankings just because I've already have him at 4.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, I don't know that I can move him ahead of Ed Ingram.
Right.
And he's not going to go ahead of Zion or Kenyon Green for me. But so I think like that he may be tapped out.
Yeah.
At where he is in my guard rankings.
I have him a 5. Feels fair, but I could see him being the third or fourth one off the board. But going from Chattanooga, I think it's always that kind of fear. It's like, well, I could take a guy from Georgia or LSU or the guy from Chattanooga. Sometimes you're like, day 2, convince yourself. Zachary Thomas from San Diego State here.
His 40 and 10 splits were great.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was like sub 1.7 on his 10 splits.
Wow.
Both of them.
Just another like really athletic offensive line group.
And another guy that I'm gonna have to he's one of the offensive line I have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I mean he always popped. Like the problem with San Diego State is you don't always get some of the pass protection stuff.
Yeah. For those of people who follow PFF as the gospel, Zach Tom, their highest pass blocking grade in FBS according to PFF.
Wow, there you go. That's gotta feel pretty good. I know you're definitely a fan.
I am a fan.
Cordell Volson, I liked his film. I feel like there's not a lot of upside with him. Like, I just don't know if he's ever a starter, really. Matt Let's-Go, I thought, had a decent Senior Bowl for.
Yeah, I did too. And I said during my notes in Senior Bowl, if you're looking for that day 3 developmental offensive tackle, I think Let's-Go is your guy. A lot to work with there, size-wise, athleticism. He's just not ready. I don't think he's ready for the NFL right out of the gate.
Yeah. Fair enough. There's Donovan West. He's got one of those kind of dumpy upper bodies, but
Yeah.
I think he moves pretty well for his size. I'm probably gonna have him higher than he'll go. Do you know how to say this guy's last name? Nick
Zakel.
Zakel.
The J is silent.
J silent. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to mess it up.
Yeah, I also joked during his last 40 that he's always had his name last in alphabetical order his entire life. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, you can't get much later than that. I'll say that. Right.
So, we have not been the biggest supporters of the Shrine Bowl during our tenure here at Draft Countdown and on the podcast. We know why. But they have now, if Dyche's time holds, the Shrine Bowl will have had the fastest receiver, tight end, and offensive lineman.
I mean, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Now, as I tweeted last night, while they did have the fastest, the next 5 fastest 40s all came from the Senior Bowl. We didn't get an underclassman until Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, Jim Nagy tweeted out the 4x100, and Christian Watson couldn't even make it with a 4.
He didn't even make it.
Like, come on, man. Get him in there.
But that's pretty good for the Senior Bowl for sure.
Yeah. It's just the super, I think this.
And that's not even counting guys like Jalen Tolbert who run 4.44 and that we probably didn't see coming.
Right. Had pretty good, pretty good workouts. I mean, it's I just think this class as a whole is pretty athletic, and once again, we may not have the high end players at some of these premium positions, but second tier onward, pretty darn good. I think you're going to get a lot of good depth on your NFL team from this group. You get a Zachary Thomas or Chris Paul or whatever, Zach Tom. Like, I think those guys are going to stick on teams even if they're not starters.
For sure.
And I think receiver wise, I don't know if you'd say the same thing. Like, I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday. I think the receiver depth's so good.
Yeah, you're gonna get contributors on day 3 easily. Mm-hmm. It just depends. It just becomes, and we've said this, and it's almost like beating a dead horse at this point. The receivers you see go on day 3, yes, they will be contributors on offense, but they also have to contribute on special teams, or they're not getting drafted.
Right. That can be tough. But I think we have a lot of good special teams guys too that also are very athletic.
For sure. But I mean, that might be something you see from like let's say if Jalen Tolbert doesn't go on the first 2 days, could he slip a little bit? Because I don't know how many special teams reps he had at South Alabama. Because he was the alpha dog, wide receiver there. So,
right. I mean, yeah, it basically becomes like, when do teams, do you take Melton over Jalen Tolbert?
Because he definitely has the special teams pedigree.
Special teams, the tape is solid. It's not maybe.
It's Andrew Stuber. Remember him?
Yeah.
Apparently he didn't run, but he's out here doing some of the drills. Luke Tenuta here, not so great on the 40-yard dash.
Yeah, that 10-yard split there. Yeah, I mean, that's Zachary Thomas, man. He just
and the pull, the long pull drill is what they're running here, and he will, like I said, but this is a running drill. This is a running game drill, and that's his game. Same here for Cordell Volson.
Yeah, that's I think for Zachary Thomas, now you start wondering like, well, yeah, they ran all the time and he was good at that, but now this his athleticism
Makes you think
maybe just wasn't utilized, and maybe there's something there.
And that's kind of, I've bagged on Daniel Bellinger enough to where I'm blue in the face at this point, but is that something, like, because I mean, obviously he wasn't much of a factor in the passing game. Was it because San Diego State wasn't much of a factor in the passing game outside of Jesse Matthews, who was the only one that called any passes?
Right. Yeah. So it's interesting. It's intriguing. And I think that's what makes the NFL draft fun to me, is you're projecting guys that maybe you didn't get to see everything that they're going to have to do, and trying to prognosticate that along with what's their development going to be. Are they going to take a step, or are you projecting that step? That's why I love the kind of mental aspect of the NFL draft, trying to figure that out. It's like the ultimate puzzle. You're trying to find all these pieces are so unique.
And
how does that work together?
And it's like I've been trying to put together these team mock drafts, and I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell everybody out here that I am 100% familiar with every single NFL roster. I just don't have the time to watch as much NFL football as I would like to watch. So I basically start trying to piece together through what I think a team should do is what it becomes a lot of when I'm doing these team mock drafts. And sometimes that's not really how it's going to work out. So that's why some of these come off as not ideal, I guess, for some teams. But there's only a handful of teams that I feel confident in that I'm familiar with. The Saints being one. That's not the Bengals, obviously, because I watched all of their games. But the Saints being one because, I hear enough people talk about the Saints to know what I feel comfortable in them, and some other teams as well. But you probably are more familiar with NFL teams than I am, for sure, as far as that goes.
I think one thing I've been trying to work on this year is learning NFL schemes, because I think it does play such a part in who they pick. And it's tough because then coaching staffs get fired and it changes, and
right.
you don't, but I've been trying to do better at talking to guys that we know that are fans of teams and what they look like, learning that the Browns don't take anyone that's 22 years old or above, like trying to learn some of those things, trying to learn what the inside zone scheme that the Jets run and what offensive lineman they actually would want and that kind of thing. That plays into it too, outside of
and like when we had Daniel Flick on the other night, we both probably learned a lot more about the Atlanta Falcons than we did, before we started that podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Raymond just looks like a tight end out there running.
I mean, that's exact. So this is just basically get out of the stance and run as fast as you can.
Yeah. So, Josh Norris just tweeted out Cole Strange's broad jump's third best since 2006 among all offensive linemen, right? Zach Tom, 9'10", fourth best. Bernard Raymond, 9'9", 7th best.
So this is
we talk about that broad jump.
And we mentioned it earlier. That is the probably most important athletic testing measurable here for offensive tackles. The 20-yard shuttle is also pretty significant, but that's a big one, that broad jump. And for those guys, it's absolutely huge. That I don't know really what this drill's for, but Tyler Smith looked quick doing it. Same with Cole Strange here. If anybody can find the Kentucky game from this year and you want to watch a clinic for a FCS player going against an FBS team, watch that Cole Strange. And Kentucky was a pretty good football team this year. And Cole Strange dominated that, including their nose tackle, Marquand McCall. Is he here? He's at the combine, right?
He I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, big guy. I mean, he's like 3.5 boxes, this guy. And That's sorry. Let me explain that term I just used. Being from originally born in Bayou La Battery, Alabama, anybody that's watched Forrest Gump, the hometown of Bubba Gump, and all that, shrimping is the thing. And they measure shrimp by boxes, and 100 pounds is a box. So when I said 3.5 boxes, he's 350 pounds.
Okay.
There you go.
I don't think I've heard that one before here.
So feel free to use that, everybody, when describing someone's weight.
All right. Well, I'm going to start dropping that. I think that's Pittsburgh is going to catch on here.
So
well, let's go.
So if my man Dwayne ends up listening to this later, he'll get it right away.
There you go.
Wattenberg
with some effort there. Yeah. Well, let's go. It's kind of leaning.
Yeah,
to get around.
Like I said, he's raw.
Yeah.
I
don't know. I still like Donovan West. I think as a third day center.
Yeah,
he's got some.
You could use third day center for everybody not named Lindenbaum at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll have one, pure center that we have ranked at center. May Kim Jurgens had a good combine. Maybe I sneak him into round 3, but we'll see.
So they're showing some of the guys on the side there that aren't working out, like Evan Neal.
Yeah.
Has he said if he's going to work out his pro day, or is it just assumed?
He is, I think he said. But, there's a lot of time there. We'll see if that changes. So running back should be next. I think that's
it. We have not discerned if it's going to be one big large group or if they're going to split them. For our sake, I think we're kind of hoping that they'll just run one big large group.
Yeah, I mean, I guess either way, because I haven't seen any. They probably won't, right? Because they're probably gonna have to split them up. Because I haven't seen any agility stuff yet. So, yeah, it's probably
none of that's come in for the running backs yet.
So that all that means they haven't done it. So they're probably splitting them up in 2. One group will do the broad and the shuttles and stuff, and I'm gonna tweet this out again.
I just did about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna pump the running backs to my fantasy folks here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Kent tweeted out 21 minutes ago. It's so far looking like another stupidly athletic offensive line group. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Go. Yeah, that is definitely true. Okay, I'll tweet that out. Boom.
So, word going around is that the Chargers are going to franchise tag wide receiver Mike Williams. Take that information with what you will.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, I'm always pro consistency.
That's good for Justin Herbert. Good for Keenan Allen.
Some of those big boys are moving. Thanks, Nick.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Like I said, it feels good, Shane. I'm not going to lie. When a guy that we've been on, I feel like the entire season, Trevor Penny, and to see him have this, just the success that he's had, it feels good to see that, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, I think just seeing it on film and seeing other people see it feels good. And then when he keeps kind of checking the boxes in this process, that's pretty huge.
That was a good looking
good short pull from
Tyler Smith.
I like Cole Strange pretty good too. He
looks like the kind of guy that he gets to the second level. He just has fun, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just gonna pop you.
Yeah, I mentioned Andrew Stuber jokingly earlier. I don't think you could have drawn up a worse week of senior role practices for an offensive lineman as what Andrew Stuber had. Like, not going to say he didn't belong there, but he didn't look like he did, Shane.
Yeah. It can kind of snowball sometimes, and that's still why the film is superior. Andrew Stuber's still going to get drafted. I think we'll see, but I think he still had some good games against some good defensive linemen this year. So, but he definitely hurt him in my rankings and probably where he'll go in the draft
for sure.
Yeah. Let's see.
So while we're finishing up this pool drill here, do you have word on if Allgaier is going to run?
I believe he is.
And I did not have confirmation on when I was talking earlier about Kenneth Walker or Kyron Williams.
I believe both are running. Okay. I don't think it's – I don't know if I saw the Kyron Williams definitely is, but I believe so.
Who do we know is not?
Isaiah Spiller is not.
Not. Hassan Haskins we know is not.
Yeah.
Breece Hall.
Heck of a bench press by Hassan Haskins today.
Well, what did he put up?
It was in the high 20s. It was pretty redonkulous.
Nick Guzzi, ready for these running back tests? I know Shane is.
Yep.
I might just lay out during the running backs and let Shane go because this is Shane's bread and butter.
Oh man,
Abram Smith. That's another one that I'm anxious to see how he tests.
Yeah. Nick asks thoughts on fastest running back. You have any predictions on who you think the fastest is?
You said who was the fastest one you had?
On my
Ebner. I think I said Ebner if he runs. Earlier. I'm just basing that purely on the Baylor. Rest of the Baylor players here seem to be running track, so that felt safe. James Cook, if he runs, don't know if he is or not, is another I think could contend.
He came in at 199, which was beefed up a little bit.
Tyler Beatty is another one I think could be fast.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm interested to see. He's one I'm like,
do we get a sub 4.4 running back?
No. Oh,
I don't
think we get close. Personally, I think Ebner could get close. I think Jerrion Ely from Mississippi, he came in at 189. I think he's going to be pretty fast. I think the 40s are good for him, but yeah, I don't think we do.
Quickest 3-cone.
That's interesting.
Well, the question is now see that becomes another thing is how many running backs are actually going to run it because as we saw with wide receivers last night, because they're doing it so late in the day, especially those guys, a lot of them may not even run the 3-cone.
Yeah,
we may not get good information on that.
I do have to mention Jerome Ford too. I think is a contender for the fastest 40. I definitely had him up there. 3-cone, yeah, that's tough. I think it's always tough to kind of judge. I think that's where Kenneth Walker can really shine. I think he could have a nice, he has that kind of short space agility, or Kyron Williams as well. I think those guys are going to do better at the 3-cone than the 40.
If I said right now, we look back on this draft 3 years from now, Tyler Allgaier is the best running back in this class.
I mean, I think it could happen. He would need the perfect spot. I mean, he just needs to go to the right space. I would probably say if that's true, none of these running backs ended up really good. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
I think he has a ceiling. He's athletic and big, and that could be productive. But
I see your 40 prediction for Kevin Harris from South Carolina, 4.61.
What do you think of that?
I think it's too high.
What do you think he's going to run?
I think he's going to go 4.7.
Oh wow,
it's not good.
That's not
good.
It's
not good. I mean, I've seen flashes of him have breakaway speed, but I don't think I just don't think he's going to translate to this. I think Zaquandre Wright's going to be a clean 10th ahead of him, no doubt.
It's fair. I mean, it depends what Kevin Harris we get, man.
I feel like he's fully healthy now, though, based on the bowl game.
Right.
So we'll see. I hope I truly do hope, because I love Kevin Harris.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's what we're going to see. I don't think that's him. I still think he can make an NFL roster and be a contributor. I just don't think he's fast.
Right. No, I mean you're probably right. I mean, I still think low 4.6s are possible for him, but yeah, that's yikes. That is tough. If he's that slow, then throw him in the garbage. He runs a 4.7. Like, no offense.
So any shares that you have, they're gone. Burn them up.
I do not have any, thankfully, but I know some people with some shares of Kevin Harris and Debbie.
That would burn them up right now if he runs 4.7.
Very, very disappointed. They're already disappointed. So they're just hoping that he can work out and make this happen.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to step out for about 10, 15 minutes to get some dinner.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll pop back in here.
Pop back in here for running backs. We'll finish up these the offensive line drills. This one with the bag, right? You're kind of doing a pop and kick slide. Definitely more for the offensive tackles. And then we get they'll do the 2 bags probably later, which is more of a guard drill. So you really want to see them like hit that bag, kind of push the defender, push the bag. You'll see some guys kind of grab it. I kind of like when they don't grab it. Or like, you kind of get your hands inside and then outside. But because if you just go right to like grabbing a guy and moving him, it's like, so I like that, more from Stuber. You put your hands up in there and move it. That's what you got to do when you play offensive line. You ultimately have to do that. It looks like I got to make a draft pick here. Yeah, I mean, Zach Thomas just looks very clean, like in terms of how he moves around. That footwork is really good, very athletic. And I mean, Zach Tom, definitely one of Brian's guys. Not the best like hands technique player, but very versatile. I think if you can grab these kind of athletic types third day, it's going to be pretty good. And once the running backs start, we'll definitely break them down. Or if you have more questions, we could talk running backs for sure. That's better for me. I just had to make a super flex fantasy mock rookie pick here. I took Christian Watson at the 204. It feels a little high, but after the 202, it's all downhill. Luke Wattenberg from Washington, the center, not a his feet can get all over the place. I think he gets pushed around. So say Breece Hall, we got vertical 40, broad jump 10.6, which is really good. That is really explosive for Breece Hall. If he even runs just in the 4.5s, I think he is probably cemented as my RB1, unless Kenneth Walker like really just is off the charts somewhere that I didn't expect, but so it looks like this first running back group where maybe you're going to get some of these numbers. And I think for running backs, like, you don't necessarily need that pure 40 time if you have the size, right? But that is a nice start to the day for Breece Hall. Hand size is good. Look, we talk Kenny Pickett's hands, so should I dive down into the running back hand size? Isaiah Spiller came in under 9 inches. I think he came in maybe just for 8.5, which also isn't great. Once again, you're not going to pass a running back because of their hand size, but if we're talking fumbling, still, if hand size matters for a quarterback, it does matter a bit for the running back too. But I talked about kind of how yesterday affected my rankings. I tweeted that out. A quarterback stayed the same for me. I still have Matt Corral number 1. He didn't work out, but he came in heavier, which was good. Malik Willis 2. I think Malik Willis goes first. Sam Howell, Kenny Pickett are super close, 3 and 4 for me. But I thought Kenny Pickett had a really solid day. Desmond Ridder stays at 5, but I think he's up in that tier with those top 4. I think he could be as high as QB3 off the board for the draft. And after that, it's kind of a wash. Receiver-wise, I definitely made some adjustments. The top 5 stay the same. Traylon Burks, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave. I bumped Christian Watson up to 6, George Pickens up to 7, then dropped David Bell down to 8. So shifted that tier a little bit. Jahan Dotson, Sky Moore, that they kind of stayed 9, 10. I bumped Alec Pierce up to 11. Now, say he has some drops. There's definitely some film with Alec Pierce that I'm concerned about, but I think the upside over Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Tolbert, John Mechie, my next 3. Then I went Khalil Shakir, Calvin Austin. Calvin Austin 16 maybe is a little bit low, but maybe it's kind of the fantasy influence on me, but like he's 173. He's going to be an awesome weapon. I don't know if I would draft him in the top 15 receivers. The NFL might. And then kind of the special teams guys with some upside. Bo Melton at 17, Velus Jones at 18, Justin Ross at 19. See if he gets to do anything. Eric Ezekanma at 20, Danny Gray 21, Romeo Dubs 22, Tyquan Thornton 23, Jalen Naylor 24, Kyle Phillips 25. Kind of from there. I shifted like Kevin Austin from Notre Dame, had a really good day up to 30. So a lot of movement in my receivers, but it wasn't like, this guy's moving up 10, 12 spots from 15 to 5. The tiers pretty much stayed the same. I shifted kind of within those tiers. And then some of the late guys I bumped up, Kevin Austin, those kind of guys pretty far. Tight ends, maybe I should be changing these more, but I left my top 3 intact. Jalen Watermeyer 1, Trey McBride 2, Isaiah Likely 3. I don't know what order that will happen. I think Trey McBride will probably go first. Move Greg Dulcich up to 4, Jeremy Ruckert up to 5, Kate Otten up to 6. My biggest jump was Jelani Woods. I moved him up to 7 because he showed athleticism at that size. It's just rare. I think for a tight end, that's awesome. And then I bumped Cole Turner down to 8. So that was kind of the changes from last night. We'll see how today goes, and I'll probably stay up and adjust these rankings as well. All right, but so now this is more of the guard drill for this, where you hit outside, move inside. So this is kind of simulating if additional pressures coming interior wise, right? You take your guy on the outside, boom, we got to make that move. So you see that shift from 1 to the other, which can be really crucial. And so sometimes some of those players with good, especially good broad jumps, I think it's why the broad jump translates so well to offensive line, is because, it's kind of that push off and explosion. You're doing that right here. And this happens often when defenses are stunting or blitzing or doing something that the call didn't come in on. You have to make that adjustment pretty quickly. So Tyler Smith will be interesting here. Obviously, he's going to be a tackle. But I do think with his athletic testing, I think just those feet are really nice in the booth, gliding from one to the other. He's probably a top 50 pick. Cole Strange, man, really good day. Yeah. You can see the balance with Cole Strange, too. He stays balanced, doesn't get knocked off balance, which is pretty awesome. So I actually think Andrew Stuber has done decently today. He has some requisite movement ability, but that's the case. Luke Tenuta, not bad. Here's Zachary Thomas. Really good day for him. Yeah. There you go. The infographic on the screen. Most sub 5 40-yard dashes, 12. I did not. My 40-time predictions, I was not there. Most since 2003 in this class, doubling number 2. So like super duper athletic offensive line group. Once again, deep. I'm tweeting that. Back, wide receiver, tight end, O-line, D-line, linebacker, corner, safety, punter, there, every position just deep. Diamond West. Diamond West is a nice blend of he can move, he has some power, not great at anything. Zakel here from Fordham. Pretty technically sound player. A lot of people like Max Mitchell. I think he's built well. I think he carries his weight well, has a good lower body. So, I would take him kind of early third day. If he goes a little bit above that, I think, especially like run blocking, he is pretty good. Okay. Let's draft one deepest I can remember. Top end is a little bit suspect, right? We don't have that high-end quarterback. We don't have that number one, even overall edge rusher that I think's absolutely dominant. Kayvon Thibodeau could have been that. Didn't quite hit there. But every position is deep because so many guys went back to school. Third day, I said it yesterday in the live stream. You're going to have priority undrafted free agents that are better than fourth-round picks last year. So, and that's pretty unheard of. But last year it was one of the smallest classes in NFL draft history. This is the largest in NFL draft history, or pretty close to it. Yeah, these North Carolina offensive linemen, I don't know. I just wasn't impressed. I didn't think the offensive line played well, especially the interior. And you have a couple guys here, and Kethin and the Zudu. I guess the Zudu's decently highly thought of, but I was surprised. No, Thayer Munford, I think at guard, I think you can be a starting guard in the NFL. That doesn't hurt you. I think there's a lot of that for Ohio State this year. Yeah, good moves by Dylan Parham there. Now everyone on Twitter's fighting with me about depth. So I'm gonna have to fight with some people on Twitter now. I think what gets me about football too is people can see same thing, think different things, and that's always tough. One of the guys most impressed today was Lindstrom. Yeah, I really thought Alec Lindstrom. He's my center 3, and I had him fairly high up in my. I think he was number 1 before I added Tyler Linderbaum. Linderbaum, obviously moved up there, but I really thought Lindstrom had a really good season. I thought he's had a good career. Maybe Zion Johnson took a little more of the brunt of the tough work, but Lindstrom, very solid. They ran behind those two. They were a team, and I thought he had a good day too, and probably should have been at the Senior Bowl. Pop back here, back to a commercial. Yeah, I'm waiting for these running backs to go. Should get there pretty soon. Hopefully. So we'll see. And any chat predictions on what running backs will impress the most? Joe Nada was the Clemson receiver. Right? He did not declare. I think Clemson was just such a, kind of such a mess this year that it's really tough to gauge. Really tough to gauge. I think he's obviously going to be their number 1 guy. Bo Collins probably across from him. And I think I have him fairly low in my rankings here, but let me see if I can pull those up real quick. I can check on where I have them, but I think I have them fairly low, unfortunately. I just didn't see it this year. Maybe he can bounce back, but that's usually tough. Let's see. Oof. I got him down pretty far. That's probably not great. Yeah, I have him down at my like 43rd receiver. That feels low, but I don't know. Abram Smith's a major sleeper. I like Abram Smith. Yeah, I mean, getting to see the running backs catch the football, man, I can't wait. I think you learn a lot from this. Yeah, I think Ed Ingram is. I think he's going to be just a solid gap power blocker. Maybe he falls to day 3, but I would pick him. I even think round 2. I wouldn't be wholly opposed. I think he could be a starter on a run heavy scheme. I'd be down for a team like the Steelers to draft him, plug him in at right guard, and let him do some work. So good, fair. Abram Smith, yeah, I want to see how he's going to run. This Baylor Bears been flying. Treston Ebner's going to be good. Abram Smith carried that team to win against Oklahoma. Just really killed it. Son Haskins 27 reps on the bench. That's wild. We're getting to the end of these offensive line drills. This is going to be a late. It's going to be a late night here for this combine. I think they got to be done by 11 p.m. So I think the weights on some of these running backs were maybe, we saw a guy like James Cook get up to 199, very solid. If he runs well, 199, when he probably played less than that. James Cook from Georgia, Dalvin Cook's brother. I mean, that could put him in day 2. Jerrion Ely down to 189. So we'll see what happens there. All right, so now we're doing this to the right side. Chris Paul's look good. I mean, Trevor Penning, I think just dominant in these drills. He's nailed every one so far. It's been really impressive from when I pop back in. Yeah, I think both Ohio State guys are, I would guess round 3. I'm starting to lean more that way. I mean, might even be on the border of that top 100. Like someone like Bernard Raymond, if he doesn't go in the first, I mean, he's going to get picked pretty early on in the second. I think we could see Sean Ryan be picked as a guard as well. Yeah, I don't know if he was a disappointment, but I think the athletic testing was really good for Bernard Raymond. But you can see the technique problems that he has, right? And I think that's something that
that showed up at the Senior Bowl a lot.
Yeah, a lot of offensive line coaches are going to say, "Well, I can fix that. I can fix that up. Give me the athletic former tight end, and we'll fix the Whittle stuff." So
you could apply that to every NFL position coach. I believe they all feel like they can fix everything.
If not, then they probably wouldn't have that job, right? So
I don't know if you saw this tweet that Kent reshared about 30 minutes ago, but it said Kent State's Dustin Crum just showed up for the vertical, even though the quarterbacks jumped yesterday, leapt 32.5 inches.
Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to see who sent that and how reliable they were, but I don't know. I should probably
somebody who writes for Steelers Depot.
Oh, well.
That's not your crew.
It's not my crew. No, I'll say that. It is not. Steelers Depots. They aggregate data well. I'll say
That
that.
is a talent, I guess.
Though they tried to lie to me. multiple times. So they tried to lie to me multiple times when I was asking for actual heights. And guys were tweeting at me like, hey, man. So much Bailey's there. Okay. Let me see if I can find another source there. Because if so, that'd be cool. I would. That'd be fun for Dustin Crum.
Shane, did I just see a tweet from you that said punter is a deep class?
Punter's a deep class, man. We got
There's
three.
Like three. Is that deep?
Yeah, that's deep. Yes. How many punters get drafted every year? What's the average? Probably like less than one. So
there's one punter that matters in this class.
That's
Beyond
not
that,
true.
I don't care
you
about
were at
Jordan
the Senior
Stout.
Bowl. Don't.
I don't care about Carmada. It's a reason or nothing for me if the Bengals draft a punter in this class.
Oh, man. You were at the Senior Bowl. You saw some of those 60, 70-yard punts.
No, those two were draftable punters. I'll say that.
Yeah, they're good. So, like I said, if the average is like one, we're tripling that. I'd say that's as good a class as you're ever going to get. Deep punter.
With the rumors that Troy Aikman is going to be the lead analyst on Monday Night Football, it appears Brian Griese will no longer be, as he is now the quarterback's coach for the 49ers.
Yeah, that's exciting for Trey Lance. I'm interested to see how Brian Griese does there. Yeah, people got mad at that tweet, but
which tweet is that?
The one where I listed off the positions that were deep.
Did they directly point at punter like I did, or is
they did not? Like punter was not the problem. We got tight end, quarterback.
Look, tight end is a deep class, whether anybody wants to talk about it or not. There's day three tight ends, man, that are gonna just play a long time in the NFL. In this draft class, there just isn't many flashy names at the top. There's no Kyle Pitts this year.
That was the argument from this person. They doubted there were three legit starters, but I was like, that's the point, right? It's deep.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many legit starters there are.
And we've said that throughout this whole process. There's a lot of tight end twos. In this class, not a lot of alpha number one tight ends.
Did you see these Breece Hall numbers?
I did not.
Really good. 40-inch vert.
Wow.
10.6 broad. So that is in the elite range of the.
That is Breece Hall RB1 for me right now. Probably not going to change.
I just need him to get in the 4.5s, and he's locked in.
You're there.
He's been my RB1 for a while, but I'll turn the lock and throw away the key if he gets.
I've switched to T, Shane.
That's probably a good idea. Yeah, that's what I've been drinking. I got the giant mug of coffee filled with tea.
Steelers Depot, the bastion of reliable reporting. I have no idea.
We'll just let that go.
Yeah. I'm just going to be like this and say, I can honestly say I have never visited SteelersDepot.com in my life.
I'm actually a little surprised, only because for a while they were where everyone went for the combine numbers and stuff like that, like years ago. I remember 2006, 2007, like they had the best charts. Easy to read and copy.
But you've gone back 15 years when how many websites were covering the NFL draft 15 years ago?
Not too many.
So, now it's a lot harder to gain that traction again,
Yeah. I have not seen anyone else say anything about that. So
are we saying Kent might have got there?
I don't know. I'm still not putting it out. Maybe I'm not searching the right things, but I don't know. guess we'll see. Hopefully we find out. I feel like that'll be a big story if it's true. As big as a Dustin Crum story can be.
So I'm assuming are we done with the offensive
we
line
are,
drills?
We are done. Finally. We're going to move to running back here, which I still think there's going to be a couple groups of running backs that will be here a while. Willis at 2. Not quite. You got to do a little better in college.
Thor Nystrom at NBC there had that in his pre-combine mock draft. Willis 2 to the Lions. I can tell you our go-to Lions source was not thrilled with that idea.
Yeah, I would imagine. Like, I don't think the Lions are in a rush for that quarterback. I don't think that they are.
And I don't think they have to be because they're not going to be even – I mean, are they going to be good again this year? No.
They're not going to be –
They're not going to be –
Bengals or anything, but I mean, could they be competitive? Could they be 500? Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need the quarterback there.
Yeah. So
I think the reason why is just inconsistency from
Willis. And you're still going to have the draft capital in 23, even if you are picking later in the top 10 next year, which you hope that you are. You hope that you're showing that improvement, that you're not picking in the top 5 again. But even if you're picking late in the top 10 or even in the early teens, you're going to have those extra Rams picks to be able to package up and move up to get one of the top quarterbacks if you feel like that you're built to do it then, right? So,
I think the reason Willis doesn't go there just on, talent too is like he was just really inconsistent. Yeah, he has the tool set, he has the classroom stuff, the good interviews, but you flip on most games and he's gonna hold the ball too long and not be able to read that defense perfectly and make bad decisions. And so if I'm picking a quarterback 2 overall, they better have a lot of those things cleaned up. I mean, if you had a lot of criticism, I think of a lot of better quarterbacks with less issues there. So that's just my thought. I mean, could it happen? Could that buzz happen somehow? Sure. But I think it's doubtful.
If I was running an NFL team, I don't think I would draft a quarterback in the top 10 this year.
No,
I'm just not enamored with any of these guys.
I honestly don't think any of them will go in the top 10. Kyle asks, who do you think the Saints should go after quarterback, even though they may be weak? I think it depends who's there. Like, I think in the first round, maybe you could talk yourself into Kenny Pickett at 18 if Willis is gone. I think if I'm the Saints, I'm looking – maybe I can move back a little bit and take a Desmond Ridder, someone like that. I don't think it's a bad idea for the Saints to do what the Lions have done. Maybe re-sign Jameis Winston and draft a receiver in the first round. You're probably going to get a pretty good one there at 18. Build the rest of that offense next year. You can sign a big name or you can draft someone and bring them in.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on the Saints. And I did my Saints mock draft I did the other day. I said earlier, I had them drafting Desmond Ridder in the second round. I think that if he were available to them then, like if they didn't draft a quarterback in the first round, I think he would be a guy. I don't if they run a similar with Pete Carmichael calling the plays, you have to feel that they'll run a similar offense to the Sean Payton offense there. Okay. So I don't necessarily dislike Carson Strong in that offense. Because
I dislike Carson Strong in any offense, but good.
I'm just saying. I think his lack of athleticism would not be exposed as much in that offense if we're going with that. So, keep that in mind. Second round, Ritter, Strong, possibilities. Zappy's another one I think would fit in that offensive scheme.
I think he would too. He's definitely going to be a consideration for me for them in my mock on Monday as well. Never say 100% anything in the NFL draft. I'll say that.
That's correct. But
don't do it.
I think Willis is going to end up in the top 10 when it's all said and done. Should he? No. Will he? Probably. I agree. But I'm with you.
I don't think so.
Nothing is 100% other than Joe Burrow was going to be the Bengals pick at number 1 2 years ago.
Yeah, I never say 100%.
Apparently he agrees with you on Carson Strong.
There you go. Great. Yeah. How is the most potential? I think
I said it last night. I think we've slept on Carson or Sam Howell a bit too long. I think, we need to come back full circle.
Yeah. I think Sam Howell is going to be fine. I just think, maybe you get what Andy Dalton was to the Bengals, like fine but upgradable, right? Like this I think that's what Sam Howell's going to be with some mobility. I think he can win you some games. Maybe he can make the playoffs, and he's not going to be able to pull an offense out when they really need it. You know what I mean?
Damn it, Shane. That makes a lot of sense what you just said.
Yeah. I mean, he's not that, his arm's obviously a lot better than Andy Dalton's was, but you know what I mean?
No, I completely, I got it for sure.
So Rachaad White with a 38 vertical. That's really good. Kenneth Walker, 34. Kevin Harris, 38.5. Pretty good.
Maybe I was a bit harsh on my Gamecock there, Kevin Harris. That's pretty good. I was talking earlier while you were out about Rachaad White and how much I really love him as a 3-down back in the NFL.
I'm scared the NFL isn't going to love him, but we'll see what happens today. I just don't know where he's going to
go. Who do we have as a top running back? I think we said that earlier. We both currently have Breece Hall 1 and don't see that really changing after the combine.
Look, I think it depends how, if he runs a really bad 40, maybe and Kenneth Walker does really well, or Isaiah Spiller does really well at his pro day, there's a chance. But I have a feeling Breece Hall is going to get in the 4.5s. I do.
Yeah, Walker's. I don't want to say they're interchangeable at 1, 2, 3 right now, but I think you're going to see that same 1, 2, 3 on pretty much everybody who covers the drafts board right now. I don't think you're going to see too many other guys sneaking into that top 3 of the running back charts, other than Hall, Spiller, and Walker.
I think Walker's weight came in really good. I was scared he's going to be a little light. He's got to run well, and that he could fall out of that top 3. Brian, you want to take a guess how many offensive linemen had a faster 40-yard dash than Jack Cohn? Who remember yesterday? It wasn't awful. How many offensive linemen had a better 40-yard dash than Jack Cohn?
2.
4.
Wow. Is that the official numbers?
I guess I don't know if we have the official.
Apparently, Spiller, per Justin Higdon's tweet, is doing jumps.
Oh wow!
Not a 40, but 30-inch vertical. Isaiah Spiller.
So, and then that's not great.
You said Walker 34, Breece Hall 40.
40, which is excellent.
Yeah, no, that's poor, right?
I don't think that's great.
That's offensive line numbers, man. I mean, that's high-end offensive line.
Yeah, that's not ideal for him. So, and then if we don't get the 40 time, then that's definitely a downside of now you're just looking at that vertical number. So, to repeat those, it was 30-inch vert for Isaiah Spiller, 34 for Kenneth Walker, and 40 for Breece Hall.
So, yeah, that's a thing that happened, and not great for Isaiah Spiller.
Yeah, we'll see if he does anything else. It'll be interesting.
To answer your question, 4.90 was the official Jack Cohn 40 time.
We had 4 guys go sub 4.9.
Who were the 4 guys? I know.
I just shut it down, but
sorry. That's all right. It's all right.
That's right. That's right. I had it. No. That's gone. But
what are we playing with water balloons now on the NFL Network broadcast? What are we doing?
This is what the Philadelphia Eagles had everyone they interviewed do at the start of the interview. They shoot 5 shots. Sam Howell only got 2 out of 5, so they will not be drafting him.
What is the point of that?
I don't know. I forget who. One of the prospects, I nailed all 5. Just crushed it. What? Oh, man. I mean, maybe Jalen Reagor got all 5, and that's what happened. I should have brought some more mini basketballs.
And that is true. That is one of the numbers that offensive tackles 40 is listed as one of the important drills for offensive linemen, correlation success, as was pointed out. Broad jump, probably the biggest correlator to success, but 40 semi-important. Speed score as well.
Yeah. Speed score is pretty good.
Come on, man. We couldn't be showing some clips of these verticals or something right now.
We could, but that's no one wants to watch that. We want to watch this. We want to watch mini basketball with this that was intense.
I don't even know who this is. Is this Sean O'Hara?
All I know is the Eagles probably gonna have the best draft now. That's all I know.
So I'll bring this up while we got some downtime. When I was because the question was asked me on the radio spot earlier that the Combine's probably leaving Indianapolis after this season.
Yeah, the lease is up.
They're one of 3 cities that bid on it to host it for the next 2 years. LA and Dallas, the other 2. So I fully expect it to leave, probably going to SoFi and in LA, because that's where the NFL Network is located. That feels like in the NFL, and everybody seems to want to make LA the thing. So I feel like that's where it's going to go. I get moving the draft. I get moving the draft around.
Yeah.
When they first moved the draft out of New York, I think people were upset because that's where it's always been. But we've seen the atmosphere that them moving the draft to these different cities created. It's been wild. Like Nashville a few years ago was just insane. And, Chicago. So that has turned. But you can do more stuff with the draft. You can have it outside, so to speak, like they've done, and have these big crowds. and stuff like that. You can't do that with the combine, right? It has to be at an indoor facility, for this. And you see this, right? It's not a fan. Having gone to the HBCU combine earlier, that was my first ever time at any sort of combine event. It's not, if you're not there doing a job, I don't know what the fan appeal of a combine is. And what kind of event are you creating by moving it? So I don't see the point, I guess.
I think your view is just, it doesn't matter about the fans. That's not why they're picking a city, right? It's going to be about the city itself, what it brings for, the coaching staffs, what the nightlife brings, what the community brings, which I think Indianapolis has done great with from everything I've read. But, the lease is up and they want to move it, then I think Dallas will get it. That's what I think is going to happen. I think they're still going to pick a centralized-ish location.
Which LA would not be.
Right. You really want to be going from Florida to LA? Yeah. So I think it's more about, they're trying to push the economy and all that. But I think it's just about, you have probably good spots, maybe even a little better facilities. Not that Indy is a bad facility, but Dallas or LA especially are newer. I don't know. I don't really get it, but
that's kind of was,
it's cost
can still be the worry about the Senior Bowl as well, and with the Shrine and all that when that was happening, and it ended up not being a thing this year, but I'm still not unsold that it might not become a thing later.
Yeah.
Because, as much as despite the fact that I've bought 2 homes in Mobile, I'm not exactly, this is not exactly what I would call a paradise to live in or anything. So,
yeah, I think at least Senior Bowl wise, you have the history of the game and that event for so long that it's becoming just, it is what it is,
Yeah,
Evan Neal not testing could be a mistake. Don't put that one up.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know what that was.
Yeah. Okay. Evan Neal testing, it could be a mistake, but ultimately he's going to work out his pro day. It's not like if he just said, I'm not working out at all, then I think that's a problem. He's going to give us some numbers at the Alabama pro day, so it'll be fine. Ultimately. Still waiting for these running backs. How long is this going to go?
Well, I said earlier that I thought they might actually get running at 7 Central, 8 Eastern, but it looks like we're maybe we have some more miniature basketball to play or something. I don't know. They are dragging this out, and like I said, we're still kind of we're assuming that they've split them up now based on the verticals and stuff coming in. That we're going to get 2 groups of running backs, which is going to drag this thing out beyond what we were last night.
Yeah.
But at least we're talking about running backs now.
We're moving there. We got Brees Hall, your boy Rashad White doing well. Kevin Harris, 38.5 vert, 10.6 broad jump. He's going to be one of the top explosive testers. So maybe
probably not what you were expecting. Like I said, maybe he's healthy now, and maybe maybe we bailed on him too soon, Shane.
Yeah. His play this year, not great. But like you said,
it was not. Healthy. But like I said, he was dealing with an injury.
Yeah.
And and he also was dealing with
Yeah, I mean, dealing with, then by that point, you're Zaquandre White, who obviously is good enough to get a combine invite, is there.
Okay, to answer a question that we've had, I'm seeing running back 36 in the same shot here with running back 17. And that tells me that we're just getting one big
I
group.
think we're just going straight through.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Maybe, we'll probably have a couple of these guys not work out. Jerry on Ely with a 10-8 broad. That's got to be.
Or is he done with baseball?
He seems that way if he's here. I would think so. I don't know how high he's going to go in the draft, but
of course, baseball's seemingly done. So maybe that's the business decision that he has made.
That's a fair point. Yeah. I mean, so Rashad White, Kevin Harris, really good numbers so far. If they can keep that up, maybe Kevin Harris can get back in this thing.
So we had the official 40 times for the offensive lineman. Don't know if you've seen these numbers, Shane. I'll run through them real quick.
Yeah.
Fastest ends up not being Kellen Deesh, but Dare Rosenthal, 4.88. Fastest 40 on the offensive line. Deesh, 4.89. Chris Paul, 4.89. Trevor Penning, 4.89.
There's the 4 faster than Jack Cohn right there.
Cam Jurgens, 4.92. Abraham Lucas, 4.92. Aquano comes in 4.93, comes in 8th. Parham and Zach Tom round out the top 10. The other 3 that went sub 5 seconds, Charles Cross, 4.95. Zach Thomas, 4.96. Braxton Jones, 4.97.
That's a super athletic offensive line class. So,
yes,
that's really good. All right, looks like we're starting.
Pitting, yes, that is. That's
They're ridiculous at his size. Because a lot of those guys are under 300 pounds, and Penning, my goodness gracious.
If we want to give out the last place trophy here, tied for last place on this list, Kenyon Green and Cade Mays at 5.24.
Fair enough.
9.6 broad jump from Isaiah Spiller as well, by the way.
All right. Well, getting to the 40s here. Tyler Allgeier came in 224, 5'10", 3/4.
It's a good looking running back right there, Shane.
He holds that 224 well.
Yes.
It's so we'll see. This is his draft capital. 4.64. So we'll see how the second one goes. I think he's got to get in the 4.5s at least.
4.50 was your call on Allgeier.
Yeah, I really.
He's not getting there. He's not getting there.
We'll see. Look, we still got another run. Anything can happen.
All right, 197 pounds for Tyler Beatty.
I don't know how fast he's going to be. I'm going to say that he's going to run like a 4.3, but
will we see a running back sub 4.4?
I don't think so.
All right, Beatty.
I mean, I think
not going to be a good run here for Beatty.
The false start's always bad. I mean, what is a good run for? What's a bad run for Beatty? I guess
I don't know. I mean, for 197, if he's in over 4.5, that's. I think you need, if you're that small, you need to come in the 4.4 range.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I put him 4.45. I think I don't think he's going to be a 4.3 guy, but he better be in the 4.4s. 4.49.
So yeah.
So I mean that's solid. We'll see how the second run goes. And these are unofficial, so it can get bumped down or up or whatever.
Do they seem like they're a little better tonight than they were last night?
Yeah, I mean it seems a little bit better. but
because that was
line was
especially
decent.
with the receivers last night. That was
the issue is the offensive line. You're not getting
right.
4 2s and 4 3s. It's harder to
Right.
hit that than 4 8 9.
I like Kennedy Brooks.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to get drafted higher than I like him, but
I like him as a day 3 back.
Yeah.
So
no Greg Bell, no Max Borghi.
Okay.
So those guys probably not getting drafted.
I don't think those were draftable guys.
Yeah.
Coming in anyway.
Brooks super productive through 3 1,000-yard seasons for Oklahoma. That means something. 4.59. I had him at 4.57, so I think it's fair.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
I
think that's fair.
He's almost every running back in the NFL these days is what you'd call a rotational running back anyway, but I think that's what Kennedy Brooks truly is.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that could be productive, but he's not going to win you games. Lenny Brown came in 213. It's a little lighter than the Shrine. Let's see what he runs here. That's pretty good. Oh, no. At the end,
that is not good.
The end was not. I think he pulled up a little early.
I have a fantasy-related draft capital-ish running back question I'll get to when they go to commercial break.
All right. I had him at a 4.59 is what I was predicted. Ty Chandler might fly. He's fast.
I like Ty Chandler, man. I thought he was great this season for North Carolina.
He was good at Tennessee as well.
Yeah.
He's got 4.45.
That's good.
That's good. Adam 4.5 flat. That's good.
4.4. You had him 4.58 or 4.48.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did. I adjusted him down since I printed this out because it's like, yeah, it's pretty good.
Looks like James Cook is on the line there.
The Snoop Connor is not running. I think he had an injury.
Well, no. I just see his name.
Connor. Oh,
so there is Snoop Connor. Yeah. James Cook would be next, and he is geared up over there. So we're going to see James Cook
running.
Snoop Connor, the forgotten Rebel running back there.
Yeah, 4.66. That's about right.
You had him 4.62. So we're starting to see, Shane.
I'm a little better with running back.
You're pretty good with these running back times. You've been all over the place.
As long as they're not
some
fast,
of these other guys.
As long as they're not that fast, then I'm good. That's good.
Disappointed that James Cook didn't participate in the Senior Bowl. I don't know why he pulled out. I don't think it was injury related. I think it was agent related that he pulled out there. I really wanted to see him because they were talking he was going to play some slot receiver during the game and in practices and stuff like that. It's something you really want to see, like you got to see last year with Demetric Felton.
He's up to 199, so we'll see if that
he feels that this is our 4-3 running back here.
Yeah, I think if he gets 4.45 would be solid for him.
Oh, he's screwed.
First run might not be good. Brian doesn't like the false starts, but I'm disappointed too. It would have been nice to see him. He's going to kill these receiving drills today
for sure. Does he run a faster combine 40 than his brother?
What did Dalvin run?
I don't know. Let me look that up.
Yeah, I feel like James is faster. Get that Dalvin Cook Raz card out. 4.5. 4.5 flat.
4.49 combine 4.51 pro day. No, so 4.49 is the time to beat his brother.
Yeah, I think James Cook will beat that. Absolutely. 4.5, right on. Right, he's right there.
So unofficially slower than his brother.
Yeah, his brother's time was official.
But his second run will be better because he won't have the false start on the second run.
That's true. I mean, yeah, I like the comp. Let's just comp him to his brother.
I mean, who else would you comp him to, right?
Someone that didn't go in the first round, you know.
And he's not going to go in the first round, so.
No.
As a matter of fact, I had him going in the fourth round the other day, but that's probably not going to happen. Ty Davis Price, LSU, solid season for.
Yeah, he had a really good year. He's a big boy. So if you can get even in the low 4.6s, that'll be a nice time. You know, if you're over 205, you don't need to run a 4.4 or something.
Jayshon Corbin did not run from Florida State, and Jerrion Ely is not going to run either because I see 13. Ely is 13.
All right. Say, look.
Well, who was 12? We've jumped order here, Shane. Is Ebner 12?
We'll find out.
Yeah.
Pretty soon. That's a really good time for TDP. 4.58. Like I said, he played at the season in the 230s, slimmed down a little bit. That's a pretty good time for him. I don't know if he gets drafted, but I think he'll make a practice squad. Jerrion Ely in a hoodie is not looking. Is that him?
No, that's not him.
Okay.
Ely's up. He's on the line.
I mean, this could be our this could be our 4.3 guy. He came in at 189. So Jerrion Ely, Ole Miss, he was drafted into the MLB.
It's a center fielder, right?
Mm-hmm. So he can move. Really good. He played college baseball until he got hurt in football.
So we'll see his 40
going 4.5.
Okay.
Nope. I mean, I wasn't far off, but
4.47. You had him. So when we watch him, when they do some of the passing drills later, and they're tracking the ball downfield, that he should be good at that, right? As a former center fielder, you would.
Yeah, I mean, they use them on
that would translate.
Early in his career, they used to use them on a lot of wheel routes, things like that. Ebner's got some wheels. 4.48. Pretty solid.
Yeah. Without any basis at all, I thought he would be one of the faster running backs. Just basing on all the other Baylor players that are going to be super fast. Abram
Smith's not, not his game.
No, that's not his game at all. He was definitely the thunder to the thunder and lightning of that running back duo.
Here's another guy that could do it. Jerome Ford, 5-star prospect in some recruiting rankings, Alabama. He had some over 40-yard runs this year.
Yeah.
To the end zone. So 4.51. I mean, which at 210, that's really good. That's a really good number at 210. That's really fast.
I'm starting to think here, Shane, we're not going to get that sub 4.4 running back, but you said there wouldn't be.
You were correct. Yeah, I mean,
shifty back here, Tyler Goodson.
Yeah, he's kind of fallen out of favor the more I've watched Tyler Goodson from Iowa.
That was basically the positives I had from his scouting report. He was shifty.
Yeah, he's a tough player. That's a good start, but 4.47. I mean, that's a really good. I thought he would. He slimmed down a little bit.
Yeah, that's almost a tenth faster than you had him. Yeah,
so that's a good time for him.
So here we go, Breece Hall. Who had the? I mean, he's just been impressed with. The vertical and the broad jump were super impressive.
Really impressive.
Will that translate into the 40?
I think if he can get low 4.5s, I mean, he's a 217, so even like 4.6 is not bad at his size. You know what I mean? Like a 4.6 wouldn't be awful. And like a 4.56 still puts him over 100 speed score. So 4.7 is that what he's running, Brian, now after the false start?
High 4.5s.
High 4.5s is still really good.
Oh, it's still good, but
Yeah, Ingram, Bam, Zonovan Knight, man, he added like almost 15 pounds, I think. Crazy. Keontae Ingram had a really good.
Well, I mean, if you're calling yourself Bam, you have to add weight, right?
Bam.
I mean, that's a rule.
I mean, what he got to see was Ike Ekwonu just bamming people in front of him. Those two together were super nice. I do have some Zonovan Knight and some leaks. Well, this is good. Man, that is 4.44 for Breece Hall is
Breece Hall has
exceptional.
Killed my theory of false starting, killing the run there. 4.44. Wow.
Yeah, I think that jinx is sailed.
RB1, Breece Hall.
I mean, even if that adjusts down to 4.48, 4.49, that's phenomenal. I was hoping for 4.53. I was feeling good. 2.17.
So we're going to go to a commercial break here, right when Kevin Harris was allegedly coming to the line.
Yeah, you don't need to watch that.
Yeah, we didn't.
What was your fantasy question?
Okay, was the rumors picking up that the Giants might be shopping Saquon Barkley?
Yeah.
All right, so first question is, what kind of draft capital do you think they could get back for Saquon Barkley?
A fourth.
Which is a far cry from the number 2 overall pick on which he was selected.
I mean, the contract's big. He's been hurt for 2 years. I think if I was the Giants, I'd take a fourth personally, but
both from an NFL and then maybe separately from a fantasy impact, where would you like to see Saquon Barkley land in a trade if a trade happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a fantasy perspective, you want somewhere where he's going to be utilized, like a Miami with Mike McDaniel, and that system I think would be awesome in the Shanahan ZBS system.
And they probably have some picks that could extra picks laying about.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. I'd even be down for like the Falcons. I don't know if they trade him in the NFC, but 4th round pick probably. But I could see like NFL wise, maybe a team like the Jets that has a lot of draft capital, pair him with Michael Carter. I know they like Michael Carter a lot, but I think if it's a 4th, 5th round pick, you don't necessarily have to need that elite lead running back to make that trade, right?
So let's pose that question for the chat. Those watching us here on YouTube, youtube.com/The Draft Countdown. Where would you like to see Saquon Barkley land, and what kind of draft capital would you expect back? We'll post your some of your replies here on screen.
Breece Hall, Raz card 987.
That'll do.
I'll say, not to knock him after he's just had an exceptional day, but I don't see that on film. Like I don't see that.
No
type of athleticism.
He is trained well.
Yeah.
That was money well spent wherever Breece Hall trained.
But I think if that's upside, right? If you can get him there, if he has that requisite athleticism, then awesome. Let's try to unlock that. So, Hassan Haskins does not run. I'm not sure if he will run. He did do the bench press.
5, 6, 7 Raz right now for Tyler Allgeier. Not great.
We get another run here. Let's
All right, so let's get caught up on these 40s here, Shane. Do we see my man? No. Kevin Harris did not run.
Kevin Harris didn't run. Keontae Ingram 4.6. So Hassan Haskins also did not run like we thought he might not. Bam Knight 4.62. Like I said, he beefed up, so I don't think that's an awful time for him.
Sincere McCormick had some big plays at UTSA. He's coming up next.
Yeah, he
Very productive player.
He came in at 205, 461 at his height, so a little disappointing. But he also bulked up a little bit.
Next up, Isaiah Pacheco.
447. That's a good time for him. He had a good Shrine. I think it was Shrine week. Now I get confused to which one was Shrine and which was NFLPA, but
he was also at the Hula Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe the NFLPA. He double dipped. Yeah. Dameon Pierce. Now, the guy is yoked up, son. I mean, this guy is.
Yeah.
This is what I think a running back should look like. I don't know if he's going to run fast.
No, 4.66.
No, but
that's not good.
No. But he's going to play a long time in the NFL because of why, Shane?
Because he can block.
He can block.
I'm not sure blocking makes you last a long time in the NFL, but
I can tell you this: it's important because when you're in the Super Bowl and Samaje Perine is in at the most important part of the game because your $15 million a year running back can't block a lick. Well, it means something.
Maybe you can draft Dameon Pierce and get that 4.66 in. I think Devontae Price is going to run pretty well. He better. I mean, it's got to be what he's more predicated on. 4.44. Yeah. I mean, I think I had him 4.46.
Barkley to the Chiefs for a second-round pick. I don't know about that. Maybe to the Chiefs.
I would love Breece Hall and the Dolphins. Say that. That'd be nice. I mean, if either of those guys ran a sub 4.6, Haskins is the heaviest running back. Obviously, he's not running today. You got Ronnie Rivers, Fresno State, productive.
That's not great.
4.62.
Yeah, not at 5'7", 187 pounds or whatever it is he weighed in at.
I had him at 4.6. So
yeah, that's.
I mean, he's not a speed guy. Now, what does Brian Robinson run? Because he could be a round 2 pick.
You like him that high?
I don't, but
okay.
He's
just making sure. I thought trying to see if we're on similar pages here.
Let's see. I mean, if he 4.6, I mean that's a solid time for his size.
You had him at 4.64, so yeah, pretty dead on there, Shane.
Yeah, running back's been doing pretty well.
Abram Smith not going to run. Doesn't look like Zaquandre White is going to run either. The other South Carolina running back. So neither South Carolina running back choosing to run the 40 here. White could still be dealing with the injury from the Senior Bowl. He left after day 2 of practice. But here's your man, Shane. Pierre Strong. This is your guy.
He's up to 207. He bulked up, which I never like, but I don't think he needed to. So I'm probably going to be a little low. Wow, 4.39. That is a lot faster than I thought he would run.
Well, that's got to make you feel pretty good there, huh, Shane?
This is me. I got to pull up that article. I had a tweet out of the Christian Watson article.
Go ahead and get that tweet fired out there.
I'm just that guy.
Where you said earlier this season that Pierre Strong Jr. was the next James Robinson, FCS running back to be a stud in the NFL. And that
starter,
4.39.
If that holds, even with that, I mean, if he ran 4.5, I would have been pretty happy with it.
Which you predicted him to go 4.51.
Yeah.
And that, wow. So CJ Verdell not running. He's obviously hurt.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker.
We're going to get Kenneth Walker here.
This is big. He also bulked up from his listed weight. That's a really, really good time for him.
Yes.
4.46.
You went 4.50, 4.46. Kenneth Walker. Yeah, he looks huge out there, and that's a great time. for Kenneth Walker III. Great season, man, he had this year.
Yeah, really good season, and I think that was part of the worry. Obviously, he did not catch the football much at all, so I locked in when he's catching the football. So, Jalen Warren, Oklahoma State, 4.56 is pretty solid for him. I did not have a good indication of how fast he would run, so he did better than I expected.
So here we go, Rachaad White coming to the line now.
Yeah, I'm torn. I think he can definitely be a 4.4 player. He should be. But 214 is, rocked up a little bit. It's about
great,
right at.
Great receiver out of the backfield.
Probably the best in this draft, I think. To me, him and James Cook are right there. Well, maybe the false start can help him like it helped Breece Hall. Actually, Hall could be drafted in the first round. Yeah, I think it's possible. I don't think he will be.
That Dolphins pick at 29 would be where it would be, right?
That would be the one. But, if you're the Dolphins, you're willing to spend that on a running back? Probably not, right? That system generally doesn't draft running backs early anyway. So
now, what if the Dolphins were, and I know that's not putting him in the first round, but if they were to trade out?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe early second round.
I think it's just tough to know which teams are going to spend that capital on a running back and which won't, but
4.53 for Rachaad White.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty solid at 214. I was hoping to be a touch faster, but that's with how he worked out today and the explosive drills.
So we are going to get Zamir White. Zeus here. Coming out of high school, big things were expected from him. 5-star player, but you're talking about a guy who's just been injured a lot.
The two knees, I mean, both knees.
Yeah, both knees.
And the fact that he's still here is pretty darn impressive.
And a 4.47.
Wow, I thought 4.6. That's impressive. What he went through, that is exceptional. I think
it's got to mean a lot to him, right?
Yeah, I mean that's tough. And day 2, I think is well within reach with that kind of time.
This is your guy, another one of your guys here, Shane, Kyron Williams.
I was hoping he could get up to 200. I don't love running backs under 200 pounds. So he's got to really blaze here. He's got to compete for that top spot if he wants, or 4.4s at least.
Oh my God.
Oof. Oh, that is. Let's hope it was a bad start of some sort. Because if that sticks, he might not get drafted.
We're simulcamming the Cook brothers here.
Oh, look at Dalvin getting out. Look, James gets another run. Let's not peg him there. Zamir White 9.65 Raz card so far. That's impressive.
That'll do, as they say.
That'll do. Yeah, Kyron Williams.
That's not going to be a great Raz card.
Wow, yeah, that's not good. Cool. Thanks for watching from Paris, France, Axel. Appreciate it.
Hey,
there you go.
We are truly worldwide tonight, Shane.
Oh man. Well, let's give these guys another run here.
Kenneth Walker 8.71 Raz to this point.
I mean, that's pretty solid. That's pretty good.
That's Chris Royal 4.72 was Kyron Williams.
Kyron Williams, 4.72.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. We
Sorry,
were too shocked to say it.
Sorry, Scott Wright.
I just didn't look. He gets another run. I think. But can he get into? Can he get into the 4.5s? Probably not. Right. Right. Like.
Some of the prop bets had Kyron Williams at 4.45. I will say this. I thought he looked. I thought that first 10 was really bad. Like he had some issues in the get off, and I think it's definitely something he's can improve on in his second run. I think that might have been an aberration there, or for his sake, I certainly hope so. But because at 5'9", 194, and you're running 4.72, no sir.
Right. I mean that's the issue too. Is he's not, he's not 200 pounds. Like,
yeah, that's not gonna sell.
Oof.
Dan Graziano reporting
get another
that
run. You take the best.
Yeah, Dan Graziano reporting that Drake London will not work out at the Southern Cal Pro Day on 3/23, but will instead hold his own Pro Day on 4/5 in LA.
Who is that?
Drake London will not be at the Southern Cal Pro Day, doing his own Pro Day 2 weeks later. So thanks for everybody.
He's faster than Jack Cohn, right?
It's not good. Don't you you have to say that? But thanks everybody that's tuned in throughout this, what's now a near 5-hour broadcast of combine coverage. After we went near 6 hours last night, probably going to end up there again tonight. I anticipate will be the same tomorrow night. Sunday probably won't be as long because it's just DBs. But let's get caught up on these running back 40s here, Shane. Tyler Allgeier's second run.
Yep.
Not
any better. 4.5s here. Yeah. 4.66. Yeah. It's disappointing. You want to guess Kyron Williams' RAS score right now?
Is it sub 3?
Yes. You want to guess?
1.81.
0.87.
Oh, good God. That's on the level that the Buffalo running back had last year. It was pretty bad. Yeah. Jarrett Patterson.
So Kenny Brooks, Tyler Batty, slower on the second runs there.
Second run.
Yeah, I think the second run will be better for Kyron Williams. Like 4.72
it has
not
to
have been the expectation.
It looks like we're back in real time here with Letty Brown, second run, 4.73. Not great. But yeah, probably didn't have Pierre Strong, the fastest running back, on the bingo card there, Shane.
No, I mean, and you know how much I like Pierre Strong, right? Like if anyone was gonna beat the drum for Pierre Strong as the fastest 40.
Yeah, I'm going to give Kyron Williams the benefit of the doubt. I when I watched it in real time, I thought his first 10 yards, like something happened there. I almost felt like he should have stopped and started over. I would have advocated for the false start there on his first run because it looked like he had some issues out of the blocks.
Letty Brown with another 4.73. That probably puts him out.
Yeah, he's done.
Of the draft. Really productive running back too. But
I had Letty Brown as RB27 coming in. So, yeah, that's about right. 4.46 for Ty Chandler. So that's what he is. Yeah. Snoop Connor back up again.
Yeah, Stu Connor's a tough runner. Probably doesn't get drafted, but
yeah, 4.69 second
4.69.
run, slower.
Yeah, I mean it's not
than
bad.
the.
Well, yeah. Let's see if James Cook can improve on his number because I feel like he can.
Yeah, what was his first run? I'm sure they're
4.50.
Yeah, I think he can go sub 4.5.
Yeah. I guess that Pierre Strong as my RB6 coming in was not that bad. I mean, and now I got to drop Kyron Williams below him, but
for sure. Didn't he do this on the first run too? Come on, James. Axel from Paris there. What do you think of Trevor Penny? He impresses me even if I follow the NCAA. Probably not getting a whole lot of Northern Iowa games over there in Paris, I wouldn't imagine. But me and Shane both love him and have loved Trevor Penny throughout this process. He's, I think, a lot to be drafted in the top 20. He's going to probably go higher than that. But for sure, he's not escaping the top 20 of the first round, I think. I feel pretty confident in that.
Yeah, I mean, he's I think if he goes offensive tackle 3 off the board, it's not bad. Or 5.8. Ooh. So we'll see what the official time might get him into the 4.4s.
Could come in better.
It's once again we have an arbitrary line at 4.50. They're all 100. They're all like 100th of a second faster.
That was a good first time for Ty Davis Price. I think you thought that 4.58.
Yeah, I really thought he'd be a 4.6 guy. So
4.56. So he improves it just a little bit here on the second run.
He could be one of those day 3 running backs. Get him in there, put him on a practice squad, like develop him a little bit. But I mean, he had some big production against some good defenses. So TDP maybe a little sleeper.
Four, 5.5 second run for Ely there.
So these first, most of these first runs seem to be better.
Ebner a little bit better there.
4.47. Tristan Ebner pretty fast. Here's Justin from Draft Breakdown Podcasts. 5'10" or shorter, sub 200 running backs since 2000. Ran a 4.7 plus. Kyron Williams, D. Hart, Robbie Rouse, Ray Graham, and Darren Davis.
That is not a banner list.
Not a great list to be on.
Not a great list to be on. Isn't D. Hart a coach now?
I think that's Mike Hart.
Mike Hart. Never mind. Who is D. Hart? Never mind. Probably doesn't matter.
Fair question that I don't recall.
I know Robbie Rouse played at Fresno State. I do remember that.
That's good. That's good. If they got drafted, usually I can remember, but at least generally. See if Jerome false start for Jerome Ford. So, but I mean,
only Breece Hall gets away with the false start.
Oh yeah, that's it. Breece Hall. If I was him, I wouldn't even run again.
So Jerome Ford transfers from Alabama. What did that? He was behind some pretty good backs, right?
Najee Harris and who was the year before that?
Was that Derek? Was it?
Nah.
That was Derrick Henry, right? Was still there then, maybe.
Yeah, I think Ford came in maybe Henry's last year or so.
So I guess he would have been there with Brian Robinson as well.
Yeah. He wanted that. He wanted that 4-4. Let me see if I can look it up. I feel like I'm missing someone as well. Alabama wise.
Tyler Goodson 4.47. Mentioned I said that looked like a good start, and he stops. But I mentioned earlier, best thing I can say about Tyler Goodson is he's shifty. Not sure he's much more than that.
No, I think even with this time, I don't. Yeah, Jerome Ford's first year, he was behind Damian Harris, Najee Harris, Josh Jacobs, Brian Robinson.
That's pretty loaded running back room.
Yeah, the next year behind Najee Harris, Brian Robinson, Kellen Robinson, he transferred. So pretty loaded first year. You're not going to get a crack and play.
You're not getting too many carries there unless you're in the fourth quarter against Georgia A&M or something. And
they're those guys are all going to be playing on Sundays by next year. Four, 5, 3. That.
So we're going to get Breece Hall run 2 here. You said he shouldn't have, but
it's unofficial, right? So I think you got to.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think that a lot of those receivers that ran those fast 40s that did not for that second run last night, like Olave and maybe Tyquan Thornton, maybe they wish they would have went back out there for that second run now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you could have cracked that record. Spiller's not running, and Brian Robinson was what 4.64?
Yeah, 4 plus 4.6.
Yeah, which is really good.
4.46 for Breece Hall. So there you go.
So consistent.
Oh, we got a simulcam here. Who we got? Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor, Zeke Elliott. Yeah, he's not catching Jonathan Taylor.
Not beating Jonathan Taylor. But, I'm excited to dig into these comps after the combine because it's going to be interesting to see who. Go back and check my notes and see who he reminds me of with that type of athletic ability.
I imagine D-Matt is not the only one that is sad about Kyron Williams tonight.
Yeah.
Least of all, Kyron Williams.
I am too. He still gets to run again. It's not overreact yet.
Yeah, I guess not. But it's still not a not a great first impression.
We talked right before this of the top 3 running backs, right? Breece Hall, Isaiah Spiller, Kenneth Walker. Does this day, not just the 40 time, but the other scores, does that put Breece Hall in a separate tier for you, or do you think it's still kind of top 3?
It feels that way, right? But we don't have anything on Spiller at all, and I thought Spiller would. Well, no, I guess we had the.
We've had some of those.
Yeah, we've had.
Great.
Walker's times have been good though, so. him and Hall and Walker may be in now a tier above Spiller, and Spiller may fall back into that second tier now.
Yeah, and we'll see how the pro day goes ultimately. But I mean, I think Spiller's still a good running back. Maybe we overrated him a bit. D-Man, how do you score a 96-yard touchdown against UNC? Once again, he's going to run again. He's probably faster than that. And, I think his game.
How many UNC running or defensive players are going to be drafted
this year?
There's some borderline guys.
Yeah,
I mean, Jeremiah Gimmel, Tamon Fox, borderline guys, but
maybe one.
Maybe.
But I don't know. And, he had some good separation to start too. But I definitely thought on film he was at least a 4.5 player. I thought agility-wise too. That's the other thing. It's not just the 40 time. I mean, Kyron Williams' agility scores are awful at his size.
Yeah.
And that's where I thought, okay, well, at the very least, he'll
run fast.
Rush that. I mean, he some of the plays just wild.
Is there anybody in the chat that thinks they could outrun Rich Eisen in the 40-yard dash?
He'll probably run what, 603?
Let's say 603, something like that.
What's the over-under, I think.
Keontae Ingram, second run.
Yeah, not too straight line there, but 4.59, pretty good time for him. I think he's a guy that could get drafted.
Bam Knight here, 4.62 the first run.
Yeah, well, 4.58's a good time.
If that holds, really good time for him. Thought McCormick would be faster on that first run. See how he comes in second. Exactly the same. So
That's I thought he would run. To be fair.
Yeah, I don't think that's good for Sincere McCormick.
No, you got to.
This was at 4.47 was a great time for Pacheco. Comes in faster, 4.45.
Yeah, I mean, there's another guy that could sneak up into the draft.
I think he probably wasn't there before tonight. Damian Pierce. I didn't think he would run fast.
No, I was hoping for kind of low 4.6s, but
yeah, maybe a little bit better than that, but that's not his game. He's great in the passing game. He can catch, he can block.
Yeah.
He'll have a role.
Devontae Price. I mean, that's a really good time at his size.
Yeah. You said he put on some pounds here for this, right?
He did. He did. He went up almost 10 pounds.
From the Senior
Bowl. I mean, if he hadn't done that, he probably would have run in the 4.3s maybe.
So we're just going back to commercial.
Yeah, great.
Okay, sure, why not?
It's my favorite part.
When they actually get to the position groups that are of interest to everybody, that's when we're gonna, like they did last night with the receivers, and they just dumped all the commercials in the back end. So you saw no field drills for the second group of receivers,
which was sad. I mean, I guess they're not making this broadcast for us, Brian.
They are not. They're making this broadcast to make money.
Yeah, I guess.
And Buick pays them a lot of money, I guess. That wasn't Buick, right?
I think so. I don't know cars very well. I'm not a car guy.
I mean, I'm not either.
Car, but
you have an electric car. Well, good for you, Shane. How does that work out for you?
Really well. It's $7 to fill up my tank. So I'll take it. Yeah, I got like a year and a half ago. It's been nice.
I do not have an electric car. So
do they have those in Alabama? Can you get
it? Is allowed. It's frowned upon generally, but it is allowed. No, I kid. You see more charging stations available around town now. We're trying to progress up a little bit in some regards around here with the electric vehicles. But You see a few on the road. None in my driveway, but you see a few. You see a few. I can't afford one. I'm to be honest. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, mine is a small, small car, but
yeah.
I'm making it back up soon enough.
I bought my current car brand new in 2013. It was a 2014 model, and it's paid for now. I do not intend on having a car note again for a long time.
Hey, good for you. That's key.
My mortgage payment is high enough, Shane. I can't be adding car notes in there right now.
That's true. Your house that's where it's at.
Conor McGregor is trying to sell us some whiskey here, Shane.
All right. Yeah, we could see the rest of these maybe. Be nice.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that we'll get the rest of them in a montage here when they come back, and then they'll go to another commercial, and we'll miss the first field drill probably.
Great.
Just a projection.
I'm hoping maybe it'll, pay off a little bit.
So for everybody watching the live stream, we would love to talk about what's going on right now on the field, but we can't because Constant Contact is trying to get us to order their stuff, whatever it is that they do. I'm not even sure what that is. That's like an email marketing thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Here we go. We're back.
Almost.
Ronnie Rivers.
Can he get?
Gotta be better. And he's not. Ronnie Rivers is now undrafted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was probably there anyway.
Right. It's like he probably needed to do to get there.
And I feel sad about that.
Ryan Robinson did not run a second 40.
Apparently Pierre Strong didn't either.
Yeah. 4.5 for Kenneth Walker. I think that's what I had him at. Somewhere close to that. I messed around with his 40 a lot, which is probably bad. Jalen Warren. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Pierre Strong needed, even if he comes in a 4.43, pretty good.
So we're back to live speed here. Rashad White, Zamir White, and then Kyron Williams' second run.
All eyes will be on that. So comes Rashad White. 4.53 is a good time at his size, and if he can improve on that,
which he did, 4.51.
That is, I think Rashad White stays up in that second tier, second day.
Peering ahead to tomorrow quickly, Thibodeau, are we going to get him tomorrow?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think he said anything. I would assume not, but
yeah.
I don't think Hutchinson's working out.
So same 4.47 time for Zamir White. That's great.
4.47. That's
great for him.
I think that puts him in that day 2 conversation for sure.
And then Kyron Williams now back up as we're watching Ian Rappaport on TV and not Kyron Williams. There we go.
He's getting prepped. All right, this looks better. Ugh, yikes. Not much. That's not good. That
is not good at all. It's all in the first 10 for him, man, because I don't know if you saw that or not, but his first 10 was just crap.
Yeah.
And that killed his whole run. That may have killed that. We skip around here?
Oh, no. Brown Robinson, I guess he decided to run 4.65. There you go.
That's weird, right?
Yeah. Maybe something's going on. Maybe he got,
So we're going to head on the field here for those guys in a minute and see. So while they're vamping here, I'm going to check out for just a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I mean that's definitely going to hit. Going to drop Kyron Williams a bit on my board. I mean, like I said, not even just the 40 time, but everything else. You're talking a pretty bad relative athletic score for him. That is rough. Let me tweet this out here. Tweet that out there. But I mean, I don't know if I can. He's not going to be in my top 10. I feel like how far down? It's got to be far. That's got to be very far. And if you're Kyron Williams coming out of school, just like that's pretty killer. Maybe 13. I don't know, but I think that probably just puts him, probably buries him. I mean, maybe not even in the top 20 running backs. I think that's not great. Not great for him. I mean, I think Zamir White gets a nice bump. James Cook. It's about what we thought he would do. So, pretty solid. Ooh, how's everyone doing out there? Thanks for watching. Hour 5 now. Subscribe. Give us a like. Always good. These drills should be starting up soon. Looking at these running back rankings, it's going to get a little spicy here, I think. I'll also be updating the database tonight, so by tomorrow morning should have all the times. I'll try to stay up for the official times and at least the agility and the stuff that people actually did.
Good man for that, Shane. You're a good man for that.
We'll get that. Yeah, I just kind of let it go today until I figure till it's all done. I'll just pop it in. It'll be take much less time.
Easier to do that way, and then it'll all update at one time.
Yeah, that's probably better too. I don't know if I can have Kyron Williams my top 20 running backs after this.
I feel like I was ahead of the curve. I moved him up because I felt it more so that I was getting left behind, but I feel like I was ahead of the curve when I had him so low for the longest time. But now I feel vindicated.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Ronnie Rivers. I have too high. I can tell you that now. He's going to drop like a rock on my board. But yeah, definitely Kyron Williams going to plummet for me.
It's just rough. And, being an underclassman too, it's like, man, that's harsh. I hope he makes a camp. I hope he, finds a way to make it. He's a good blocker and does a lot of those little things well.
I mean, do you feel like he won't be drafted now?
No, he can't. Not just the 40 time. Well, everything else was so bad. Unless his pro day comes up and you know, and he does much better. So they pick the fastest score. So the fastest 40, that's what the official is of the two. Kind of fourth and fifth. Yeah, I mean his blocking's great, but
how does he out of the backfield catching the football?
Excellent. I think he's one of the better running backs at that.
So
well.
I mean,
but
just those two skills alone, I think, is enough to get him drafted day 3.
Once if it was just the 40 time, I would agree. He
But
failed everything.
Yeah, he failed everything.
He failed explosion. He failed agility.
How was his bench numbers?
I have it here somewhere, but it's going to take me too long to look it up. Probably fine. Probably good.
Running backs under 210 pounds. The top test they say here for those backs is a 3-cone, which we may or may not get that tonight for running back sub 210.
Okay.
So we'll see how that goes.
Still waiting for these drills. So
yes, Cooper Kupp did run in the 4.6s, but if I recall correctly, Shane, his agility numbers and such were pretty
off
good.
The chart. Yeah, really good. Yeah. You know, so that's the thing is you don't just look at the 40 time. What we have so far for Kyron Williams has not been pretty.
And Cooper Kupp was also, if I recall correctly, his on-field GPS was really high, which the Rams were using that before a lot of other departments were, which is why they were confident in him.
So, I mean, like I said, maybe Kyron comes out and shuttle 3-cone or, you know, really good or whatever, but that's rough. Where do you think Pierre Strong goes? I really going to continue to have trouble placing him.
I truly feel his ceiling is probably 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, I think his ceiling's maybe a little bit better, but
so
I think his ceiling's a little better than that. But
our 3 passing quarterbacks, by the way, appear to be Cole Kelly, EJ Perry, and Dustin Crum for those scoring at home.
There you go.
I like Cole Kelly's fine.
Cole Kelly might get drafted. So here we have, you know, kind of a basic footwork drill. You know, you get to see some of the lean movement, but you get to see the footwork in and out of these bags, and then you get to see them kind of lean and explode around the
and then you're gonna
so
really nice, the coach in the middle there is the coach in the middle there is gonna dictate which way you cut.
Right. So you're waiting to look where you should go. Greg Bell ran in this drill. She didn't before.
Did not run the 40. Did not
run the 40.
Yeah, Tyler Beatty looked really fast when he come through this drill earlier. Yeah, I like Tai Chi. Oh, Shane is gone. I don't know what happened to Shane. Shane has dipped out on me. I'm alone. His computer died. Not good. Not good. So James Cook just coming through the drill here, quick like you would expect. Here we got Jayshon Corbin, who didn't run the 40. Very tall, angular running back, Florida State. JUCO transfer, I believe, maybe. Ty Davis Price, big back here for LSU. Jerrion Ely here, the Ole Miss back, center fielder, baseball, quick through the bags. Jerome Ford, allegedly up next. Here we go. He was must have had some technical difficulties there. But Jerome Ford, like I said, was having a good Senior Bowl week, or had a good Senior Bowl week. Left before the game because his girlfriend or wife, not sure which, gave birth or was giving birth. So he got out of Mobile in time to see his child being born. Good on him. Brees Hall, RB1. I think we've solidified that now after his workout numbers. On that note, we're going to go to commercial after we saw Brees Hall run through the bags there. Shane, welcome back.
Yeah, my new computer should be coming in a few weeks. So definitely need it for these type of things. I thought there's some good. They're actually going to do pretty well with that. James Cook looked good. His footwork looked good. Brees Hall pretty smooth. From the guys we got to see before the commercial break here. Actually, thought Tyler Goodson did well as well.
So NFL research with a tweet here. There were officially 12 offensive linemen to run a sub-5 40-yard dash at the 2022 Combine.
Yeah.
Not only is that the most such offensive linemen in a single Combine since 2003, it doubles the next most, 6 in 2013, and is more than the last 3 combined with 11.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think they posted that up on the feed at one point, like 6 in 2003. Crazy. So I mean, this is a super athletic. I feel like these offensive line classes just keep getting more and more athletic. It's wild.
So did you see the Raz card for Zamir White?
I did.
9.65.
The fact that he has that, I think it's going to be tough. He's going to be a day 2 back. He'll probably fall into number 7 for me.
I always worry about this, and talent is there. Production has been there. Athleticism, obviously there. Especially with running backs, we see them fall when they've had injury histories. I mean, this happens every year. So that's why I am not going to say he's going to be a day 2 back.
It's fair. That's fair. We don't have that information. I feel like he's been back long enough now. But I think if you're asking, like, okay, who goes first? Is it Zamir White or Brian Robinson? You know, that could be the difference, right? So, I mean, that's a fair comment. I think the medical checks and rechecks.
Yeah, because every year there's going to be guys that we have top 100, maybe even top 50 guys that plummet into day 3. And it almost 90% of the time ends up being either injuries that we don't, or injury concerns that we don't have access to and will never have access to, or there's off-field stuff that we didn't know about until after the fact.
Right. Or, knowing the impact of some of that.
Yeah. And that was the case specifically for the LSU running back, Darius Geis, a few years ago, and it ended up being even worse than what it really was.
Absolutely. All right,
we're looking at Maurice Jones-Drew.
All right, great.
Scouting combine. That's necessary to see for the 2022 combine.
We want to bring it back. Maurice Jones-Drew led me some fancy championships in his day, so
it does appear that some of the offensive line shuttles are trickling in per our good friend Kent Platt.
Yep, getting some shuttles, getting some It's just always good. We'll see how all these.
So this drill they're calling the blast read chain.
All right. So it's basically like a blast play, you know. So similar to the last one, obviously you're not doing the footwork on the bags, but you're kind of fitting into that space like a blast.
This is can you get through the trash, so to speak, or make yourself skinny?
Yeah, there's a reason.
The hole.
There's a reason they call it a blast, right? You want to see that explosion. Mm-hmm. How quick do they get through the hole? And so, this could be one for some of these slower 40-time backs. You're like, oh, wow. But they get to the line quick, right? They get to the line pretty fast.
Yeah.
That could be helpful.
You also get a chance to see in some of these drills, like, who are the upright runners and who are the guys that kind of get low to the ground. Kennedy Brooks, for example, just almost runs straight up and down.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily a disqualifying bad thing or anything. Tiki Barber was like that, right? And he had a long career as an upright running back. But I prefer a guy's more low through the hole.
So yeah, I think everyone wants you want that low man wins.
And James Cook a bit elongated there.
Yeah, you'll at the very least want to see them kind of hunker down there. I think Jayshon Corbin does that well. You can see his shoulder level kind of leaning down into that. I do like Jerry Neely's cutting ability. I like, his footwork. It's really
he looks super fast out there, man.
Yeah.
Same with Jerome Ford.
He's a big dude.
Yeah,
and he moves.
He moves well.
Look at those arms, man. It's wild.
Now, see, this right here is no shock to me with Tyler Goodson. And I said that earlier. He's shifty.
Yeah, right. This is a good
drill for him.
Blast is pretty good for him. Brees Hall. It's interesting. His feet are a little all over the place there, but Keontae Ingram just doesn't have that cut. He's not a guy you want in that one cut offense.
He transferred to Texas, correct?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, really such an interesting, Texas he basically dropped a pass that would have won them a big game. Seemed to kind of have the yips after that, transferred to USC, and I thought did much better.
We appreciate that, Chris.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, man.
Damian Pierce, he's that low to the ground guy.
Yeah,
he's naturally built low to the ground.
That's short, yeah. But that's a guy that could churn out some yards too.
I really like Ronnie Rivers.
I think you gotta say that.
I have to. I feel like Isaiah Spiller. We'll get Isaiah Spiller actually out here doing stuff. Good for him.
Moves really well. That's a good play for him too. That's what he did a lot of this. And Pierce Strong, not bad.
Yeah, that was a good rep there from Kenneth Walker.
You could see that footwork and why it's tough to know where he's going, right? Like that's how he breaks tackles. Jaylen Warren actually looking good too. He's
1 year at Oklahoma State, came in from Utah State.
See how Samir White does here. See, I just don't know if he has that explosion.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, like the numbers so far are really good, but
now see. This Kyron Williams, you see explosive on the drills there. Mm-hmm. And that's like, I don't know.
So I think that agility is the one thing that he has. We'll see
how those shuttles are.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess they still have a little bit of time. So go hit those. They could actually show us those if they wanted to, but they won't. Right? Like, there's gonna be nothing else.
They won't. No, they'll talk for So some of those shuttles coming in, and what was that number? What was the number that we wanted to see the offensive linemen come in under? 447 on the short shuttle was the number you want to see them come in on. So far, only one has come in under that, and that is Kellen Deesh at 443 of the numbers reported so far. Kenyon Green, 512.
Yeah, so I'm getting a couple more. 446 Zach Tom, 447. Zion Johnson, 446. Abraham Lucas, 440. And that's 447's really, like elite. So that's not just
so
like.
That's really impressive from Abraham Lucas.
Yeah.
Charles Cross, 461. Ike Aquano, 473.
That's still pretty solid. So 447's like the elite group.
Now let's preface this by saying that if you run above 447, you're going to be a terrible offensive lineman. That's not the case.
No.
But what we're saying is that if you run a sub 447, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to be a good NFL player. As Josh Norris tweeted when he put this out, over the last 10 years, only 24 players have hit this time at the combine in the last 10 years. So it's rare that a player does it. But those 10 players have combined to start 84% of their games.
Wow. I mean, that's really impressive.
That's impressive. So it's like if you hit this number, odds are you're going to be a pretty good NFL pro.
Yeah. So Zion Johnson, that's a
very good sign.
A good sign for him.
For the man who I've been seemingly beating that drum for now for the last month and a half straight.
And your boy Zach Tom there too. So, it's good. Kellen Deesh has been super athletic, and Abraham Lucas, very kind of surprising to me, but
Kellen Deesh has had the type of combine that he's probably going to come up my offensive tackle rankings for sure after this. There's going to be some movement there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
For sure. As I potentially move some players over to guard that I currently have listed at tackle, looking at you, probably Darian Kennard and Thayer Munford.
Tell me who you're moving. I'll move them too. So we stay
yeah.
You could send that to me, and we'll
I will do that.
I know sometimes it doesn't always line up, but we'll get.
Yeah, close. No, I will definitely do that. NFL Network, by the way, listed Zachary Thomas as a guard.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
although I feel like he has.
I think they listed Zach Tom as a center as well. So
yeah,
you may be right there.
I'm going to leave him at tackle, but
yeah,
I'll
follow you on these offensive linemen.
Yeah, but for sure, off the top of my head, I can tell you that I will be moving Kennard and Munford from tackle to guard.
I like Kennard at guard. It'll be tough to slot those guys in.
Yeah. But Kellen Deesh definitely going to move up. Rasheed Walker, for better or worse, probably going to move him up. Zach Tom probably going to get a little bump as well. Myron Cunningham probably going to fall. Braxton Jones may fall. Lucas might actually move up a little bit as well.
Interesting. Yeah. Who said today that? Someone said that Rasheed Walker was the toughest offensive tackle they'd faced.
Who was that?
Can't remember. Was it Ajabo? Maybe Bo Maffei.
May have been
one of those guys.
It was a Big Ten guy.
Yeah, it was a Big Ten guy, but I'll take it.
Not the greatest season this year for Rasheed Walker on tape.
No. Looks like we're going to get to another drill.
They call this the Deuce Staley drill, apparently.
All right. Yeah, you can move those feet, right? This is all This is one where I want to see Kyron Williams see that footwork because I think that's what he's good at. You can see someone like Zonovan Knight kind of slow, or Sincere McCormick kind of slow through those bags. But Zonovan Knight was pretty good. That was one behind there. But you want to see that transition. Can you kind of take a step back? That shows kind of that agility in short space to make guys miss. I did like the overhead shot.
Yeah, not something you're really going to see from Pierce there.
Yeah, no.
This is not the bruiser back.
Yeah. Basically, like how quick can you move those legs? Ronnie Rivers a little over. Say Spiller. Pierce Strong. Pierce Strong and Isaiah Spiller pretty good.
Yeah.
You can see a clear difference there. Look at Kenneth Walker. He stumbled a little bit, but you can see him going around the bag.
Yeah.
Was pretty good. Zion Johnson also 92nd percentile in the 3-cone, 7.38 led the offensive lineman.
Who was that?
Zion Johnson.
So he led the offensive line in 3-cone as well.
Yeah. So
stock up.
Yeah. No Zion Johnson at 31.
Not happening.
No.
Miami hopes of Zion Johnson at 29 also may not be happening.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to move a little too fast at the end there, but that's something he's good at. That footwork. He's looked good in these drills. Right. Please don't skip the pass catching, if anything. It's the one thing I just want to see.
So this is illustrating what this drill they just finished. They're showing Jonathan Taylor now and how that applies to the field.
Yeah, moving those feet to avoid contact or to run through contact, right?
I infamously had Jonathan Taylor as the number 2 overall prospect in his draft class a couple of years ago.
There you go. I don't know.
Obviously, that was.
I don't know if I'll ever put a running back number 2 again there, but
no, I will not either. But
but that was the last one. He's it,
and he's been really good. So it's not like he hasn't been a great player, but I get it.
Yeah, he's been excellent. I mean, I don't know. That's another day there.
It's announced that the Saints are unlikely to franchise tag safety Marcus Williams.
All right. Tyler Allgeier. Let's see there we go. Get some pass catching. Boom.
Yeah, this is what we want to see. This is what we're here for, Shane.
You want to see that extension. You want to see how they track the football out. This is, a flat. Everyone should be able to do this pretty well. Tyler Batty, probably one of the better pass catching backs.
Yeah, this is, you can see like someone like Greg Bell, probably not a whole lot of practice at this.
Right.
Kennedy Brooks, though, should be well-versed in the passing game.
Yeah. See how Leigh Brown does. He caught a lot of balls this year. Yeah, kind of slows down there. The flat shouldn't have a problem too much. See Ty Chandler just looking really fast, really good at catching the football. Not really Snoop Connor's game here, but that was a nice track the ball nicely.
Now this is James Cook should excel here, right?
Receiver James Cook, yeah.
Yeah.
Jayshon Corbin, I think, is a little bit underrated. I think he's a good back. We didn't see him run the 40, but he was good at Texas A&M. TDP, that was a nice catch. Jaron Ely, that's his game.
This is his game. Yeah.
You can see the guys that are kind of naturals at this, just, letting that ball come to them and then it just boom, going upfield.
Catch the ball, see the ball in, and immediately, as soon as they catch the ball in their hands, they're turning upfield.
Yeah. Something Breece Hall does well, he's same thing, like really good form, just getting that ball in there and turning upfield immediately. And when Keontae Ingram's a really good pass catching back, that's going to be his role. It's on the field.
Breece Hall and David Montgomery. Where were you with Montgomery and with Breece Hall now comparatively?
I was very high on Montgomery. I had Hall kind of behind him as a prospect. The workout numbers might put him a tick above Montgomery. To me, he's just more athletic.
That was not a ideal route there from Pacheco.
Yeah, that wasn't quite a flat there.
Now Dameon Pierce, like I said, this is
pretty good.
This is this is where he's at. Ronnie Rivers, this is natural for him.
It's the one thing he's got.
This is what he's got now.
Spiller. Not too bad. Yeah.
Pierre Strong, I think
didn't catch a ton of passes, but he's good at it.
But this is where we're talking about just because he wasn't asked to do it.
Here's the one
he can't do it.
Yeah, that's pretty good for Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of pass. He's the guy that's got to show out in these. Yeah,
that looks smooth from Jalen Warren there.
Yeah, I think Jalen Warren actually looked pretty good. Rashad White one.
This is the only one to drop the ball. Is the best pass catching running back in the class, you said.
Yeah.
And he dropped the only one to drop the football.
He was trying to get upfield. He did not see that in. Boom. Kyron Williams is beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. 37 running backs go through this. Rashad White, the only one to drop the football.
Oh my goodness. Making me look silly there now.
So a running back bench numbers going across the screen. Snoop Connor, 25. Haskins at 27. Kevin Harris, Dameon Pierce tied for third with 21. Max Borghi, 20 on the bench.
And commercial, right. Good. Glad we'll miss the...
Whatever the next drill is, yeah.
Also, hopefully a little more pass catching.
See, Dane Brugler brought up a good point here. I want to pull up Kellen Deesh because we were talking about him earlier. As maybe improving on the tackle and possibly moving guys to guard. And I did not think that he would be one of the ones we're moving to guard, but I completely forgot what his weigh-in numbers were at the Shrine. And 6'6", almost 6'7", 299, but 32.5-inch arms means he's a guard.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen some guys like that play tackle, and I think it's the problem with him is if you put him at guard, you're not going to utilize the skill set that he has, and if you put him at tackle, he doesn't have the arms to maybe sustain.
That's what we call a problem.
And Trevor Penning, 98th percentile, 3-cone drill, 7.25. So he's moving away up.
He's what we call a big winner tonight. Zion Johnson, another of the big winners tonight. For sure. Breece Hall looks like he's heading that way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
But yeah, good numbers tonight from Kellen Deesh. But like I said, so it's a word we don't really say a whole lot anymore. It used to be a very prevalent term in draft coverage. is the tweener, right?
Sure.
And then but that was the bad word to you when you labeled somebody a tweener, but we got so like where we have a lot of combo players now, the safety who's playing linebacker now, and the edge guy that comes inside on third downs, so you have a lot of combo players now, so you don't hear the word tweener a lot. But what you just said is really good, because like Kellen Diesch's skill set is an outside player, but his measurables or arm length say otherwise. Now, Eric Galco, defending his man from the Shrine Bowl, said his arm length measured in the same as Liam Eichenberg, who got some tackle run this year for Miami.
Yeah.
So
and probably should kick inside the guard.
Probably should kick inside the guard.
Yeah. I mean, like, it is a problem, and Kellen Diesch might be that kind of player that you take third, fourth round and, like, try a tackle, and if it doesn't work out, then that's problematic. All right. Back to the other side with the flat here. Starting at the end. At least we get to see Kenneth Walker. Just good. Didn't look bad.
Yeah, so we're literally catching the tail end of this one.
Yeah. The flat to the left side. Boom. Yeah.
I was looking to take off Jonathan Mingo from our composite board we have, but apparently he's not on there, and I just had him on my rankings. So
there you go.
Good deal.
Drum forward. Looks like a couple guys had to redo it.
Yeah.
Keontae Ingram, nice jump and catch there.
So you say that is his bread and butter.
Yeah, I think that's where he's gonna get utilized. See, Dalvin Cook also has Breece Hall's RB1.
I'm sure that's what. So we're gonna miss most of the next drill again as we're going back to commercial.
Oh my goodness gracious!
These guys, man. Why can't they run all these commercials after everything is over? Well,
I feel like the advertisers might not like that quite as much.
No, that's true. That's true.
Maybe.
I feel like I'm coming off as advertiser unfriendly tonight, and that's not the case. Potential Draft Countdown podcast advertisers.
We'll put those ads wherever you want.
Wherever you want.
But yeah, I mean, I guess the 40 times just get talked about enough that they want to show more of that. But I'd rather skip that and do more ads there, and you can catch that up real quick. All right. Getting there here.
Yeah, we're winding down here on night 2. Probably about another 30 minutes of drills, maybe.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
And then that'll end our night 2 coverage. And then tomorrow, Shane, we get that super fun edge group, I believe. We're going to see some big numbers from those guys. And then the defensive line group, I think we're going to see some big testers there. Travis Jones, I think UConn's going to be one of those guys that we're going to wow at tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he'll do well. A lot of this edge class, we'll see who runs, but
Maffei's one I really hope he comes out here and does it all, man, because I think he's going to test really well. He was so explosive during the Senior Bowl week. Really opened my eyes a lot that week. Hutchinson, you said he's going to do everything at Pro Day.
Yeah, that's my understanding. But
we don't have a definitive answer on Thibodeau. Ajabo are we going to see him out here tomorrow?
I hope so. That'd be nice. That'd be nice to get some of that.
There's some questions. Some other guys, Jermaine Johnson. I guess we'll wait and see on him. Don't Karlaftis is not going to do anything tomorrow.
Yeah.
I did hear that. How important is tomorrow for somebody like Kingsley and Igbare?
I think it's really important. I think if he can show he has that requisite athleticism, he enters back into that kind of first round conversation. I think that's important.
So we're back with some. What do we got going on here?
Yeah, here we go. We got a nice.
I love this. This is my favorite route. This is my go-to.
This is your Madden route here. Yeah. Is, boom. So you really want to see the cut and see them look back to the football.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the Marshall Faulk route right here.
Yeah, Breece Hall couldn't keep his balance on that cut. Ingram ran this a lot. Just kind of one step and go. Keep missing the beginning guys. I would like to see more Tyler Allgeier.
Yeah. It's too bad they don't make this stuff available.
Yeah.
To go back and watch it.
Pacheco. Most of that offense. Oh. There you go.
Yeah, that was you got to catch that, Damian Pierce.
Yep, that was on the hands there.
Yeah, it was a good route here. Rivers, this should be good.
Yeah, that was pretty clean.
So that leans into a question.
Super quick for Spiller.
Because if you recall last year, Shane, one of the poor RAS scores for running back was Demetric Felton. Is Rivers kind of in a similar potential there to maybe be a slot type receiver?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I guess
I'm trying to save the man's career here, Shane.
I don't think Ronnie Rivers. I feel like he's a guy. If he ever gets a shot, he'll be productive. I don't think he's bad.
There's always the XFL next year, Ronnie Rivers.
I just don't know if he can rise up a depth chart enough. I hope he gets drafted. I hope he has I hope he Jake Funks it for you and gets in there.
I do love me some Jake Funk. But yes, no. Go back to that drill, Rachaad White. I mentioned I was making Ronnie River jokes and missed Rachaad White digging a ball out of the dirt there. What a great catch!
Really good catch by him, making up for that drop before.
So they just went back and showed James Cook's run, and that was about as smooth as you're going to get. Breece Hall, not so smooth.
Yeah, he just fell
around the corner there.
But
so we're going to do this here. We're going to compare Breece Hall and Christian McCaffrey.
Okay. Is that 439 official? Is that?
I have not seen any.
I have not seen any official numbers there, but
we must sell pizza.
It's good. We'll just miss more pass catching.
I mean, when they do this during the NFL draft, it sucked, 15 years ago when they did it, and you weren't, you didn't have up-to-date Twitter and everybody, updating everything as it goes, but you're not really missing anything like action-wise with the NFL draft. They'll at least tell you if somebody gets drafted across the bottom of the screen. But with this, you really can't do anything or talk, or you can't, it becomes a struggle for us here trying to enlighten the masses about what's going on when we can't see what's going on.
I honestly barely actually watch the NFL draft anymore. Like, I just follow on Twitter and get the picks, and it's the same thing. So, Ty Chandler, 4.38 official. Really good time for him. Those are starting to trickle in here, I think.
My TV cut off.
At least it wasn't your computer like me. That's hopefully. Ready to go smack it around a little bit.
Oh, I'm curious. It just said like my video signal was lost.
Uh-oh. Weather bad or anything? Or
no, it would that would be a different screen. It would have showed. There we go.
Okay. There you go.
Okay. We're back. Not sure what happened there.
That's all right.
So we do have official 40-yard dash times for the running back. Shane, I'll go through these quickly.
Yep.
Pierre Strong, 4.39, fastest.
Oh, okay.
Devontae Price, Breece Hall, 4.44.
Those are the official ones. Okay.
Official numbers. Tyler Beatty, Ty Chandler, Isaiah Pacheco, 4.45. Kenneth Walker, 4.46. Tyler Goodson and Tristan Ebner, 4.47. Also Zamir White, 4.47. Those are all that went sub 4.5. So 11 backs, sub 4.5.
What was James Cook?
James Cook did not run the 40, did he?
Yeah. Yeah, remember we saw him in Dalvin?
Okay. Sorry, you're right.
Yeah, right.
Jerry and Eagley, James Cook, 4.50.
Oh.
Rashad White, Jerome Ford, 4.51. Ty Davis Price, Jalen Warren, 4.56. Bam Knight, 4.58. Keontae Ingram, 4.59. Kennedy Brooks, also 4.59. So 21 running backs, sub 4.6. Tyler Allgeier, 4.6 flat. McCormick, 4.61. Rivers, 4.62.
I'm seeing different numbers right now. 4.37 for Pacheco and Pierre Strong. Ty Chandler, 4.38. Devontae Price, Kenneth Walker, 4.38. Breece Hall, 4.39. I think maybe the unofficial ones.
Perhaps so.
But
it looks some way it's official. But
yeah, it looks like people got a little faster here.
Yeah.
Zamir White, 4.4. James Cook, 4.42. 4.37 is a really, really good time for Kenneth Walker.
Making a fool of me, Thor Nystrom.
Yeah, block him. Tweet at him. Yeah. I mean, 4.3s, 4.38 for Kenneth Walker, 4.39 for Breece Hall, both fantastic.
Yeah.
And then, Isaiah Pacheco for
4.37.
4.37. That's really nice. Surprising to me.
Surprising go back to the tape guy, right?
Yeah.
For me.
I mean, Rutgers offense, him and Bo Melton both just really athletic. Didn't have the.
That's one of those offenses where the quarterback play probably not great there either, right?
Yeah, they were trying some different combinations, but nothing this year.
So what are we seeing with this route, Shane?
Yeah, let me. Might be slightly behind. Let's see what they're running here. Okay, so there you go. You're doing a little kind of out.
Oh yeah. I forgot I restarted my TV. So
no, that's fine. Yeah,
it's
all good. It's all good. But this is a nice. You kind of fake. You want to fake like you're doing the wheel, just the 9 route up the middle, and then take it outside with an out. So you want to see that cut. Right from when they hit that coach, cut it to the right here, and then look back for the football.
Yeah, nice. Chai Chandler there, nice hop step.
Yeah.
Are we at the same back now?
Yep, I'm a Ty Chandler here.
Okay. then
So,
we're not at the same back.
Not at the same back. Here comes Snoop Connor, the line. Like, you just have to, like, slow down for me. I should probably check and make sure mine's still live. I don't know. You know, sometimes I can get back. Boom. James Cook, just smooth.
Okay. Yeah, so I feel like we're good now.
All right. Good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad from Jayshon Corbin there. I struggle with him, and I struggle with it just based off the number of running backs are going to get drafted if he's going to be one of them.
Yeah, I do too, but I think he'll make a team. I liked him at Texas A&M too, but you know, Spiller and him are kind of splitting, and
then they have A-Chain and those guys. Yeah.
Jerome Ford. You know, I think he's a guy that could be used as a pass catcher, a bigger back. Goodson did all right. Let's see how Breece Hall does. He struggled a little bit with these routes.
This has not been his strong suit out here catching the football. It doesn't look like.
But he was a big part of that offense catching the football, so I feel decent enough.
That was kind of an awkward.
I don't know what Donovan Knight does sometimes.
I'm not sure what he was doing there.
Not just that, but he's had a couple of drills. I was like, oh man. See McCormick just catching against his body. I don't love that.
Yeah, you want to see like Pacheco caught the ball there away from his body.
Yep. Get those hands up. And because you let it get in, you get hit, it's out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not holding on to that. That was nice by Pierce. Yes. Some Ronnie Rivers can do. That's pretty good. There you go. Pretty good, Ronnie Rivers.
I just don't think that didn't look like a good pass for Spiller there.
Yeah. He kind of had to wait for that. Pierce Strong does look explosive.
Mm-hmm.
He
had that big screen pass touchdown in the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah. He did that. I think in my article I had something similar to that.
Yeah.
In the game. Kenneth Walker has looked better catching the football than I thought.
He had to make an adjustment on that pass he caught earlier. Wasn't the best throw.
Yeah, and I mean he did not catch many passes at Michigan State.
Now that right there, textbook. What you just saw Rashad White do.
Yeah. He's so good.
Well, funky leg kick there from Zamir White.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I wonder what the official time was on Kyron Williams.
See if we get that. 3 of the top 4 times of seniors were all Shrine game. Yet again.
So Chris Trapasso comparing the workout from Bernard Raymond tonight to Eric Fisher 2013. Probably will not see the same draft capital spent.
No, I don't think that's possible.
In what was widely considered the worst draft class in the last decade.
Yeah, well.
But ironically, Eric Fisher at number 1 wasn't the problem.
No, that was not the issue with that. The rest of that first round, perhaps. But, I still haven't seen an official on Kyron Williams. But
so, yes, Shrine Bowl 4.37 for Pierre Strong. So, and Pacheco. So they both come in faster than their unofficial times.
Yeah.
Chandler and Kenneth Walker 4.38 official. That's 4.39 for Breece Hall. So this feels like these running back times all came in faster than faster.
Maybe an overcorrection from yesterday, right? Now you're a little more hesitant because you went a little too heavy on those.
All right, so
really surprised we had so many come under 4.4. I mean, I didn't think we'd have anyone We ended up with 6.
With 6. So this is another option route here they're running where they're kind of faking to the outside and then coming back across.
Yeah, you give a little middle. Yep, right into the middle. So basically, similar to what we saw on the other side. You get to come inside.
This is similar to that angle route that they were running directly out of the backfield as well. The similar route concept.
Similar route, but you're not taking a sharp angle off the line, right?
You're just taking a smaller angle. Mm-hmm. You're basically setting up the linebacker and then playing him into the inside.
You can see somebody's running something like Snoop Connor that doesn't catch it a ton, letting it hit his body. You'll see James Cook here. He's going to extend, reach up, and grab it. Right. That's what it is. Jashaun Corbin kind of lets it get in there. Tyron Davis-Price just looks big.
He looks tremendous.
He is tall.
Is he that? He's not that looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane type running back, is he?
No. I think he actually plays pretty tough. He just not a ton of experience, just a couple games of heavy workload. I was surprised he declared, but might be one of those guys that goes a little higher than we think. Nice catch by Tyler Goodson. There you go. That was a good route by Breece Hall. Breece Hall, if he has that ability, I'm not overly worried. Are we moving away? Oh, yeah.
We're going back to commercial. So
sweet.
So get back into these edge guys a little bit. We were talking about there in the last commercial break. Guys, we're kind of like winding down here tonight, getting a little prepared for tomorrow. A guy I think is going to be sneaky good tomorrow athletically, Shane, is Dominique Robinson, Miami, Ohio.
I don't think he's going to be sneaky.
Not sneaky good.
I think he's
a former wide receiver.
He's on the freaks list.
Former wide receiver. Sneaky wasn't the right word, but not a whole lot of the. I guess your casuals really probably know him.
True.
And came to Miami, Ohio as a wide receiver. Moved to defensive end. Good week at the Senior Bowl. Gonna be a guy's test. Is Cameron Robinson going to not Cameron Robinson? Cameron Thomas going to test? Got hurt early in the Senior Bowl week.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Again, I think D'Angelo Malone's another one. I want to see how. I wonder if he's weighed in any higher than what he did at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I mean we'll see. I think he's going to be pretty athletic for sure.
Yeah. His bend is so 234 he weighed in at the Senior Bowl,
right?
But his bend, man, is so good around the edge. I think he's going to test well. What do you think about Drake Jackson? He put on some weight, right, for this.
Yeah, that's what he said. I mean, I'm interested to see how he looks. I think if he can have a really good, Raz, I think it'll help him kind of be stick in that day 2 mix. Yeah, from USC.
Another guy who we're anxious to get the numbers on weight wise might be Nick Benito, Oklahoma, listed 234. So we'll see what he comes in at.
Might end up more linebacker than edge. But that's going to be team specific, really. Where
same with Jeremiah Moon.
Right.
Florida is another guy I think will probably end up moving to linebacker as we finalize these boards over the next month.
Mm-hmm. Kind of get the nitty gritty here. I'll say some of these good 40 times too, with players not doing the shuttle as much. Maybe a lot of these guys are just focusing on that 40, get that as far down, and then pro day worry about everything else. It definitely could be.
It's true, and it certainly seems like that's just based off the television coverage. It certainly seems to be all the NFL people care about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think based on the television coverage, saw the casual viewers, they think that's all they care about. So
And maybe it is.
maybe it is. It's just like a loop of if we talk about the 40 and more people care about it. Or people will like hate watch, right? And be like, 40 doesn't matter. This doesn't matter, you know. That's always good.
It's like we're getting some
table talk here.
Yeah. Anxious to see how that pairing works out there for the Giants, because that was just not great these last couple of seasons.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Hopefully for Giants fans out there.
Yeah, because Dave Gettleman, not a great GM. And Joe Judge, obviously not a great head coach.
So this one's a little different from the flat where you would kind of catch and go. This one,
it's more of a flare, right?
Yeah, flare and stride, ultimately. It's a little bit better.
Is this more of what you call a check down? Maybe the third
I think
for the quarterback?
I think this one is more of a check down. Almost instantly, if it's not there, you want to hit the running back in stride. If you don't have anyone playing down.
Yeah, Donovan Knight just does not look comfortable.
To me, pass catching not his game. 21 catches. They had Ricky Person, who caught a lot of passes, not at the combine. Nice catch by Sincere McCormick, one-handed there. had to go grab that one.
Yeah, this is Pacheco is definitely a back to the tape guy for me.
Yeah, really, really solid. He was one of those early declares, but old enough for the Shrine because of the COVID year and all that.
Nice hands catch there by Spiller.
Yeah, Nick likes the way Goodson catches the ball. I think it's something Tyler Goodson was underutilized in Iowa, catching the football, because he, like Brian's been saying, he's pretty shifty. He can move in space. So I think Tyler Goodson has done well today. Maybe earned himself, maybe a spot. I don't know. Not all these guys can get drafted, but
yeah. I think he's a solidly mid day 3. I'd feel good there.
I would too. But how many running backs do you think are getting drafted if you had to put a number on this class?
What is the number usually hit around 20 to 22?
Yeah, if you want to pull up the last few years, I can.
Let me look at that real quick.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Kyron Williams, another nice. Kyron Williams can catch the football. That's what he's good at. So last year we had 20, 16, 2020, 25, 21, 30, 23, 22, 22, 26, 21.
So about 23.
Last 10 years.
So 23 feels safe.
Yeah.
So based off my position rankings, that would cut off at CJ Verdell. But obviously that's going to these positions.
Who are the next couple you have after him?
But I don't have currently I don't have Pacheco or some of the other guys, but I don't have Keontae Ingram up there or Jerrion Ely. I mean, these are numbers that are going to change.
So who would that bump down if you move those guys into draftable range?
Ronnie Rivers, obviously, is going to go down. Kyron Williams is going to go down, but I don't know if he goes down that far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he goes undraftable. Yeah,
I'm not a biggest fan of Brian Robinson as some people are.
I mean, I think he's good at what he does, and was productive in the SEC. it's going to get him drafted high. I think he'll be overdrafted, but.
All right, so now we're going to get a wheel, Shane.
Nice. This is more difficult here to run this route, not lose speed, hopefully, if the quarterback can put it appropriately, which is always a question at the combine. But, we got Dustin Crum throwing footballs out here.
No, this might not be so good. Not on this wheel route. This Cole Kelly might be the only quarterback we get good wheel routes out of here.
Oh, come on. Yeah, see, Allgaier just lets it right into his body there. You want to try to...
Yeah, see, this is probably not going to be in Greg Bell's wheelhouse here, right?
No, I don't think so. Definitely more of a runner than a pass catcher. That wasn't bad.
Not good there, Kennedy Brooks. Who was RB4?
Oof. Let's see. RB4 was Max Borghi.
Okay.
One thing we know he can do is catch football. So,
but he will not be doing it in this drill, apparently.
Or any drill today. I don't think he's doing anything.
It's a little choppy there from Ty Chandler. Didn't look like a smooth route.
No, that was not a real pretty much turn around right at the start, right?
Not good there, Snoop Connor. Couldn't keep his feet.
Yeah, he probably could have caught that and he kept going. You'll see them. You want to look back right here and then turn and hit that route, right? So you want to kind of see where the quarterback's at.
It's like
before you hit the wheel.
Cook had to adjust to a poorly thrown.
And he got
it. That looked good there, Jayshon Corbin.
Yeah, Jayshon Corbin can catch, man. I don't know if he gets drafted. Like he's going to be on that bubble, but I just. And I know in my 7-round mock, I'm not going to have 23 running backs probably, but it should be Ely's. Yeah. That feet. Boom. Perfect. Jaron Ely, just good feet. Kept it in front of him so he could keep running. Now, if you want to adjust to the football so that you can keep running after you catch it. So you can see the guys that are less experienced with this, like a Jerome Ford, having it kind of turning back. That's how Tyler Goodson dropped it, but that would have been good.
Brees Hall kind of slowed down there on that. You don't want to, and that's on the quarterback, really, right? Making the running back slow down.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'd be better to just go and then adjust. I think a lot of them are starting to slow down right off the break, though.
Yeah.
So like that rep for RB20, not terrible, even though it was a miss.
So we got
here's Pacheco.
He's looks smooth, man.
Yeah.
Big. This has been a
Really
big night for him.
Yeah, really good. Let's see McCormick look good there too.
Yeah, good job, Damian Pierce there on that. Like I said, this is big part of his game. Ronnie Rivers the same way. This is who he is. Do you think Cole Kelly is going to be drafted? Looks like he has a decent long ball. I think he will, as a late developmental quarterback that people always talk about, drafting that developmental quarterback late, the one that ends up on your practice squad that you cut late and ends up, there. I think he's that guy. 6th, 7th round at best. Highly productive player at Southeast Louisiana. Big arm, great size, or big size, 6'7", 250. I think he's a late developmental quarterback.
Yeah, really, really nice. Isaiah Spiller, really good. I agree with you. I think he'll get drafted super late.
Currently QB 10 for me.
Know where I have him. Let's say Samir White. No, QB 11 for me. So,
who is QB 10 for you?
Jack Cohn.
Okay. Who will be moving up my QB board?
I adjusted my QBs last night and receivers.
Do you think the Vikings go QB?
I don't. I think Kirk Cousins is going to stick there.
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, Steve Connor. Better that time. Got to re-hit that one, which is good. So, not a bad pass-catching group of running backs. They've actually been pretty good. We got Keontae Ingram again. Yeah, just natural. With the ball come to us like that was textbook as well. Keontae Ingram.
Zamir White got another shot at it, I guess.
Yeah, they missed. He just missed
and
him.
He missed him again. I don't know who's making all these. I feel like my man EJ Perry's been responsible for a lot of these bad throws in this drill, and I didn't want to point that out, but I feel like I have to now because he's QB8, if I'm not mistaken, and it's it hasn't been a good showing for here on the wheel route from my man EJ Perry.
Not great. Yeah, I think if you have a new staff. Absolutely, that can be a piece. Now, I think with Kevin O'Connell there, I think Kirk Cousins lines up with the things that he likes, though. So, you got to kind of figure that out. I think it's harder to say, oh, we're going to draft a guy. You also had Kellen Mond they just took. I know not their pick, but are you really going to spend more draft capital on a quarterback? I think probably the approach is for a new GM in this situation that's maybe a little more based on building a team. You worry about the quarterback later. I think they could draft one at some point, but
was Kellen Mond active at any point last season?
I think so. Yeah, I think he played a little bit.
I just remember that being a thing where they were.
Yeah. So we'll see.
If I assume we're talking about the first round here, if you're talking about the Vikings picking a quarterback, and they would be in prime real estate there to do it.
Sure.
Now, if no quarterbacks go in the top 10, you have to think Washington is lined up there right in front of them. So
I also don't think they're going to reach for a player. I think if, they're not, they don't have to reach for that quarterback. And we're going to know before they draft it. Like if Kirk Cousins is on the team, they're not drafting a quarterback. If he's not on the team, then they probably are.
Then it becomes much more likely.
Yeah, then you probably are. So.
I assume that when we come back, we'll be in the middle of wheel routes on the other side of the field, maybe. Hopefully.
Yeah. We're already well past the 6-hour mark here.
Yeah. We've gone longer than we did last night. Not sure how long. Will probably be. It might be this long again tomorrow because of the defensive line and linebacker groups are pretty thick.
Yeah. Pretty big, that front seven group. Pretty good.
That did not look like a hunger commercial there at all. I did not see that. That was where that was going.
I have seen that so much in the past 2 days. Yeah, I'm going to try to. These running back rankings are going to be.
It's a mess, man. It's a mess.
It'll be tough. Yeah, how far to bump Kyron Williams down? I'm not gonna bump him that far down. I'm gonna assume he'll be fine with the agility.
Corner, yeah, definitely probably a need for the Vikings. I think that's
corner, edge rusher,
mm-hmm.
Offensive tackle, maybe.
I love me some DJ Wanham, but I don't think he's the guy to play opposite Danielle Hunter, right?
No. And
I think
Danielle Hunter maybe is not going to be there much longer.
Jermaine Johnson, I think, would be a nice target for them at 12. David Ajabo, Michigan. Both guys, I think, hopefully we'll see work out tomorrow night. If Sauce Gardner doesn't go in the top 10, maybe he's a target at 12. Stingley could be a target at 12 as well.
Mm-hmm. That'd be nice.
Nobody expected Pierre Strong to run that fast.
Not in the 4.3s. Like I said, I think high 4.4s would have been fair, and I think when he got the chance for some of the, when he caught the ball in open space, he showed some of that, but it wasn't much straight line from him. So,
DJ Wanham is a good rotational player. I agree. Good rotational player. Loved him at South Carolina, obviously. Always will pull for those guys, Shane.
I know you will.
I think we're done, Shane.
All right. Well, there you go. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. We'll
do it again tomorrow.
Yeah. See you soon.
So let's do a little house cleaning here. Everybody, if you've watched the channel tonight and are not subscribed to the channel, please do so. And like the videos, and go back and watch our other videos if you're new. And a lot of good stuff there. Hit that notification bell so you'll get notified when we go live tomorrow night with our defensive line and linebacker group. If you get your podcast on audio, you will not see these last two nights on there, but our normal Wednesday podcast that we do every week will go up on Apple, Spotify, and the rest of your podcasting networks. We would love for you to subscribe to those there. The Draft Countdown podcast, you can find it that way. And give us good reviews and all that there when you listen to those audio podcasts. And follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. Follow Draft Countdown on Twitter at Draft Countdown. Get everything you need at draftcountdown.com, including Shane going to be burning the midnight oil tonight, getting that those combine results up at draftcountdown.com for that. For Shane, I'm Brian. Till tomorrow night, everybody. See you.